days of markups with 135 amendments considered in the Senate Finance Committee. 47 bipartisan hearings and other open dialogues with 300 amendments during a 13-day markup in the Senate committee. 25 consecutive days they were in session to discuss health care reform in the Senate. 160 hours in total the Senate spent considering the reform legislation, and there were 147 Republican amendments in the final Senate bill. This bill sabotages the marketplaces where close to 10 million Americans today get coverage and starts a death spiral from which it will be very difficult to recover. Healthy people won't bother with coverage, or they instead will buy bare-bones policy. Sick people who need coverage would buy policies if they're available, but that will undoubtedly become more expensive, more unaffordable, and harder to get. The most egregious part of the Republican plan slashes Medicaid funding to pay for tax cuts that benefit the rich. Medicaid helps pay the cost for more than 60% of all nursing home care residents nationwide and helps families afford quality nursing home care for their elderly parents and family members with disabilities. The Republican Medicaid proposal makes it harder and more costly for families to find long-term care for elderly parents or children with severe disabilities. In addition, it would end the Medicaid expansion, a move that would have devastating consequences in my state of Massachusetts, where it's been a critical tool for thousands of individuals and families with loved ones in long-term care facilities who have dementia. It also provides rehabilitation options for individuals and families in the grips of the opiate addiction. That will be curtailed. The reality is that Medicaid is now a middle-class benefit. The measure would also cut the span of Medicare by 2 years at a time when millions of baby boomers are joining and will rely upon this critical initiative. It's a $170 billion tax giveaway to the wealthy while starving the Medicare trust fund. Hospitals would face crippling debt based on increases in uncompensated care and lower reimbursement rates. In turn, this would lead to job losses in many hospitals and have a negative ripple effect in communities where hospitals are the largest employers. In Western Massachusetts, Bay State Health Center provides 12,000 jobs and has a $4 billion statewide economic impact. Let's call this bill what it is: a plan to create chaos in insurance markets that directly impacts patients and providers. It will hurt hospitals and the communities they serve and their regional economies. Before concluding, I would like to note that today's markup is really the Republicans' first step at tax reform. This legislation is a tax bill. Almost every provision amends the Internal Revenue Code. So we need to view this bill through the lens of tax reform as well. And through this lens, we can see clearly that the bill fails the test set out by Secretary of the Treasury Mnuchin for tax reform when he said, quote, "There will be no absolute tax cut for the upper class."
Thank you, Mr. Neal. The gentleman's time has expired, and we try to add as much time as possible. At this point, I would like to take a moment to welcome the members of the audience, remind them that they are here as our guests. House rules give the chairman responsibility for maintaining order during committee proceedings, and disruptions will not be tolerated. Audience members who cause a disruption will be asked to leave. With that, the committee will now proceed with consideration of the budget, reconciliation, legislative recommendations. We'll take up each of the 5 subtitles separately. Our first order of business is the committee print of budget reconciliation, legislative recommendations relating to remuneration from certain insurers.
Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point.
Mr. Chairman, I do object, and I would...
The gentleman objects. The clerk will report.
As indicated to you previously, I have a privilege motion under Clause 4A of House Rule 16 that I offer in writing to you at this point and ask to be heard on my motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman from Ohio.
I move to table the amendment.
There is no amendment.
Question is on...
I'd like to hear the motion read, at least, if the idea is to shut down debate on it.
No, absolutely not. So, the clerk will report the motion.
Will you pass the motion down we've got them if they want them, if they ask for them. It doesn't even have to be in writing. Kevin, you want me to just read it?
The motion to postpone?
Okay. Thank you.
The motion is to postpone consideration of the subtitle related to reconciliation, legislative recommendations relating to remuneration for certain insurers to Thursday, next March 23rd, 2017, pursuant to Clause 4A of House Rule 16, offered by Representative Lloyd Doggett.
Thank you. Before we move to table, would the gentleman like to be heard on this motion?
Thank you very much for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman. This motion simply requests that we reconvene this markup next week. The objective is insight, not delay. I ask unanimous consent to place in the record at this time a request sent to you last week and signed by every Democratic member regarding this matter.
Without objection.
Incredibly, for legislation of this magnitude, this plan, the particular plan we are considering today, even its principles, has never had a single public hearing anywhere. Unlike the Affordable Care Act, for which the House heard 181 witnesses in 79 public hearings, Republicans reportedly plan to jam this bill through committees today, pass it through the House this month, bring the House bill directly to the Senate floor without any Senate public hearing. The entire legislative process, unlike anything you may have seen in the civics books, all without a single public hearing. This motion simply asks for a single public forum. Indeed, you have kept your lamp under a bushel for 7 years. So secret that last week this bill was literally under armed guard in the Capitol, kept as secret as Donald Trump's tax returns. With the 7 years you've had to achieve the momentous occasion in which we join today to replace Obamacare, it is surprising that you're so determined to hide your panacea. Read the bill. How many times have we heard that with the original Affordable Care Act? Well, that rallying cry was met this week with the response that there was no bill to read until the night before last. This motion asks for 1 week during which expert witnesses can be summoned here to evaluate these far-reaching provisions and to determine how many families will suffer because of the hidden fine print. Importantly, we also have been seeking to have a representative, President Trump, to come forward to be questioned about how this bill satisfies his promise of insurance for everybody that offers more and costs less. Healthcare is too important, it impacts too many lives to have a bill jammed through in the same manner as President Trump's bungled immigration order, rushed into effect before any meaningful review and creating chaos at the airports. What this bill needs is some extreme vetting. Frankly, any vetting at all would be an improvement because it has not been vetted in any public forum. When any American buys something new, whether it's a new pair of pants, a new car, a new appliance, usually helps to ask 2 questions. How much does it cost? What is its size? On this new insurance plan, we're being asked to vote without knowing how much it costs and without knowing what size it is, how much it covers, how many millions of Americans are once again being left out. If you have nothing to hide, a week will not impair your effort. It will afford an opportunity to carefully scrutinize this legislative surprise package that deserves a great deal of scrutiny. Trust me, it'll be great isn't a plan. We cannot trust this plan when no administration witness has the courage to come and sit at that table and defend and explain it. We don't know the cost, we don't know what it covers, and we don't know who it leaves out. Further, this tactic of shutting out the public entirely, of refusing public hearings, of secreting legislation, appears to be a new tactic of what Speaker Ryan has called unified Republican government. As Ranking Member Neal has just explained, what we are considering today in this committee is a $600 billion tax cut. The same tactic is the approach that is apparently planned for the next tax cut. And I guess for any, not only the Trump tax break bill that we expect and have been told will be here before August, but anything else in which you have weak, really loser legislation that requires a heavy hand because the legislation is so weak you're unwilling to have it vetted in the light of public light until the very last moment. It's sad. It's really sad. Today, at the outset of this process of shutting out the public from the democratic process, it's important that we put a stop to this crumbling of democracy. Hence, this motion simply asking postponement to next Thursday to allow the type of consideration, at least in a small way, that this legislation deserves, and I move its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. T-Berry. You're recognized.
I move to table the motion.
The question now is the motion to table. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would ask for a record vote.
Yeah, record vote is recalled. Is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Nunes? Aye. Mr. Nunes, aye. Mr. T-Berry? Aye. Mr. T-Berry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Aye. Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Roscom? Aye. Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Aye. Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Ms. Jenkins? Mr. Paulson? Aye. Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Aye. Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Aye. Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Aye. Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Aye. Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Aye. Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Rice, aye. Mr. Schweikert?
Yes.
Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Wolarski? Aye. Ms. Wolarski, aye. Mr. Corbello?
Aye.
Mr. Corbello, aye. Mr. Bishop? Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Neal?
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Kind?
No.
Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? No. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez?
No.
Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins?
No.
Mr. Higgins, no. Mr. Sewell, or Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Delbaney?
No.
Ms. Delbaney, no. Ms. Chu?
No.
Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Ms. Jenkins? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Chairman Brady?
Aye.
Chairman Brady, aye.
That's true. The clerk will report.
22 yeas, 16 nays.
The roll call vote being 22 ayes and 16 nays, the motion table is approved. Does the gentleman withdraw his objection?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. I urge the objection.
Sure, the clerk will report.
Committee print, budget reconciliation legislative recommendations relating to remuneration for certain insurers. Subtitle, remuneration for certain insurers. Section 1, remuneration for certain insurers. Paragraph 6 of Section 162M of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 1, termination. This paragraph shall not apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2017.
So at this time, the measure will be considered read open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Objection. Amendment
Mr. Chairman, I object.
Substitute. Gentleman objects. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print relating to remuneration from certain insurers offered by Mr. Brady of Texas. In lieu of proposed recommendations, insert the following. Subtitle, remuneration for certain insurers. Section 1, remuneration from certain insurers. Paragraph 6 of Section 162M of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by adding at the end of the following subparagraph. 1, termination. This paragraph shall not apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2017.
The amendment in the nature of substitute is considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I'll now turn to Tom Bartold, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Bartold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Neal, members of the committee. You have before you two joint committee documents, JCX 6 and JCX 7, which describe the underlying proposal and the chairman's amendment in nature of a substitute. In brief, under present law, any employer may generally deduct reasonable compensation for personal services of their employees as part of the ordinary conduct of their business. However, under present law, the deduction allowable for compensation attributable to labor services performed by individuals of certain health insurance companies is limited to no more of a deduction than $500,000. The proposal before you, as amended by the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute, would repeal this provision effective for taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2017, in other words, effective in 2018. We have estimated that this proposal will lose approximately $400 million over the budget period through fiscal year 2026. That concludes my brief description. Happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Bartold?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Neal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I find it odd that our Republican friends decided to start this debate on health reform with a provision that addresses excessive executive compensation. Current law limits the deduction for compensation paid by health insurance providers to employees and service providers during a tax year to $500,000. Publicly traded corporations are subject to a similar rule with respect to executive compensation. The Republican plan is a broken promise. President Trump promised lower costs and better coverage for everyone. Yet this plan causes massive coverage loss, increased cost to consumers, reductions in needed care, and it reduces help for the middle class to purchase insurance while giving handouts to those, again, at the very top. But instead of focusing on ensuring that the middle class will have quality, affordable health care, our Republican friends would like to start today's debate providing a tax break to health insurers that provide excessive executive compensation. Mr. Barthold, for the record, would you again repeat the cost of this provision?
The Joint Committee staff has estimated that over the budget period, fiscal years 2017 through 2026, this will lose approximately $400 million.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold.
Do any other members
Million.
wish to
Crowley.
Million. Question Mr. Barthold? Yes, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Neal has said, we're starting off with a tax provision that will benefit certain people. Could you tell me, since this is part of an overall set of tax provisions, how much of the tax provisions will go to people with incomes over $200,000 a year, the total tax provisions?
Mr. Levin, we're working, the Joint Committee staff is working jointly with the Congressional Budget Office on this, and so in terms of all the provisions that you have scheduled before you today, some of it involves the new credits for health insurance. That depends on coverage and take-up rate, and that analysis is not complete at this time, so I can't answer your question with respect to all the proposals that are under consideration today.
How about the specific tax provisions that are before us, though?
We have not undertaken a distribution analysis of this specific piece. Remember, in terms of its working, it's related to the denial of deduction for compensation, so it affects the tax liability at the business level. It may also affect the level of net compensation received by the affected individuals. But as I say, we have not undertaken an analysis of how this would affect the tax liability of the owners of the insurance business.
Okay, but I was asking, for example, the provisions regarding the investment income tax. What's the loss there, and whom does it go to?
Oh, I didn't realize you were asking about one of the bills that's one of the provisions that's before the committee later. If you'll give me a moment, I'll pull out that piece of paper.
Mr. Barthold, if I understand, will be focusing on that section on net investment tax in a moment. So at this point, I'd like to focus on the section before us.
Well, except I want to know the overall tax impact. As we take this first one, it's pretty clear whom it's going to benefit. I wanted to ask you how this fits into the overall picture in terms of the tax cuts. So could you please answer that?
Well, Mr. Levin, as I explained, I don't have a distributional analysis for the overall package. I also don't have a distribution analysis for each of the individual components. Have prepared some distributional analysis on some individual provisions, in particular on the net investment income tax, about which you inquired, but Mr. Brady said that would be the subject of discussion later. In terms of overall...
Could you tell us what it is now?
The estimated budgetary effect of the repeal of the net investment income tax the Joint Committee staff has estimated at $157.6 billion over the budget period fiscal years 2017 through 2026.
And what's the distribution of that?
Mr. Levin, if I recall, you were asking for the overall view of the tax provisions in here. This section deals with the remuneration related to insurers, which we welcome those questions. But the specifics on this, I think, would best be delayed till we tackle this section in depth in a few moments.
Well, let me just ask if he has the answer, because as we look at one, we should look at all of them to see the overall picture, because there's going to be $600 billion in lost revenue. And as we start on this, I think, dangerous path, I think we need to know the overall picture. So if you
thank you, but we will be examining this in depth in just a moment. The focus at this point for Mr. Barthold is the provision in front of us.
Mr. Barthold, do you have that information?
Mr. Levin, I have, my colleagues have prepared a distribution analysis of the repeal of the 3.8% tax on net investment income. It's a 5-page analysis. I will ask my colleagues to prepare copies for all the members of the committee, and it'll be I'll make it available a little bit later. So I'll ask my colleagues to do that.
Time has expired. Does anyone else wish to inquire about the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Barthold. Do I understand you are the only human being who will come before us today to discuss any of these 5 provisions?
I've been asked to describe the provisions before you, Mr.
And you're the sole person who will be here to explain these provisions and respond to technical questions.
I'm going to draw on the assistance of my colleagues, but
there's no one else here. There's no staff member or anyone else who's going to explain this provision. You're the only person we can ask questions to. Okay. And
yes.
My first question
I
to
think
you
you'll do, Mr. Barthold, with your knowledge of the tax code. Just to a point.
It's good to know we have one human being here to respond. And in that regard, Mr. Barthold, if I understand, this one-page bill that is the only thing before us at this moment of your testimony is part of a 53-page bill, is it not?
I think the 53 pages that you're describing is entirely separate. This is not part of that bill. You'd have to talk to the chairman about the plans for the entire reconciliation plan, how that would be put together. It will result, I'm sure, in a somewhat larger bill.
From a technical standpoint, is there any reason that these 5 separate bills that are before us today could not have been joined as one?
Yeah, in terms of legislative drafting, I cannot think of.
Yes, it does have some advantages in preventing amendments and narrowing discussion rather than looking at the larger picture. So
I'm not familiar with enough with the parliamentary rules.
I'm sure that's outside the area of your expertise. As far as the 53-page bill, have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, sir.
Well, focusing entirely on this provision and the other 5 provisions, I just wanted to ask you if there are provisions in the bill that, despite all the rhetoric criticizing Obamacare, that really salute the spirit of Obamacare, such as the provision on page 37 that says, to the greatest extent practicable, the methods and procedures used to administer the Affordable Care Act are to be retained with reference to these tax credits. Does this provision or any of the other provisions that you're about to talk about, do they salute the spirit of Obamacare?
Mr. Doggett, while I appreciate the question, the scope of this provision relates to compensation in the insurance area, and I've asked you to confine your questions
and
to
so
that
it
scope.
is. My question to the witness is whether this provision or the other titles to which I'll ask him the same question on those titles, whether it includes any of the same salute to the spirit and preserving of elements of Obamacare like that on page 37 that says, to the greatest extent practicable, use the Affordable Care Act as your lead star.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett. Again, that question is beyond the technical scope of this
It's
provision.
relating solely to this section. It is asking him if this title includes anything similar to the spirit of Obamacare, someone who has been alleged to be a lawbreaker, but is within the past weekend, but is former President Barack Obama. Is there anything in this title that, similar to page 37, tries to follow the spirit of Obamacare?
So again, Mr. Doggett, thank you for repeating the question. Mr. Bartold here is to answer technical questions about the section in front of us.
I'm only asking him about this section. I'm asking him if this section...
No, you're asking him about saluting the spirit of Obamacare. Mr. Bartold is here to discuss the technical and answer questions about the technical
Let me try to
provisions in this
rephrase
section.
then to comply with the narrow scope that you are confining me to. Is there anything in this title that contains a reference to the Affordable Care Act or the desire to follow that act to the greatest extent practicable, similar to what we find on page 37 of the chairman's bill?
Mr. Doggett, this provision amends Section 162 of the Internal Revenue Code relating to allowable deductible costs as business expenses.
So it does not contain the reference to the greatest extent practicable to the Affordable Care Act.
It's about the measurement of the
And will all of the benefits of this bill flow to the insurance industry?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr.
Will all of the benefits of this $400 million tax cut flow to the insurance industry?
As I was explaining to Mr. Levin, the distributional effect of this depends upon what happens, one, to the compensation of individuals who may be subject to the bill, to the provisions of present law, and two, since it goes to the determination of the net income of the business, it will affect the net returns of the owners of that business. So,
thank you, Mr. Barthold. The time has expired. Mr. Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Barthold, for being here. A number of people in their opening statement have mentioned the lack of a CBO report on this legislation. And as you know, and I think everybody here knows, that that document is incredibly important, and it provides not only the members of this committee, but the public that we represent with some sense of whether the provisions of this bill were expected to cause Americans to lose their health insurance, how much their premiums would increase, or how much out-of-pocket expenses they would experience. Do you have a copy of the estimate from CBO that you can share with us?
Mr. Thompson, if the Congressional Budget Office had prepared an estimate, they would have given it to the members of the committee probably before they would have given it to.
So you don't have one either?
The CBO said they put out a statement last night that the CBO is in the process of preparing an estimate for the House health care bill. I'll add to that several of my colleagues are actively working right now with counterparts of the Congressional Budget Office on the interrelationship between the tax provisions that you're looking at today and how that affects coverage in terms of the employer market, in terms of the individual market, who would qualify, who will choose to purchase insurance, and who may choose not to purchase insurance. The CBO added that we will release the estimate as soon as it is ready, and we expect that to be early next week. The estimate will include the impact of the legislation on the federal budget, as well as the effects on the health insurance, health insurance coverage and premiums. But I have no specific information on any of those points right now.
Do you know if there was a CBO report on any previous drafts that the Republicans have prepared and refused to share with us?
Well, Mr. Thompson, as you know, when the Congressional Budget Office, when we work with members in developing legislation, when we work with your office, we never tell anyone else about any preliminary work.
Have you seen
done.
any previous draft of a CBO
I should
report?
not comment on anything that I've seen or not seen to show the same respect that we offer your office, sir.
So going back, I think this question was asked, but in regard to insurers, is it true that the repeal of this prohibition in this particular bill on windfalls for insurance company executives will cost taxpayers $400 million in lost revenue over the next 10 years?
That is the estimate of the provision prepared by my colleagues. Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that if this bill were passed, that it would drive up the cost for the middle class to pay for massive tax cuts for the wealthy?
I shouldn't make any judgmental statement of
Is a
that
$400
sort.
million
I will say it
is a
is not
$400
clear.
million tax cut considered a massive tax cut?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is a $400 million tax cut that the insurance companies would receive if this bill passed, would that be considered a massive tax cut?
Well, in my experience before the committee, 400 million is one of the smaller numbers that the committee often deals
So
with.
400 million here and 400 million there, and pretty soon you're talking about $593.7 billion over 10 years? That's pretty massive. And it's unpaid for, is that correct?
You have the estimates that you have before you. Again, it's not complete because the overall analysis will include changes to the existing premium assistance.
So we don't have a CBO report that would tell us exactly how much it costs.
Not know the full
We don't
amount.
have a CBO report that tells us how many people will lose their coverage. We don't have a CBO report that tells us that your numbers of $600 billion is what the American people would be charged for this bill that we only got last night. Thank you, Mr. Barthel.
Mr. Higgins, you're recognized.
What about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, as I understand it, that this bill would allow insurance companies to claim exorbitant executive compensation as a business expense for deduction from taxes. And I think this is fundamental to the whole health care debate that we're engaged in today. Sir, are you familiar with United Healthcare?
Am I familiar with?
United Healthcare?
Somewhat, sir.
Okay. The CEO earned in 2014 $66 million. In 2010, that same CEO earned $102 million with stock options. The Cigna CEO earned $17.3 million. The Aetna CEO earned $17.3 million. And Anthem CEO earned $13.6 million. I would say that the real response, the replacement, we should repeal this provision and replace it with an admonishment to the insurance companies to bring your salaries in line with reality. United Healthcare, CEO, $66 million in 2014. It was also disclosed last month that United Healthcare, the nation's largest provider of Medicare Advantage services, is being sued by the Department of Justice for fraud. United Healthcare reported $46 billion in revenues in the third quarter. The fraud alleges that United Healthcare is improperly charging the Medicare program by hundreds of millions of dollars and likely billions of dollars. And we're sitting here talking about giving big insurance companies a tax break on the exorbitant compensation that they pay their executives. You can be on one side of this debate. You're either with people in America that work hard every single day, that follow the rules, that pay health insurance premiums that are too high and expect one thing, and that is at the end of the day, when they or their family needs health insurance, it will be there for them and they won't get screwed by private insurance companies, or you're with private insurance companies who want to embrace provisions in this bill that protect consumers and particularly the elderly. So when we talk about executive compensation and tax deductibility for, in the bill, exorbitant executive compensation, it says it all. So I don't think this provision is justifiable, and I think it's morally reprehensible. I yield back.
So, in order of hands being raised, I'll recognize Mr. Kind, and Mr. Larson, Mr. Crowley, and Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthel, just so we're clear about what this subtitle entails, it's my understanding that under current law, health insurance companies are allowed to deduct as a business expense up to $500,000 or $500,000 of executive compensation. Is that correct?
It's actually more than executives that are covered by the provision, Mr. Kind, but yes, it's correct. The individuals covered are all officers, employees, directors, other workers, and service providers such as consultants that the company may...
So basically anyone who's working for that insurance company.
Pretty much, sir.
Right down to the janitor.
Yes, sir.
They're being compensated by over...
Compensation up to $500,000 is permitted.
And what this subtitle will do then will lift that current cap on $500,000 and make it the sky's the limit, that they can deduct all employee expenses.
It would conform the treatment of health insurance providers to that of all other businesses. Remember that there is still for all businesses the $1 million limitation of Code Section 162M.
So there would currently still be, even with this subtitle passing, a $1 million cap on employee compensation?
Health insurance would be subject to the general rules that apply economy-wide. Yes, sir.
So removing the 500 cap, moving it back up to 1 million, which is...
1 million, and the 1 million 162M, I remember, Mr. Kind, is a narrower group. It's really only the top 5 officers. It's the CEO and the next 3 highest paid is the 162M rule.
So that 1 million cap only would then apply to the CEO and the next 3 highest paid employees of that company?
That's what the general rule that applies across all businesses in the United States is, sir.
Now, in this subtitle, do you know how many insurance companies would be affected by this, what the number is?
I do not off the top of my head. I'll ask my colleagues to check and see if I can get that information.
Well, do you know how many individuals that this lifting of the 500 cap would affect in those insurance companies?
Not knowing the number of companies, I'm not sure if I know off the top of my head the number of individuals either, sir. I'll check.
Right. But we do know that it will bring a 10-year cost of $400 million. Is that correct?
That's our current estimate, sir.
Do you know the policy behind that? Why it was decided to put a $500,000 cap on insurance company compensation?
We'd have to research some of the debate at the time of the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah. Would it seem plausible that it was so that if the insurance companies were to benefit in any way as far as increased profits under health care reform, that they would not pass that on in the form of higher compensation, that they could then deduct for tax purposes?
Perhaps, Mr. Kahn, but remember the Code Section 162M, the general rule, the $1 million limit, which we were reviewing a couple of moments ago, has been part of the law since 1993. Yeah. So well predated this.
And just with your general knowledge of insurance companies and employee compensation, are there a number of people that work for insurance companies that exceed a $1 million annual compensation package?
Mr. Higgins already noted some. It's among large corporations.
Yeah, he just cited the CEOs. I'm talking overall.
Among large corporations in the United States, it's not uncommon to see among high-ranking officers compensation in excess of $1 million.
And when you see the analogy between the fixed operating costs of Medicare of roughly 3.5% to 4%,
versus what you get with private insurers in the private marketplace being closer to 17 or 18% fixed operating costs. Part of that fixed operating cost is employee compensation that these insurance companies dish out to their employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so one of the reasons why almost 1 out of every $5 going to insurance companies is going to their fixed operating costs is because of employee compensation packages, which under this legislation before us, they'd be able to deduct even more for tax purposes. Is that correct?
The legislation would remove the current law cap, leaving in place the other current law cap on the narrower universe of covered employees.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, thank you for coming for the committee again. If this bill became law, and that still is a big, big if, would the modifications made by this legislation be reflected in an updated JCT baseline?
If the Congress passes any change to existing health care legislation, the Joint Committee and the Congressional Budget Office would update baselines for receipts and outlays.
So it would have an impact?
Yes.
So does that mean that tax reform will begin that debate with $600 billion in tax cuts for corporations, pharmaceutical companies, insurance industry, and wealthy individuals?
Well, just to remember the net budget point, Mr. Crowley, we don't have the full estimate in terms of what I'm reporting to you.
We're dealing with a lot of
if those were the only changes enacted. Yes.
We're debating this with a lot of information absent, quite frankly. But what we know of this is a $600 billion hit overall, correct?
That's correct, sir. Approximately.
I certainly hope you will be able to analyze the impact of the Republican 2017 tax cuts spree. The American people want to know what they have done to the overall deficit when that time comes about. The 5 committee prints before us provide a tax giveaway of nearly $600 billion. And I do appreciate that you clarified that because it was a little muffled before, $600 billion with a B. Can you tell me how much of this tax benefit accrues to individuals with less than $100,000 in income?
Mr. Crowley, as I explained to Mr. Levin, I do not have a complete distributional analysis, in part because we don't have a complete analysis of the effects of the entire legislation. I do have some distribution analysis on some individual parts, one of which I'm going to provide to the committee later. But the short answer to your question is no, I cannot provide that information.
Do you know when you may have that information?
It will be part of the work that we do jointly with the Congressional Budget Office.
So I'm assuming Monday of next week we may have that before it goes to the Budget Committee?
I don't think they said Monday. I think they said next week.
Next week. So if the committee marks up early next week, they too may not have that information. Is that correct?
I don't want to speak for where my colleagues are right now.
Well, it's quite possible that that information will not be available before the Budget Committee.
It's possible.
It's possible. It's interesting that
we want to complete the work and do a good, thorough job for the members.
Well, I don't diminish what your attempt is to do a complete and thorough job for the members. I only wish that the members themselves and the majority would slow down and allow for you to report that information before we take up legislation like we are here today. What about incomes over $1 million? Can you tell me what the impact will be for them?
Again, Mr. Crowley, since I don't have an analysis of the entire bill, I cannot give a complete answer. I do have some pieces, one of which will be made available a little bit later, as I promised Mr. Levin.
And the same for people making over $5 million or $10 million. We don't have
as a routine matter. We do our distributional analysis relative to our individual tax simulation model, Mr. Crowley, and we don't think that we can make good statistical inferences for the relatively smaller sample of individuals above $5 million. So we report to the committee at levels above $1 million, but not at tranches of 5 or 10 above that.
Mr.
So
Bartold,
I would not be reporting anything.
I appreciate your candor and your honesty with the committee, but it's clear that you don't have the information yet to give to us, and yet we are taking action on a bill without incredibly pertinent information that our constituents want to hear about. The American people deserve to know who benefits and how well they benefit from these tax cuts. This is not impugning to you, but I would suggest to the overall committee in the process that before we take this markup, I think we should heed the words of Mr. Doggett. We should slow down, get that information before we actually move forward and do incredible damage to the system at hand. As much as you may not like it, what you're attempting to do could have incredibly serious health and life risks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Time has expired. Mr. Larson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Bartold. Excuse me, I think it's already has been explained. This dealing with healthcare in America is a very complex and can be a complicated issue for people to grasp and fully understand. And so I especially appreciate the time that you and your staff do put into this. I was wondering if you might be able to, and I know you've talked about this when you were addressing Mr. Levin, you said that you would provide a distributional analysis. Well, to a lot of our listeners out there and people that are viewing this right now, people at Augie and Ray's, for example, in my hometown, or seniors that are looking in, fearful of what's going to happen to them, they hear all these numbers thrown around and they say, well, you're going to be talking about JS6 and JS7, and they have no idea what that means. But you said a distributional analysis. Could you explain to the public what that is?
Certainly, Mr. Larson. The distributional analysis that we provide to the members tries to look at the affected tax benefit or tax increase across the tax-paying population, dividing the tax-paying population by income.
So, in other words, so a person listening at home who's making $20,000 a year, or let's say $35,000 a year, they would know from your analysis what they're going to receive and what individuals, let's say, earning over $1 million.
All right, it looks like they are cutting out of this House hearing now. Fox National taking us to the United Nations, where Nikki Haley will be speaking in just a moment. Nikki Haley speaking at the United Nations momentarily.
These activities contribute to the DPRK's development of nuclear weapons delivery systems and increase tension in the region and beyond, and they increase the risk of a regional arms race. The members of the Security Council called upon all members to redouble their efforts to implement fully the measures imposed on the DPRK by the Security Council, particularly the comprehensive sanctions regime. We all expressed our commitment to a peaceful, diplomatic and political solution to the situation, and we welcomed efforts by members of the Security Council and by all other member states to facilitate a peaceful and comprehensive solution through dialogue. And finally, we agreed that we would continue to monitor very closely the situation in the DPRK and to take further significant measures in line with the Council's previously expressed determination. And we had a discussion about a potential role for the Secretary-General based on pursuing a united Security Council's positions, including on the basis of the statement that we agreed yesterday. With that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Question, Ambassador, do you have thoughts on the freeze for freeze proposal of China, and did you discuss it?
In my national capacity or as President of the Security Council? As President of the Security Council, we had a discussion about a range of issues that relate to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and I will leave it to individual member states to set out their view on what those positions are.
And in your national?
In our national capacity, it is very important that the first step comes from the DPRK to demonstrate that they are actually committed to the denuclearization of the Peninsula.
Ambassador Michelle Nichols from Reuters. Did anyone raise the deployment of THAAD in South Korea? And did anyone raise the possibility of the Security Council taking action in response to the incidents in Malaysia, the use of the accusation of the use of VX?
The answer to the first question is yes. The answer to the second question is that yes, it came up, but there was not a particular proposal for the Security Council to take any action at this stage.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I now hand the floor to the three ambassadors from the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. It is unfortunate that we are having to have this press conference today, but it is one that was very important to have in light of the recent events. We, with my friend from Japan, called for an Emergency Security Council meeting to discuss the issue and to really bring it to the attention of the rest of the Security Council members on what we do, where we go, and how we handle this. We have been talking closely with our friends in South Korea in terms of how we're going to handle this as well. This is what I'll tell you, is first to make things very clear. The military exercises that the U.S. has been conducting with South Korea, we have been conducting for 40 years, annually every year, and we always notify North Korea before they happen. We're very transparent, we're very open, and we've always been clear on that, and we've always thought that was very important. If you look at the situation in 2016, think about it. 2 nuclear tests, 24 ballistic missiles by North Korea. That's not normal on anybody's radar. That's concerning on everybody's radar, and it's something that the world needs to be focused on. When you look at those actions, now go into 2017. We saw that we had a launch in February. We saw the assassination of Kim Jong-nam after that from chemical weapons, which Malaysia has reported, and now a multiple ballistic missile launch. This is someone who's trying to get attention. This is someone who's trying to cause a reaction. But this is what bothers us. It hit less than 200 nautical miles of Japan. They said that their goal is to be able to reach U.S. bases in Japan. This is not something we can take lightly. The global community needs to understand every country is in danger from the actions of North Korea. And every country needs to respond in the actions of North Korea. And so what the United States said during the Security Council meeting is we think that all of our counterparts need to impose the sanctions that have already been put in place. We call on all of our member states to also increase their strengths in what they're going to do in terms of getting the attention of North Korea as we go forward. Now, in terms of the THAAD and with South Korea, tell me why we wouldn't do the THAAD in light of 24 ballistic missiles, in light of 2 nuclear tests, knowing that we're going to protect our allies. We are not going to leave South Korea standing there with the threat of North Korea facing them and not help. So THAAD is, the reason for THAAD is because of the actions of North Korea. We have not seen any goodwill at all coming from North Korea. I appreciate all of my counterparts wanting to talk about talks and negotiations. We are not dealing with a rational person. If this was any other country, we would be talking about that and it wouldn't be an issue. This is not a rational person who has not had rational acts, who is not thinking clearly. So what I can tell you is the stance of the United States is that we are reevaluating how we are going to handle North Korea going forward. And we are making those decisions now, and we will act accordingly. Now I will turn it over to my friend from Japan.
Thank you, Nikki, and thank you, Ambassador, for joining us. First of all, I would like to thank Nikki for her very strong leadership in joining with us to call for this meeting, and I appreciate that the presidency has called this meeting at a very early date, soon after their arrival back from a very important mission. Most of what needs to be said, I think, already has been said by Nikki and the President, Matthew. But I would just add two things. One is that, yes, this is certainly an important matter, a serious matter for the whole world, but for Japan. For Japan, it is something that is totally unacceptable. We have made it very clear that to the North Koreans that we are not going to accept this. This time, again, we have made direct statements to them that this is totally unacceptable, and we have condemned them very strongly on it. Second point is that this is actually very dangerous. The 3 missiles which landed in our EEZ, the exclusive economic zone, landed where fishermen do fishing for squids. I mean, there could be ordinary civilians doing ordinary things. Planes could be flying, ships could be navigating. They didn't let anyone know about their intentions, and they just did it. So the simultaneous launch, which they said was done by a part of their military, which is responsible, which is tasked, according to them, for striking US bases in Japan when necessary. That is, again, something which shows us that they are really serious in this aggressive actions. And we really need to call upon our colleagues, international community, to take a very strong stance, sending a very clear message to DPRK. And I'm glad that the Security Council has come up with a very strong statement yesterday and very helpful in their discussion today as well. I'll turn the floor over to our colleague.
Thank you, Guru. First of all, I'd like to thank Ambassador Haley and Ambassador Bishop for their leadership in moving the Security Council to take swift actions, such as issuing the very strong press statement yesterday and convening the emergency meeting of the Council this morning in response to North Korea's ballistic missile launch last Sunday evening, which was conducted only 22 days after the first launch of this year, on the 12th of February, following the 24 ballistic missile launches which were already conducted last year. As you all know very well, the international community has been responding to this North Korea's continued and repeated nuclear and missile provocations very resolutely and swiftly in the past. And this time, once again, it was united in condemning North Korea's increasingly reckless behavior in the strongest terms. North Korea's provocation this time is particularly alarming in that it was made in the midst of international community's shock and anger towards the inhumane and brutal assassination of Kim Jong-nam, the estranged half-brother of the North Korean leader, using the VX nerve agent, which is a chemical weapon banned by the CWC, Chemical Weapons Convention. Perhaps the leadership in Pyongyang might have believed that these continued provocations may help enhance his bargaining leverage vis-à-vis the international community as a whole, but he was simply wrong. It will only further deepen North Korea's isolation and accelerate its path towards self-destruction. I'm quite confident that the North Korean leader will painfully realize how great and serious miscalculation he has made, and he will soon pay the price for what he did in defiance of concerted warnings from the international community. We will continue to work closely with the United States, Japan, China, Russia, as well as other members of the international community to step up our sanctions and pressure on North Korea so that they will feel the real pains of the sanctions and pressure, thereby change their strategic calculus and eventually abandon the nuclear weapons and missile programs. Thank you very much.
So again, as I've said before, I will respect you if you respect us. We are going to keep this because of the sensitivity of the issue just on the North Korean situation. And so we'll start, all of us, any of us will take questions. Yes, sir.
Joseph Klein of Canada Free Press. Given the consultations and the strong press statement that came out yesterday, do you think that the Security Council is kind of reaching its limit in what it can practically do other than to eliminate loopholes, tighten implementation of the sanctions, put out further statements? And I ask that particularly given what you said about who we're dealing with, an irrational person who doesn't seem to care what the international community thinks. Thank you.
I think it's very telling that the entire Security Council came together for the press statement condemning North Korea. I think they wanted to make a very strong position in terms of letting North Korea know this is enough. I think there was genuine concern in the room as to where to go from here. And there was a reminder by me that we're not dealing with a rational person and that this is not a normal situation. And so I think what you're going to see is all of them are going to go back and talk with their leaderships about making sure sanctions are in place. That was also impressed by the Secretary General, that they wanted to make sure sanctions from resolutions in the previous past are being put in place, and look to see what else can be done. So I think we're now in a situation where you're going to see every member state go back and say, what else can we do to get the attention of North Korea? Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Pamela Falk from CBS News. Ambassador Haley, what is your message to China about their negative reactions to the THAAD missile system, warnings even that they had not been notified before it began to be deployed, and to Ambassador Besho and Cho about the freeze for freeze proposal? Any thoughts?
So with our friends in China, we've made it very clear that that is not in any way directed towards China. It is specifically for North Korea. That's the reason that we're trying to have the backs of South Korea in the way that we do that. So we have made that very clear to China, and they understand that we need them. I mean, we need China. We appreciate, one, the strong statement that they have made recently. We appreciate them getting together with the entire Security Council to join in that. But we also know the importance of China in this situation and how they can really make a difference. And so we'll continue to enforce that with them.
Just to follow up on the freeze for freeze proposal, do you also think North Korea has to go first in terms of suspending the nuclear program to suspend the maneuvers?
We have to see some sort of positive action taken by North Korea before we can ever take them seriously. They've given us enough reason to think how irresponsible that they are, that we ever try and think that we're dealing with a rational person on this.
On the point about the freeze for freeze, what we are looking for is denuclearization of DPRK. And that needs to be made very clear. That is the ultimate goal. And as Nikki said, even at the starting point, we need some assurance that they're serious about denuclearization. So Japan's position is that it's not freeze for freeze, but it should be denuclearization that we're looking for. On the third question, I will of course defer to my friend Ambassador Cho, but as far as Japan is concerned, there's no reason why China, should worry about Japan on this. DPRK has no reason to shoot missiles in our direction because of whatever is a problem with THAAD. We are a very peaceful nation. We have maintained our calm and self-restraint throughout all of this, but we feel that really enough is enough.
Well, one thing I would like to make it clear first is that on freeze for freeze, the annual joint military exercise by Korea and the United States is defensive in nature. This is an annual defensive exercise that has been conducted since a long time ago. So linking this exercise to anything else, which is illegal nuclear and missile provocation by North Korea, is inappropriate and unacceptable. And I think this is just trying to linking the unlinkable. And that's the first point I would like to make. And for freezing, this is not the time for us to talk about freezing or dialogue with North Korea. All kinds of options have been exhausted so far. So the only available means to change the North Korean behavior fundamentally is to continue to keep up the pressure and sanctions on North Korea. This is not the time for talking about dialogue and freeze. Thank you. For me? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Ambassador Haley, Michelle Nichols from Reuters. A question for you. You mentioned the U.S. review, the U.S. reevaluating its approach to North Korea. Can you tell us what are some of the options that the U.S. is now considering?
I think all the options are on the table now.
Malaysia's accusation of the use of VX, is the U.S. planning to take any unilateral action? Will you be pushing for the UN Security Council to take any action?
Well, the United States has been very firm and very strong on the fact that we absolutely see no place for chemical weapons in any situation whatsoever. And so it's incredibly disturbing at not only how this was done, the manner that it was done, and the intent in which it was trying to carry out. So it's one more factor for us to consider, and one more factor that we know is an issue as we're dealing with how to possibly move forward with North Korea.
Ambassador Haley, Celia Mendoza from VOA. Ambassador, according to the Times, U.S. officials have been considering a range of options, and a new tactic might include military strikes on North Korea nuclear facilities, or what they call a left or launch actions that will help neutralize North Korea before they actually go through an actual attack. Can you talk about that possibility, what it will intend, and how the United States is thinking about it or preparing for something like that, if possible?
No.
Madam Ambassador, now, it doesn't look like North Koreans have any incentive to stop this. I mean, where does it all end here? What do you do that North Korea stops conducting these tests or ending its nuclear program?
The questions that you have about where to go with North Korea are the questions that all of us have about where to go with North Korea. But what we are going to say is we see what the response has been to press statements. We see what the response has been to sanctions. We see what the response has been to many of the member states having conversations with North Korea, asking them to back down. It is an unbelievable, irresponsible arrogance that we are seeing coming out of Kim Jong-un at this time. And I think all the member states recognize that, and they're all sitting back now trying to figure out how we move forward.
What is the Secretary General?
Clarify. Ambassador?
Yes, thank you.
To clarify what you said about all options are on the table, can you please explain what you think about the option of dialogue, which is what the Chinese ambassador has called for? Is it now the time for dialogue or not at all?
We're not ruling anything out, and like I said, we are stepping back and since these multiple launches, reevaluating what U.S.'s approach is going to be. I can tell you we're not ruling anything out, and we are considering every option that's on the table. Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up that press conference. Nikki Haley speaking out on the situation with North Korea. Again, we appreciate everyone tuning in here on the Fox News Now stream. If you're new to the broadcast, we encourage you to hit that subscribe button. That's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Hit that subscribe button. That way you will always be notified whenever we have breaking news and live events. We're live 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Arizona time, Monday through Friday. Sometimes, oftentimes, we start earlier because of breaking news. And it looks like Fox National is now taking us to Washington, D.C. for International Women's Day. Looks like there is a massive gathering there in Washington, D.C. International Women's Day.
Could I talk to you on camera? I called out. So did my... Sure. Okay. Okay, so most important question: the name and the spelling of your name, please.
Lisa Peterson, Lisapeterson.
So, why have you elected to come down here?
You know, I decided that I wanted my daughters to see me do something to help fight the cause of inequality, our inequality that we have in this country.
This is your way of helping that along?
Yeah. I decided not to go into my government job and answer any phones and come down here and be in unity with these women.
What do you hope? What sort of changes are you hoping will come about from these kind of movements?
Well, hopefully, the main thing for me is that abortion will not be outlawed here. That's the most important thing for me. Also, equal pay for women. We're doing the same. Black women make probably 25 cents to every white man's dollar. So that's, I think so. I think that's what yeah.
So, equality. So now, being here today, were you surprised at the size of the turnout?
I thought it would be larger, actually. But I think, yeah, I did. I really thought it would be larger. It's probably larger than Trump's inauguration, but I'm glad to be down here.
God, that's perfect. You're awesome. So I was here for the inauguration.
All right, it doesn't seem to be a lot of activity there at International Women's Day, so we are going to show you this speech from earlier today. James Comey speaking about cybersecurity, a very hot topic. Let's go ahead and listen in on what the FBI director has to say. Here he is, James Comey.
Air traffic control for this effort is run from the Cyber Division in headquarters. A particular field office that's shown itself great at a threat could be in Little Rock, even though the physical manifestations of the intrusion are in Indianapolis and Seattle and Dallas. Those offices will help Little Rock, but it's going to go to Little Rock if they've shown that they are good against this threat. Now, this has a not unintended consequence of generating competition in the FBI. We want people working to try and steal ownership of a threat from other parts of the enterprise. I don't mean steal by being sneaky. I mean steal by showing we've got the chops. Here in Boston, you ought to give us this aspect of the Chinese threat because we've shown that we can work it in a great way. We think that will have the effect, that competition, of lifting the entire cyber program in a good way. Second, we've come up with a concept that we borrowed from the world of counterterrorism. Because counterterrorism requires response at a moment's notice to incidents that are horrific and may be anywhere around the country or around the world, we have what are called fly teams when it comes to counterterrorism. Experts in different aspects of responding to an attack who have a go bag with them at all times. And when something happens in the United States or around the world, the fly team goes and hits that spot. So we surge expertise to that place. Well, we're going with the same sort of thing with cyber. We've created something called the Cyber Action Team, CAT, where we have experts who know at a moment's notice they have to be prepared. Even though it's a virtual world, they have to be prepared to be physically present at the site of a cyber intrusion, an emergency event. And these are experts who are all over the country, but they are part of the Cyber Action Team and know that's one of their responsibilities. And last, in every field office to make this work, we have cyber task forces, where, as you heard from Hank Shaw, we live the concept that we do nothing alone. We bring together great talent from throughout a division like Boston to form a cyber task force, so we have the chops in each of our field offices to respond to threats, to collect evidence, to think in a great way about how the threat is moving. And most importantly, through those cyber task forces, to share information with the private sector and get appropriate information from the private sector. So that's one way we're trying to focus ourselves. The second way we're trying to focus ourselves is by stealing your talent, by stealing the great people who work for you, and you can see our interests are not entirely aligned here, by attracting great talent to work for the FBI to respond to this sophisticated threat. We all face the same challenge here, a shortage of cyber-trained talent. Here's the challenge we face. We cannot compete with you on dough. You have more dough to pay people than we do. You don't come to the FBI for the living. If you did, we lied to you during the recruiting process, and there's no going back. We compete with you by telling everyone your lives are empty pursuits of money. Ours are meaningful pursuits of the protection of the American people. We badmouth you up a storm. I want to be transparent about that. But the pitch we make to people is, come be part of this mission. Come be part of something that is really hard, that is really stressful, that does not pay you a lot of money, that does not offer you a lot of sleep. How awesome does that sound? The good news is, there's a whole lot of people, young people, want to be part of that kind of mission, want to be part of doing good for a living. The New York Times did a survey that I read last year of over 50,000 young people, and they asked them to name their ideal employer. 50,000. The FBI was number 5. Apple was number 4, which is a painful thing to contemplate. Not that it's not a great company, but we got to be ahead of them in terms of attracting people to be part of this mission. One of our major challenges is, summed up by one of my daughters, who said to me, "Dad, the problem is you're the man," which I thought was a compliment, so I said, "Thank you, I am the man." And she said, "No, Dad, I don't mean that in a good way. The problem is you're the man. Who would want to work for the man?" And my reaction is, you're right, but you're wrong. Because if people really knew what this man and woman of the FBI are like, they would want to be part of this mission. And so we're about trying to get out across this land and show people what this is like. The FBI is an addictive life. Almost no one leaves. No matter what you look like, no matter what your background, if you become a special agent of the FBI, our turnover is about the same, about 0.5%. Right? It is addictive work. And so we're about trying to show people, including your talent, what it's like to be part of this mission. And part of avoiding this "you're the man" trap is to be a little cooler than I may appear, to offer these talented young people an enterprise that is more agile than they might expect. We're not going to beanbag chairs and granola and whiteboards, but we're trying to get close to that, to make sure that these great young people understand that although we are enormous, there are opportunities for innovation and agility inside the FBI that they may not realize. New responses to old problems will come from those creative young people who join the FBI. And something else we face as a challenge. To be a cyber special agent of the FBI, you need several buckets of attributes. We need integrity, non-negotiable. We need physicality. If you're going to carry a weapon on behalf of the United States of America, you better be able to run, fight, and shoot, even if your specialty mostly keeps you behind a keyboard. And we need high intelligence and a specialized kind of intelligence. Those are rare attributes in nature. We'll often find people of high integrity, high intelligence who can't do a push-up, or we might find people who can do push-ups and are great behind a computer, but they want to smoke weed on the way to the interview. And so we need to figure out how to find people of high integrity, physicality, and intelligence. And one of the things we're considering is, can we grow more of our own? Attract those great people of integrity, of physicality, of intelligence, and then grow our own specialization inside the FBI to meet the need for the talent that we have today. So, I don't want to give away too many more of our secrets about how we're going to approach this, but among the things we're trying to think about is, are there better ways to offer an interchange between public and private? One of the parts of our FBI culture is, you come and you never leave. Ought we think differently about that? Ought we make it easier for special agents to leave and go work in the private sector and then come back and work at the FBI? Our mind is open to whatever will make sense, and we are going to take great ideas from these young people that we hire. So we're trying to focus on stealing your talent, trying to focus on focusing ourselves in a better way. That's the first. Second, we're trying to shrink the world. The cyber threat has made everybody a next-door neighbor to everybody else. Belarus and Boston are next-door neighbors on the internet. The bad guys have made it small. The way we have to respond is by shrinking it back on behalf of the good people. The first thing we need to do is make sure we are clear inside the government on who has what responsibilities. And at the end of President Obama's administration, He offered us the clarity that so many of us have wanted that makes good sense. The lanes in the road, I hope you know if you're at this conference, but the FBI's responsibility is threat response. To figure out what the bad guys are doing, respond to intrusions, to understand the threat in a great way. The Department of Homeland Security is responsible for threat mitigation, for especially helping people harden the targets to avoid being victimized, and once they're victimized, being great at helping people get back on their feet. And the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for making sure we all have the intelligence we need to understand the threat and to mitigate it responsibly. But here's the deal, it shouldn't matter who you call. One of the things we've gotten better at as a country since September 11th is, it does not matter to whom you report a terrorism threat. If you have a tip and you walk up to a sheriff or to a police officer or to an FBI agent, it doesn't matter, because the information will get to the Joint Terrorism Task Force almost instantly. We have to get to the same place when it comes to cyber. It's not your job in the private sector to figure out, so exactly who's doing what. I think we have clarity, but you don't need to remember that. We have to get to a place, and we're getting pretty darn close, where no matter who you offer information to, it gets to the people who need it to act on it. That should be our responsibility and not yours. And then around the world, we're going to make the world smaller by forward deploying our people. More cyber attachés, special agents embedded in embassies around the world, and intelligence analysts who specialize in cyber. Because even though it's a digital threat moving at the speed of light, it relies upon human relationships to shrink the world for the good people against the bad people. Third, we're trying to impose costs, and I alluded to this earlier. We want to make sure that when a bad actor sits at a keyboard, they feel our breath on their neck. And we believe if they feel our breath on their neck, that will change behavior. We have to literally lock people up who engage in cyber intrusions to impose costs. And oftentimes people think, well, they're halfway around the world. How are you going to find a cyber criminal? Well, cyber criminals vacation too. They go on honeymoons. They go to visit friends. And by knitting together the good people of law enforcement and national security, we are able to lay hands on those people much more often these days than ever before. That imposes a cost that makes the others think about us. And even if we can't actually lock people up, we think it's important to call out the conduct, to name and to shame it. We did that 2 years ago by indicting actors from the People's Liberation Army in China. We did it by indicting actors from Iran engaged in the denial of service attacks in 2012 and 2013. And we believe that has real effect. A wanted poster with your face on it, even if you sit halfway around the world working for another government, gets your attention. And even if you're working for another government halfway around the world, you too dream of traveling. You too dream of your children going abroad to be educated. We have many flaws because we're human beings in the FBI. We are dogged people. We just gave up on D.B. Cooper recently, I think. Took us over 50 years to give that one up. And the man jumped out of an aircraft over the Cascades. We don't give up. We are dogged people who do not forget, and we think that has an impact on people. We think it changes behavior and puts that breath on the back of our neck. And part of this is grappling as a community of nations towards norms. Cyberspace is relatively new to all of us, and we are, bit by bit, trying to establish norms of behavior. And among the key norms that we've had discussions with our counterparts in China about over the last 2 years are an understanding of a framework that goes like this. Nation states engage in intelligence gathering. They always have, they always will. Our job in the FBI is to catch and stop nation states from trying to steal information for their advantage as a nation. That goes on, it will always go on. We will try to get better, they will try to get better. What nation states do not do and cannot do is steal stuff to make money. To steal innovation, to steal formulas, to steal plant seeds in order to benefit commercial enterprise. That is criminal behavior. That is very different from the actions of a nation state engaged in espionage. Believe it or not, since the indictment of the 3 PLA actors 2 years ago, we have agreement with the Chinese that that framework makes sense, and we have seen positive steps towards them embracing that framework and understanding the difference between nation-state conduct and criminal activity, and helping us investigate the criminal activity. So we're working very hard, whether it's through indictment, arrest, prosecution, or simply naming and calling it out, towards establishing a set of norms and through making people think about us before they put their fingers on that keyboard. The fourth thing we're trying to do is help our state and local partners deal with the fact that almost every criminal investigation today requires digital literacy. In the good old days, for those of you who've been around a while, you could execute a search warrant on a drug location and find one of those black composition notebooks where the morons would have written who got how many kilos and who got what money and how it was split up and who was going to do what. Who were the lookouts, who were the runners, who were the enforcers. Today, that same search warrant requires you to take and exploit lawfully thumb drives, PDAs, laptops, tablets, all manner of digital devices. To do anything in the criminal investigative world requires digital literacy. And one of the pieces we're trying to add as value to American law enforcement is better training, better partnership, better equipment to help lift the tide of digital literacy across the United States. Because the FBI, as big as we are, simply can't get to all frauds, all intrusions that are coming at people through the internet. I'm told that people get emails from me saying, I'm in Nigeria, I need you to wire me money. I'm not in Nigeria, I don't ever need you to wire me money. But those frauds rip off people, especially old folks, vulnerable people. And someone needs to be able to investigate that in a good way, and that is almost always our great partners in state and local law enforcement, and we think we can help them do that in a good way. The last part of our strategy is probably the most important for this conversation. We have to get better at working with the private sector. You, in the private sector, are the primary targets of cyber intrusions because the data, the innovation, the money, everything sits on your networks. Because that is where it sits, that's where the bad guys go, whether the bad guys are a nation state, a hacktivist, or a fraudster, or the functional equivalent of a bank robber. Here's a depressing fact. The majority of intrusions in this country are not reported to us. They are kept from us by companies who think, we just need to take care of this thing and get on with our business. We don't need to be entangled with the feds. It'll be such a hassle. We need to remediate this threat, and sometimes wrong, very, very wrongly in my view, we need to pay this ransom and move on with our operations. That is a terrible place to be. It is a great thing to hire the excellent private sector companies that are available to do attribution or remediation, but if the information is not shared with us, we will all be sorry. Because you're kidding yourself if you think, I'll just remediate this thing and it will go away. Because it will never go away. It will be back to hit you, it will be back to hit your neighbors, it will be back to hit your family. It is short-sighted to conclude that our interests are not aligned when it comes to this. Oftentimes people think the FBI's interests are long-term, mine are short-term. We actually have the same. They are the same interests because of the nature of the threat. So how are we going to get you to talk to us more? By yammering at you constantly to explain to you how we operate and why we are practiced and expert at treating you like the victims that you are. We have gotten very good over the last 100 years at treating victims of violent crime like the victims that they are and making sure that they aren't re-victimized by a legal process, by the disclosure of personal information, so they are not re-traumatized by our engagement. We've also gotten very good at doing that in the cyber context, in a way people may not realize. A company that suffers an intrusion is a victim, and they will be treated that way by the FBI. We know, because I was a general counsel at a company, that one of our obstacles are the weenie conservative general counsels. I was a weenie conservative general counsel who are worried about what's going to happen to the information we share with the government. Will it hurt us in a competition? Will it lead to lawsuits against us? Will it violate some obligation we have in a different place? What will it mean with our regulators? How will this all work? There's too much risk with this. Let's remediate and move on. Well, we think we have a compelling case to make based on a track record of hundreds and hundreds of investigations that we will protect your privacy, we will not share data about your employees and your operations, and we will have an adult conversation at the beginning to explain, here's what we will do with the information you share with us so that you, as a general counsel, a chief security officer, a CEO, can make a judgment about the risks and benefits. Maybe after you have that adult conversation, you decide, you know what, I don't want to cooperate. But I think it's highly likely, once you understand how we operate, that you will. Your main question to us when you're a victim is, so what do you need from us? Well, I would suggest to you, what we need from you is for you to get to know us before there is an intrusion. I guarantee that all of you have significant facilities, have a relationship with the fire department. The fire department knows your layout, knows your standpipes, knows your generator plant, knows the setup of your operation. They don't know the details, they don't know your intellectual property, they don't know any of your proprietary information, but they know enough so that in the midst of a crisis, with smoke all around, they can find their way in and save the lives of the people who work with you. I think we need to get to a similar place. We were able to respond to the attack on Sony very, very quickly and remediate it, stop the bleeding, because we knew Sony. We didn't know their proprietary information. We don't know any of their secrets. We're not reading their emails. But we knew their chief information security officer. We knew the basic contours of their network. We knew their physical locations. We knew enough to be on the ground within minutes, hours probably, maybe even minutes, to try to begin to work that, because Sony had taken the time to get to know us. And armed with that, we found our way through a whole lot of smoke to do some good for Sony, which was a victim of a terrible intrusion and attack. If you are the chief information security officer of a private enterprise and you don't know someone at every single FBI office where you have a significant facility, you're not doing your job. Know that you're pushing on an open door. Again, we're not looking to know your proprietary information, but we need to know you in a way so we can help you in a difficult circumstance. Now, part of building this relationship of trust is conversations beyond the formal framework. Since the 1980s, there's been a statute on the books in the United States called the Classified Information Procedures Act, CIPA. One of the CIA's worries in working with the FBI for many, many years was, if we give you people information and you end up using a criminal prosecution to disrupt terrorists or spies, will you jeopardize our sources and methods? And we would say for years, no, look at, there's a statute that provides that we can protect your information. But that didn't get it done, actually. It took case after case after case over 20 years for the FBI to show the CIA that that actually will work, that we will protect your information, we will not burn your sources and methods. That built a trust, a culture of trust and understanding. I think we have to do something similar when it comes to cyber intrusion. I can stand here all day long and talk about what we're going to do, how we are, how we can protect your information, but we have to show it to you case by case by case to build a reservoir of trust. And we are all about that right now, and I hope you will engage in those conversations to help us get to that place where it is a majority of cyber intrusions, and I would hope it would be close to all, that are discussed with law enforcement so we can figure out who's coming after you and how can we stop it from happening again. So those are the 5 parts of the FBI's strategy to address cyber intrusions of all kinds. I want to hit one topic that is front of mind, even though we haven't talked about it a lot publicly in the last 6 months. We've been distracted by other things. But I want to talk about the impact of ubiquitous strong encryption on our work. And I want to urge you to continue to engage in what is a very complicated and difficult subject. The advent, is that me doing that? The advent of default ubiquitous strong encryption is making more and more of the room in which the FBI investigates dark. And I'll use a room metaphor here. There's always been a corner of the room where the FBI operates, where sophisticated actors were who had access to encryption. It's always been around. I mean, not always, but for decades. To cover their information. Did I just lose you? I lost you? Okay, let me switch. Just when it was getting exciting. Okay, all right. That's all the time we have. Thank you. Okay, so picture a room. There's always been a corner of the room that was dark to us. And in that corner were sophisticated actors, nation states, spies, the most sophisticated criminals, who would find ways to encrypt their data at rest, sitting on a device, who would find ways to encrypt, mostly the nation states, their communications in motion, passing over a wire. What's happened to us since Snowden, since the summer of 2013, is that more and more of that room has gotten dark as encryption has become the default. No longer just the province of the sophisticated actor, but because it is sold on devices and available through huge numbers of apps, it becomes a feature of the work of the less sophisticated, of drug dealers, of armed robbers, of terrorists, of pedophiles, of bad people of all sorts. And so what's happening to us now, and we'll talk about whether this is bad or good, but what's happening to us is that shadow is spreading from the corner across more and more of our work. And I'll give you a statistic to demonstrate it. In October, November, and December, the FBI received to our examiners 2,800 devices for which we had lawful authority to open. And these were devices that were seized by state and local law enforcement or by the FBI. 1,200 of those devices, so about 43%, we could not open with any technique. Any technique. And these are devices recovered in armed career criminal investigations, gang investigations, pedophile investigations, terrorism investigations, counterintelligence investigations, where with any tool we could not open 43% of those devices. That is a big deal. And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, so what do we want? We all value privacy, I hope. We all value security. We should never have to sacrifice one for the other. Our founders struck a bargain that is at the center of this amazing country of ours and has been for over 2 centuries. And the bargain goes like this. In our great country, all of us have a reasonable expectation of privacy in our homes, in our cars, in our devices. It is a vital part of being an American. The government cannot invade our privacy without good reason, reviewable in court. That's the heart of America. But it also means that with good reason, reviewable in court, the government, through law enforcement, can invade our private spaces. That's the bargain of ordered liberty. The most common example is if law enforcement has probable cause to believe that there is evidence of a crime in some space that you control, whether that's your house or a safe deposit box or a car, law enforcement goes to a judge, makes a showing of probable cause and gets a warrant. And then law enforcement can search wherever the judge told them they could search and can seize whatever the judge told them that they could seize. They can take whatever the judge permitted them to take. And here's something that I don't mean to freak you out with, but I think is true. Even our memories are not absolutely private in America. Right? Any of us can be compelled, in appropriate circumstances, to say what we remember, what we saw. Even our communications with our spouses, with our clergy members, with our attorneys are not absolutely private in America. In appropriate circumstances, a judge can compel any one of us to testify in court about those very private communications. And there are really, really important constraints on law enforcement, as there should be. But the general principle is one we've always accepted in this country. There is no such thing as absolute privacy in America. There is no place in America outside of judicial reach. That's the bargain. And we made that bargain over 2 centuries ago to achieve 2 goals. To achieve the very, very important goal of privacy and to achieve the very important goal of security. Widespread default encryption changes that bargain. In my view, it shatters the bargain. And there's something seductive about the notion of absolute privacy. I love privacy. I have an Instagram account. I have 9 followers. They are all immediate relatives, and then one daughter has a serious boyfriend. I let him in because I think it's going to work out. I don't want anybody looking at my pictures. Not inappropriate pictures, but they are pictures of my life, where I travel, what I see, pictures of my children. I don't want anybody seeing them. I love privacy. But I also love and have lived by the bargain that I talked about, that is at the heart of ordered liberty. If we are going to move to a place where wide swaths of American life are off limits to judicial authority, that's a different way to live. That is a change of something at the heart of our country that affects national security cases that the FBI works, that affects criminal cases that the FBI works. It is something we have to talk about. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. But it is not something, in my view, that we should drift to. I don't ever want to get to a place where people say to me someday, hey, how come you didn't tell us that the room was going dark in which you operate? And so I'm not going to let that happen. I am keen to force a conversation about this, to have people understand the impact, so we can have an adult conversation. Now, I know people, because I've had lots of great conversations with people who see it differently than I do, and that's fine. I may not be right. But I hear people say, well, you all can get metadata, right? Or you can do lawful hacking. You can develop in secret the techniques that would allow you to bust into those 1,200 phones that you can't open today. Well, here's what I don't think people realize. Metadata is very, very limited, especially when you're talking about an obligation to prove guilt in a criminal case beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a burden that I love and accept. But metadata alone is unlikely to get you there in a case involving a pedophile, a gangster, or a terrorist. And while having other technical tools can be useful, it's incredibly expensive and it does not scale. Right? You may be able to develop a tool that when you have a search warrant to take a particular device to Quantico and open it, but it can't be used broadly because it's perishable. And so it doesn't solve the challenge that state and local law enforcement talk to me about all over the land. Now, some folks have said to me, well, aren't you suggesting we weaken encryption? Or you want back doors? I want neither of those things. I actually believe that it is not a question of whether we like strong encryption or we like weak encryption. I love strong encryption. We use it to protect the FBI's information. We believe it is essential to protecting against exactly the kind of cyber intrusions that I talked about. Strong encryption is a great thing. It allows us to protect people. But we also believe that user control of data is not a requirement for strong encryption. I'll give you an example from the FBI's life. Right? We issue personal electronic devices to our workforce, but we still retain some control over those devices. And in response to lawful authority, we have the ability to access those devices and produce information from those devices. The ability to do so by design does not require weak encryption. It does require us to design the system in a different way, as I guarantee every business in the United States who's giving their employees devices is doing. That's why I describe it not so much as a technical issue, but as a business model issue. That doesn't necessarily solve the problem, but I think it frames it in a way that makes more sense. Here's the deal, though. It is not the FBI's job to tell the American people how to live. Our job is to investigate. I think our job is to tell folks that when our tools are becoming less effective, you ought to know about it so you can figure out what to do. I also don't think it's the job of tech companies to tell the American people how to live. Their job is to innovate and to sell great stuff, stuff that I love. But it's not our job or their job to decide a question that is at the heart of how we govern ourselves. I think it's the American people's job to figure out how we want to live and how we want to govern ourselves. To have that conversation, which is really, really hard, we need to do a few things. We need to stop bumper stickering each other. There are no evil people in this debate. Right? There was all this effort to pit the FBI against Apple, even though they're the number 4 most desired employer and we're the number 5. They're an awesome company. I love their stuff. They're not evil people. They may weigh things differently than I do. That's okay. I see the world differently. Maybe I see the world too darkly, given what I see. Maybe they see it not darkly enough because they live where it's sunny all the time. I don't know. But there aren't evil people in this conversation. There are people who share the same values. And so we need to stop bumper stickering each other. We need to stop tweeting at each other. We need to find the space to have a really hard conversation about how we want to be. We need time, we need space, we need information, and we need an understanding that everyone is approaching this debate with an open mind and a genuine respect for the rule of law and for privacy and public safety. And so my hope is that we don't drift, that we use the opportunity of a new year to have a fresh conversation about, so what can we do? What might we do that helps optimize both of those values? The cyber threats we face are enormous. I don't know if we can stay ahead of them. And I think to say otherwise would be hubris. We're standing in the middle of the greatest transformation in human history. All of our lives are changing in incredible ways. I think it requires a humility on the part of the FBI and on all of us who care about this issue to understand we may not know enough, we may not be smart enough, we may not be fast enough, but starting from humility allows us to make better decisions. We have to be humble enough to know, okay, we're pretty good, but we can be a lot better. We need to ensure that cybersecurity is a priority for every enterprise in the United States at all levels. We need to get better and faster at sharing information in appropriate ways. We need to make sure we have the right people on board to help us fight that threat. And we need to build trust between the government and the private sector. And most of all, we need to work this together, because the world has shrunk, making all of us, the good people, next-door neighbors as well. Thank you for being part of that conversation. Thank you for being part of that solution. Thank you for your willingness to try and make us safer. And I appreciate your listening to me. Okay, I have 10 minutes. Ask me tricky questions. Yes, sir.
My name is Don Olson, I'm the advisory board here for programs. If you had the opportunity to advise the president and the administration on a cyber offensive capability, how would you advise on that? And then would you also have advice to private companies about counterattacking using cyber as a tool? Because we're getting into some very dangerous territory.
Yeah, the FBI's business is not cyber offensive capabilities, so I'm not expert enough or foolish enough to start answering that part of the question. I can answer your question about how companies should think about sort of self-help in that regard. Don't do it. It's a crime. Right? Don't do it. And not only is it against the law, but it runs a risk of tremendous confusion in a crowded space. And I know that's a frustrating answer often, and maybe someday our country will change the law, but the hacking back could cause all kinds of complications for things we're trying to do to protect you. And so my ask would be, before you do, you shouldn't do something like that, but before you consider it, you should talk to us and see what we might be able to do to help. From the tables? Sir.
First of all, thank you for your leadership on this important topic that is really a critical issue I think we appreciate for security and prosperity. Just a few miles away from here, we have a company that was just destroyed by a Chinese private company, perhaps they supported, resulted in the loss of, as you probably appreciate, hundreds of millions of dollars. A company basically brought in some 25,000 jobs in manufacturing.
Yep, I know it.
The question is, clearly the private sector is a role. We've established perhaps the first national communications ISAO in this region, working very effectively across sectors. To your point about private engagement, what more can we do, especially for the small and medium enterprises who don't have the assets, don't have the talent to support this national plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Especially for the questions, what more can we do, excuse me, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. Find a way to be part of, and there are many different ones, an information sharing alliance within your sector, and find a way to build a relationship with us, even if you're a small enterprise, to become part, for example, of the InfraGuard effort that we run, where you will get information from us that is useful to you, I hope. And that's something I should have said. What we're trying to do inside the Bureau is default to share. Right? And that requires a cultural change for us, because why on earth would we want to share things with you? Right? Because you're outside of us. And we worry very much about sources and methods, but what we've come to realize is, whether it's a small company, medium company, or big company, you don't need to know our sources and methods. Just as we don't need to know what's in your memos, right? We need indicators of compromise. We need the fingerprints of the bad guys. Well, that's really what you need from us. And so we are working very hard to default to share, sort of a tear line approach where you don't need to know where we got it from. You don't need to know our evaluation of it. You need to know, look for these IP ranges, look for these indicators. That's a little more complicated than people may realize, because oftentimes the information that we get is another agency's information. And so it comes to us, those of you who worked in the government will know the word ORCON. It comes to us with an originator-controlled obligation attached to it, where the FBI is not allowed to share it with anybody else without going back to the original source and asking. And so it's bigger than just the FBI changing, but I think we're getting better at it. And so what I would tell the small enterprises is, connect to InfraGuard, connect to an information sharing alliance of some sort within your sector, or even if you're not part of either of those, find a way to get to know our cyber task force people, and we will find ways to get you the indicators that you need. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Mike Simons from Michigan. Thank you for coming to speak today. About 2 years ago, I heard former Director Mueller talk about the challenges of the changing culture within the FBI from one that was how he saw as reactive to one that had to be more proactive. You've spoken about a couple of those changes today. Can you talk about where you feel the FBI is going culturally, where they need to be more proactive in this important area of cyber?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, it's a challenge that I'm sure you'll understand. Given the tyranny of the urgent, it's often difficult for us to find the space and time, the mind space, to think beyond that inbox and to what might be coming over the hill. And there's lots of different ways in which we're trying to do it. One of them is just talking about it explicitly to make sure that we have a focus on strategic intelligence in every part of the FBI. We rewrote our mission statement, our vision statement recently to make it short, but also to capture this notion. We said we want to be ahead of the threat through leadership, agility, and integration. And everybody in the organization has been forced to watch me on a video say this, so my poor people will groan when I go into it again. But ahead of the threat in two ways. Ahead of the threat, meaning the way the bad guys are trying to hurt people today, they're using different techniques. We need to adjust. But much as importantly, we need to be ahead of the threats we're not facing yet. Something is coming over the hill to hurt the American people that we can't see from our side of the hill. We have to have the space and the time and the people to climb the hill and look out over to anticipate what's coming next. And so I won't bore you with the details of how we're doing that, but a big part of it is people. Deploying people and saying, look, your job is not to work a case. Your job is not to be an intelligence analyst supporting today's effort. Your job is to sit there and think deep thoughts, to meet with academia, to meet with the private sector and think about, so what's coming over the hill? And we've gotten better at that. We've gotten some great talent into the organization and sort of put them in an ivory tower, walled them off so we don't bug them during the day so they can think well, but we're not as good as we need to be yet. So that's probably the best way to describe where we are. Ma'am.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I Kate Simmons. I head up technology and innovation for the state of Massachusetts. We have one of the densest, most prestigious healthcare systems in the country here in Boston. And I think about that as critical infrastructure for the public. And I wonder if you could speak to what messages you should be delivering back to our healthcare leaders around increasing threats that we may be seeing or that we should be caring about in terms of healthcare as critical infrastructure for the public.
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, healthcare enterprises face all the same challenges that the rest of us do, but a recent plague is important for them to focus on, and that is the ransomware plague. Oftentimes, we've discovered that a lot of hospitals and other medical facilities talk about the tyranny of the urgent, are so busy and so shorthanded often, they don't have adequate backups for their systems. And so when they're hit with a ransomware attack and their files are all locked up, their reaction is, oh my Lord, we have to pay this ransom, else we can't deliver care to our patients. And so I think there's a special need in the healthcare sector to focus on preparing for that day, because it's disastrous to pay the ransom. Because when you pay the ransom, the plague is just going to spread to more of us. And we're trying to find the people behind this and physically lock them up, but we have to make it unprofitable for them, because they've hit a few small hospital chains around the country, and we've actually had some circumstances where people paid the ransom, and then that just led to more and more attacks, because they suddenly see the healthcare sector as a piggy bank. And so all the normal hygiene things I would talk about, patching and all that, but please focus on your ability to recover from a ransomware attack. If today all of your system was locked up with crypto locker, what would you do? I hope the answer is, well, we'd go to the backup, because we back up multiple times a day, and so we have all the patient records there. But in too many places that's not true, and that's a recipe for a real problem. Okay, I've now run out of time. So thank you for this. I hope I will see you again at this. Thank you for helping us fight this scourge.
Okay, everyone, that wraps up that James Comey speech from earlier today. Boston College, the FBI director, talking about cybersecurity. We are now going to take you to a live event happening now in D.C. It's International Women's Day. Nancy Pelosi speaking momentarily.
Something that we're fighting for now more than ever. As vice chair of the bipartisan Women's Congressional Caucus and a member of the executive board of the Congressional Black Caucus, I believe that equality is always a goal that Congress must prioritize. A day without a woman, yes, a day without a woman is a day of great loss for America and the world. So let's talk about that. A day in America without a woman would be a day without primary sole earners of 40% of households with children under 10 years old. A day without a woman would be 47% of the nation's workforce. A day without a woman would be 80% of the healthcare workforce in America. A day without a woman would be close to 80% of the elementary and middle school educators in this country. And a day without a woman in the workforce, ladies and gentlemen and American citizens, 10 million businesses that are owned by women in this great country. Now, you would think our numbers would be enough to convince the need for equality for women in America, but we still have a long way to go. The unemployment rate for women in America is 4.8%. Women still underrepresented in the STEM occupations, and women only make up 4% of CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And women only represent 5% of the skilled trade workforce, but we're here today because we're going to change those numbers. We must continue to work together to bring up those unemployment rates, to get women to sit at the table. And I know if you need to bring a folding chair, kick open the door, crawl under the opening, whatever you do, we're going to get to the table of those CEOs and those boards. I want you to know that we have said it. When a woman succeeds, America succeeds. Human rights are women's rights. And I will tell you, when a woman sits at the table, the conversation changes, and we as women need to change the conversation in America, and I'm so glad to stand here with you. I am proud to bring forth another powerful woman in our Congress. I'd like to bring forth Congresswoman Repeal. Please greet her.
Hello, beautiful sisters in red. How are you doing? My name is Pramila Jayapal, and I'm proud to represent the 7th Congressional District in the state of Washington, and so proud to be here with this incredible caucus under the leadership of Leader Pelosi, Catherine Clark, who brought us together, and all these amazing women who are here to fight for women across this country and across the world. I wanted to talk to you about women's reproductive rights and to talk about the fact that women's reproductive health is not only women's rights, but it is our economic future. The reality is that we need to be able to plan our families and make decisions about our own bodies without anybody else getting in the way. And the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress have been waging a war on our health and our ability to make those decisions. Trump, in his very first few days, reinstated and expanded the global gag rule, which yanked away critical funds from organizations that provide aid across the world. And as somebody who is an immigrant from India and who has worked in public health around the world for 8 years, I can tell you that those programs are life and death for people, for women and their families around the world. Republicans also pushed through H.R. 7 in their attempt to codify the Hyde Amendment. And they are attempting to gut Title X funding. And of course, they want to defund Planned Parenthood, even though Planned Parenthood, that's right, and we are going to make sure that women across the country who get their services from Planned Parenthood are out in the streets and ready to fight to preserve those critical services across our country. Sisters, we are not going to let them roll back progress on the gains we've made, are we? We are going to make sure that we continue to provide access to health care and make sure that people understand these are our reproductive organs. Take your hands off of them. They belong to us. And let us be clear that today we are here to demand the rights of all kinds, respect, equity, racial justice for women around the world. And we are clear today, clearer than ever before, that it is always women who have led us forward, rising over and over again in the face of turmoil, women who find the courage and the resilience to turn what is lost into what can be gained. So thank you, women and men who are supporting us, for making sure that we preserve the rights of all women in the United States and around the world. Thank you. And now it is my great honor to introduce my incredible colleague, champion for women's rights from the great state of Illinois, Cheri Bustos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me hear from you if you think we need more women in Congress. 19% is not good enough. I am here to talk with you about equal pay for equal work. Anybody think we have a little work to do on that? You know, we've made some good progress, but you got to go back 50 years and you think about what's happened in these 50 years. Half a century ago is when President John F. Kennedy signed the Equal Pay Act. All right, 50 years have elapsed. The first bill that President Obama signed into law was the Lilly Ledbetter Equal Pay Act. So where do we stand today? Where do we stand today? Are we there yet? So on a national level, women make 80 cents on the dollar to what a man makes. And I've got worse news. In my congressional district, I represent the northwestern region of the state of Illinois. We make just 72 cents to the dollar. So a lot of work yet to do. For African American women nationally, 63 cents. Latinas, it's 54 cents. So women, we've got to band together. We've got so much work yet to do. And we know that this isn't just a women's issue. This is a family issue. So let's stand together. It's why this congressional session, and until we get it done, we've got to pass the Paycheck Fairness Act. And the women and the men behind you, we pledge to you that we will be supportive of that. Yes. I heard one yes. All right, yes? After all, in a country as great as ours, there's absolutely no reason that every woman here should not be making $1 for every dollar a man earns. I want to thank all of you for coming out to be supportive of us today. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to a world champion of women's rights, Jackie Spear, a member of Congress from the state of California.
Thank you. To our fearless leader, Nancy Pelosi, to all the women and men in red who are the leaders of our country on women, we say thank you for being here. You rock. In January, 3 million women, men, and children across this country in a sea of pink were there to tell the president that we refuse to be marginalized. Today, on International Women's Day and a day without a woman, this pink tide is now turning red. Nevada is poised to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment, the first state in over 40 years. And let's remind ourselves that in our Constitution, it is still not a prohibition against discrimination based on sex, and we must change that. And all across the country, women are speaking out and walking out to tell the president and his Republican enablers in Congress that we will not go back. We will not go back to an idealized post-war America where women of color were denied the vote, where LGBT Americans were denied marital and parental rights, where women could not get bank credit without the permission of their husbands, where marital rape and sexual harassment were not punishable crimes, and where women of all backgrounds died because they couldn't get life-saving health care. We will not go back to a time where simply being a woman was a pre-existing condition. And insurance companies were allowed to deny coverage or make us pay higher premiums than men. We will not go back to a time where hardworking single mothers like my constituent, Kalima, was forced to decide between her son's health and paying the rent. Today, we stand for real family values. And in solidarity with Kalima and every woman who fears the agenda of the president and congressional Republicans, today we wear red to say we will not go back. And now, the woman who's going to take us forward, the leader of the Democrats in Congress, please welcome Leader Nancy Pelosi.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon, and it is a good one to be with all of you. We are in solidarity with women across the country, across the world on International Women's Day. It's an honor to be here with my colleagues, with Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Catherine Clark, Brenda Lawrence, Lois Frankel, You heard all of them speak. I just want to acknowledge that Linda Sanchez, our vice chair of our caucus, is in the Ways and Means room with a record number of women members of the Ways and Means Committee today fighting to save of the Affordable Care Act. And so we're going to hear from Congresswoman Barragan of California, a champion on women, is going to speak to us about women and immigration. Congresswoman Barragan.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you so much. I am the daughter of immigrants from Mexico. My parents came here for a better life for their kids. Here I am in Congress now, the face of the very people this president is demeaning. Not just women, but immigrants. What's happening today at our borders is unreal. It's un-American. Just this week we heard this president is thinking of separating women and their children at the border to deter them from coming to this country. That's right, he should be ashamed of himself. I am proud to stand with my colleagues here today to stand up for women, to stand up for immigrants, to stand against this administration that thinks they can come in and tell women what to do and thinks they can come in and demean our immigrants. It's a very serious time. We need all of you out there and all of us up here to stand together to continue to move forward for women. Latinas only make 54 cents on the dollar. That is unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to stand together at this time with women. Immigration rights are women's rights. Thank you for giving me a moment to address you. And now I'll bring up our great leader, Nancy Pelosi.
Hello again. As I again say how proud it is to be with my colleagues on the steps of the Capitol and in solidarity with our members who are inside on the Energy and Commerce Committee, on the Education and Labor Committee, on the Ways and Means Committee, fighting to protect the Affordable Care Act, because we believe that health care is a right for all Americans, not a privilege for just a few. They send you their regards as well as our colleagues on the steps. And I also want to salute the members of the congressional staff who have joined us here today and for all the work that they do. Let's hear it for the staff of the congressional. To all of you who have joined us and to everyone across our country and across the world, it's an honor to join you for a day without a woman. How appropriate that it is Women's International Day as well. And since it's Women's International Day, I want to just tell you that from time to time, in my capacity as speaker and then leader, people will say to me, if you were in control of everything in the world, if you ruled the world, what one thing would you do to make the future better? That's an easy answer. The education of girls. The education of girls so that they can succeed, that they can provide for their families, the respect that it commands for them to respect their intellect and their decisions about the size and timing of their families. So much goes into the word of respect, education, family planning, and the rest. So here we are today. This is a day that is very interesting because we are observing the 100th anniversary of the first woman elected to Congress, Jeanette Rankin of Montana. It's pretty exciting. Women in America did not have the right to vote yet. In Montana they did, and they sent a woman to Congress. And she made a difference here. And she said at the time, I may be the first woman in Congress, but I know one thing for sure, I will not be the last. And she certainly has not been, but we want more. Nothing is more Nothing is more wholesome to the political process or the governance of our country than the fuller participation and leadership of women. So I've said to the women, okay, you can applaud that. I said to the women in the march, and aren't we proud of the march and all that it engendered throughout the world? Said to the women, you have marched for progress. Now you must run for office.
All right, everybody, we are going to go to the White House where Melania and Ivanka are participating in International Women's Day.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, esteemed representatives,
ladies and gentlemen, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, esteemed representatives,
All right, folks. So that was the tape playback. You didn't miss anything there. That's what happens with the top of opening remarks. The media then leaves. They spray it in the beginning, and then they leave. So we wanted to take you out there and show you how the administration was celebrating Women's Day as well. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We are getting ready for Sean Spicer in just a little bit. About 20 minutes away from Sean Spicer. All right, folks, we are going to show you some Dr. Ben Carson remarks now, next on Fox 10 and News Now stream while we wait for Sean Spicer live in about 20 minutes.
Philanthropies never left the American consciousness and helped propel him to a nomination to President Trump cabinet. Last week, he was confirmed by the Senate to serve as our nation's 17th Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. So please welcome the Honorable Dr. Ben Carson.
Well, thank you very much, and a great thanks to all of you who have decided to serve your fellow man. You know, it is really quite a sacrifice, and I think a lot of people don't recognize that who have not actually served. And this is the first time that I've been with this group since Las Vegas. I remember how warmly I was received, and I thank you for that kindness. I also want to congratulate the Ballard brothers. I had an opportunity to get to know Congressman Mario Ballard during the campaign, and just incredible service for one family, and the awards are very much deserved. You know, I can remember as a young child being born in Detroit, and we lived on Deacon Street in one of those GI homes. It was about 725 square feet, but for us it was heaven. And when my parents got divorced, we were no longer able to live there. My mother had not much in the way of skills, and we really didn't have a place to live. And we ended up moving to Boston to live with her sister and brother-in-law in a very typical tenement, all the things that you would associate with a tenement. One of the things I remember most vividly was when you'd walk into a dark room and you would turn the light on. It would look like the wall was moving because there were so many roaches scurrying around. and some of the rats that were so big. The first time I saw one, I thought it was a dog, but you know, these things were just all over the place, and my mother was working extraordinarily hard. But we moved from one place to another, with a dream of always getting back home, which I considered, you know, Deacon Street to be. And it was a number of years before we were able to get back there, but we were able to get back there, and that was always in the back of my mind. And it is so important for people to recognize the importance of housing security and having a place where you can feel safe. And unfortunately, a large number of people in our society today do not have that. And we're having a severe problem in terms of affordable housing. And it's getting worse as time goes on. It's going to require, I think, some very significant out-of-the-box thinking. A lot of people have said, well, you know, after your long career in medicine, why would you go to a place like HUD? And I ask myself that too sometimes, but no, actually, you know, in medicine, it was wonderful to be able to go into the operating room and work very hard and save a life. But it was only one life at a time, or maybe two in the case of conjoined twins, but not very many. But here you have an opportunity to truly affect, in a very positive way, millions of lives. And HUD is situated in the right position to perhaps bring some healing to this country. You know, we've seen so much rancor and so much hatred, and I don't think that that was what we had in mind when this country was started. And an opportunity to really treat everybody with extreme fairness and coming up with some ideals that will...
All right, folks, we are going to cut to you back out live here in the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We're just moments away from Sean Spicer hitting the podium there for that White House press briefing. But we're going to take you now to Biloxi, Mississippi, where the NTSB is going to be doing a press conference shortly here on the big accident that happened yesterday. Let's take you there live.
NTSB with aviation accidents, and we certainly do that, but we are an independent federal agency. We're charged by Congress to investigate transportation accidents of all modes, to determine the probable cause, and then, most importantly, issue safety recommendations to prevent those accidents from happening again. So we investigate all aviation accidents and then selected accidents in other modes of transportation. Before I go on, I'd like to acknowledge and extend our sincere condolences to those who've been affected by this tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers truly go out to them. When we arrived this morning, we've brought in a full NTSB investigative go team, and I'll talk about that. When we arrived this morning, we started coordinating with the local officials, the City of Biloxi Police Department, and the emergency responders, the fire department, as well as just preliminary meetings with CSX. Here's the factual information that we have so far, bearing in mind that we've literally just arrived and we're just beginning our investigation. Just to refresh, yesterday at about 2:15 in the afternoon, Tuesday, March the 7th, a Van Hool motor coach operated by Echo Transportation of Dallas, Texas, was traveling northbound on Main Street in Biloxi toward the grade crossing at Main and Esters, which of course is right here, Esters Boulevard. In advance of the grade crossing, There was a sign that indicated a humped crossing, as we call it, which means low clearance, low ground clearance. There were 49 passengers and 1 driver on the bus. As the bus traveled over the hump where the railroad track is, it reportedly became stuck on the track. Determining the length that that bus sat on those tracks will be critical to this investigation. Now the train. The train was a CSX freight train en route from New Orleans to Waycross, Georgia. It had 3 locomotives on the front end, 52 cars of mixed freight, and 2 crew members aboard. That would be an engineer and a conductor, which is the standard complement for a freight train. As the train is coming eastbound down the track, the train crew placed the train into emergency. That's emergency stop. The crew placed the train into emergency stop when it was about 510 feet prior to the bus. The speed at the time of the emergency brake application, approximately 26 miles per hour. At the time of the collision, the train had reduced its speed to about 19 miles per hour. So at the collision, we're calling it 19 miles per hour. The bus was pushed by the train about 200 feet. We measured it today, so it's right at about 203 feet. Preliminary reports from the first responders indicate there were 4 fatalities. Those were, of course, the bus occupants. The train crew, to my understanding, was not physically injured. I want to emphasize that we are working alongside and in conjunction with the City of Biloxi Police Department, and we very much appreciate their support and their cooperation. They're conducting their investigation as they normally would do if the feds weren't here, and we're conducting our investigation as we're authorized by Congress to do. So we're operating independent investigations, but we are sharing information, and that's the way we work when we go into accidents. The NTSB's investigator in charge for this accident is Pete Kotowski, and that's K-O-T-O-W-S-K-I, K-O-T-O-W-S-K-I. Pete has over 40 years of investigative experience. Mr. Kotowski is leading a multidisciplinary team of experts, and the team will consist of expertise in the following areas. The bus operations. We'll be looking at the motor carrier itself. What type of record do they have? We'll be looking at the driver's record, the driver's training, his employment records, his health records. And he's not required to, but we would certainly hope that we could interview him as well. That would give us a very important perspective. We've got railroad experts here. We'll be looking at hopefully interviewing the train crew. We'll be looking at the signals to see if they were functioning properly. We'll be looking at the crossing gates, again, to see if they're functioning properly, and the overall operation of the train. The highway factors. There is a hump, crossover, and then it drops down. That creates the hump. We're very interested in measuring that hump, documenting it, surveying it, understand the geometry of that hump. We want to look at the signage and markings that were in place, that were before the hump. And we're very interested in any prior problems that may have been at this particular grade crossing. Our preliminary information shows that since 1976, there have been, not including yesterday's crash, but since 1976, there have been 16 vehicle-to-train collisions at this crossing prior to this one. There was one fatal collision in 2003. There was a fatal collision in 1983. And then, of course, the event yesterday. I think most of you know, yes, in January, there was a tractor-trailer truck that apparently became bottomed out on this same track that resulted in a collision with the train. I'm sorry, that was a Pepsi-Cola truck, not a tractor-trailer truck. But in August of 2014, there was a tractor-trailer that bottomed out that led to a collision. We will have experts looking at the survival factors, and they will be studying the injuries. They'll be documenting the intrusion into the bus. They'll be trying to document the seat location to see why certain injuries were a certain way while other injuries were different. We want to understand how and when people evacuated the train. Did some people get off prior to the collision? Those are the sorts of things that we will want to know. We'll also want to know about the emergency response as well as the emergency preparation. Recorders. We've brought an expert in from our NTSB's Engineering and Research Division, and they will be looking at the recorders. We know that the train had a forward-facing image recorder on it, so that will be very important. We will send that back to Washington, D.C., where it can be analyzed at the NTSB's Recorders Lab. We don't know at this time whether or not the bus had a forward image recorders, but we're finding that many carriers these days, many motor carriers do have image recorders. And so we will be seeing what we can, we'll see if there's such an event recorder on this bus. We will download the engine control modules from the bus, so we can determine information from that. While we're talking about recorders, we don't think of cell phones as being recorders, but as we all know, we can get a lot of information from there. So we will see if there's any phone information that the passengers may have had, any surveillance footage that may be from nearby cameras. We know that there's a store right here that has still photographs that are facing out toward the west. So any type of footage like that we will be interested in getting, and I'll tell you in just a moment how we would like to get that. We would like to know if there are any calls made to the railroad to report that a vehicle may have been occupying the tracks. We checked it earlier on the signal mast over here. There is a placard that says if there's a train emergency, basically if there's a vehicle on the tracks, to call the railroad and report this. So we will want to know if there was any such effort to do that. We also have our specialist from the NTSB's Office of Transportation Disaster Assistance. And these are very talented, compassionate people that work with the victims' families to make sure that their needs are being met. Throughout the next few days, our investigators will work on scene to thoroughly document the accident site and to gather factual information. Our mission is not only to find out what happened, but why it happened. And that's critical, so that we can keep accidents like this, keep tragedies like this from happening in the future. And that's really the reason that we are here, is to learn from this so that it does not happen again. The way I look at it, people always want to know, well, when will you have the accident solved? And we're not here on scene to solve the accident, the crash, the collision. We're here strictly on scene at Biloxi to collect what I call the perishable evidence, the information that goes away with the passage of time. So we're just collecting that information now. We will then take it back to Washington and start piecing together the pieces of the puzzle. Right now, our mission is just to get that information that can go away with the passage of time, like documenting the tracks, the witness marks, the scraping marks that might be in the ground, interviewing witnesses because their memories can change over time. That's what our focus is right now. We're not here to speculate, to conduct analysis, or determine the cause. That will come later. My commitment to you is that as we uncover information over the next day or so, my commitment is that we will brief you on what we are finding. And I suspect we will hold unless there's any substantial information coming out this afternoon, we probably will not have a press briefing this evening, but hopefully we will have substantial information.
All right, everybody, looks like we lost that shot there in Mississippi with the NTSB giving us an update on the situation there of that tragic accident that happened yesterday. Let's go to the White House press briefing room as we are getting ready for Sean Spicer any moment now.
You and Charlie Sheen.
That's the only thing we have in common.
Well, I'll leave it at that. Good morning. First off, I want to acknowledge, as the President did this morning, that today's International Women's Day. It's also Women's History Month. We're going to be holding several events throughout the month here at the White House to honor and celebrate women and how their vital contributions have and continue to be to our society, our economy, our family, and our businesses. The President tweeted this morning about the surge in hiring in the 2 months that he's been in office. LinkedIn's workforce report states that January and February were the strongest consecutive months for hiring in over a year and a half. A new report from ADP and Moody's showed strong private job growth that is far exceeding market expectations. And just this morning, Samsung confirmed that it's planning a, quote, major investment in U.S. production facilities, directly citing the President's election as an influence in their decision. The initial investment is expected to reach around $300 million. We keep seeing that the wave of optimism and growth in the wake of President's pledges to help American businesses continues to produce real results for people throughout our nation. Yesterday, I forgot to, there are a couple things that I didn't get to yesterday, so let me mention a couple of those. Yesterday afternoon, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dr. David Shulkin, and senior White House staff met with several veteran service organizations, including what's commonly referred to as the Big Six, to discuss the President's commitment to helping our veterans and modernizing our VA. The meeting represented another step in fulfilling the President's promise to the men and women who have served our nation so honorably. I know the President looks forward to personally following up on that meeting with the VSOs. Also last night, the President named several individuals whom he intends to nominate or appoint to key administration posts. Courtney Simmons Elwood, General Counsel of the Central Intelligence Agency; Noel Francisco, Solicitor General at the Department of Justice; Jeffrey Rosen, Deputy Secretary of Transportation; John J. Sullivan, General Counsel at the Department of Defense; Ajit Pai, member of the Federal Communications Commission; and Tony Saig, Jr., the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Treasury. Expect further announcements as the week goes on. Now on to the events of the day. This morning, after receiving his daily intelligence briefing, the President met with Lorraine Powell Jobs, the founder and president of Emerson Collective, an organization dedicated to removing the barriers that unfortunately prevent some in the world from achieving their full potential. They discussed education and immigration policy, which are two of the areas that Emerson Collective focuses on. Then the President held a strategic affairs lunch focused on infrastructure with leaders in the private sector. Infrastructure used to be a point of American pride, but now an overbearing, ineffective regular system can keep projects in limbo for years. The President has already started removing the regulatory roadblocks that have been killing projects before they've even begun through his executive actions, streamlining the permitting process and calling for each agency throughout the government to identify regulations that cause undue burden. As the President has said many times, strong public-private partnerships will also be key to revitalizing our country's ruined roads, crumbling bridges, and outdated airports. The government has wasted too much of the taxpayers' money on inefficient and misguided projects. By looking at infrastructure from a business person's perspective, as the President and these executives do, we can restore respect for the taxpayer dollar and make the best investment. The President was particularly pleased to be holding this meeting now that Secretary of Transportation Chow, EPA Administrator Pruitt, and Energy Secretary Perry are all confirmed and getting to work. In attendance at the lunch, as I mentioned, were Secretary Chow, Secretary Perry, Administrator Pruitt, and then Richard Lafrock, the CEO of Lafrock, Steve Roth, the CEO of Vornado Realty Trust, Josh Harris, co-founder of Apollo Global Management, Bill Ford, the CEO of General Atlantic, Lynn Scarlett, the Managing Director of the Nature Conservancy, Tyler Duvall, the partner at McKinsey, and Elon Musk of SpaceX. Later this afternoon, the President will meet with Congressman Elijah Cummings to discuss rising prescription drugs prices. I know the President's looking forward to continuing the dialogue that they started a few weeks ago on the phone. At 4 o'clock, the President will meet with Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke, Senator Murkowski, and Senator Sullivan of Alaska. They're expected to discuss the priorities of the Department of Interior, especially as it pertains to the government-owned lands in Alaska. This evening, the President will meet with conservative leaders about health care. We'll have more details and participants on that meeting a little bit later this afternoon. The President and the Vice President continue to reiterate their support for the House bill on Obamacare, repeal and replace, and look forward to working with Congress to institute a new health care system. Tonight, the President will have dinner with Senator and Mrs. Cruz, and finally, a couple of additional administration announcements. Today, the President and the First Lady announced the initial details for the 139th White House Easter egg roll taking place on Monday, April 17th. They are honored to continue the traditions of the past while creating new ones that will play a lasting role in the fabric of our nation's history. Tickets to the Easter egg roll are free to the public and will be allotted through an online lottery. Further details on the lottery and information on that day will be released later this month. Keep an eye on whitehouse.gov for updates on that. I'm also pleased to announce, a little bit proud, that the Taoiseach Kenny of Ireland will be visiting the White House for the traditional St. Patrick's Day visit on March 16th. We'll have further details on that visit as well as the other foreign leader visits later this week. With that, some questions. David Smith of The Guardian.
Hi, John. Can I ask about the President's state visit to the UK? Is there timing for that, and what was your reaction to some members of Parliament in Britain saying the President is not welcome? They actually use words like racist and sexist. Has that led him to reconsider?
The President, as you know, accepted Her Majesty's invitation when the Prime Minister was here. He looks forward to going over and visiting the United Kingdom. As we have details to share with you further, we will, but there is nothing further at this time. Caitlin.
Does the White House have a reaction to the Iranian vessels coming within 150 yards of a Navy ship over the weekend? Aren't they on notice, and will you offer anything beyond a verbal reaction? And then I have a follow-up question.
Okay. The USNS ship that was in close proximity is obviously something that the President has been made aware of. The President's been very clear that this provocative action is something that won't be tolerated. With that, I would refer you to the Department of Defense, who is monitoring that situation and will talk about the appropriate actions they may take. Your next one.
And then secondly, does he have any plans to revamp the H-1B visa program by the April 1 deadline?
I think we've talked before about immigration as a whole. I think there is the legal part of immigration and then the illegal part of immigration. The President's actions that he's taken in terms of his executive order and other revamping of immigration policy have focused on our border security, keeping our country safe, our people safe, and then obviously whether it's H-1B visas or the other ones, spousal visas, other areas of student visas, I think there is a natural desire to have a full look at, comprehensive look at that. He discussed the RAISE Act yesterday with Senators Perdue and Cotton. We'll have more on that coming forward, but I think as the readout mentioned, he was very supportive of their efforts with respect to how we view legal immigration. He mentioned in his joint address that we're one of only a handful of countries that doesn't use a merit-based system of immigration, and that is something that we need to look at in its totality. Hunter.
Thank you, Sean. I had two quick questions. Are you aware of any women who work at the White House who are participating in the strikes today? And also more generally, what is the administration's reaction to this protest? And do you think it's an effective way, skipping work is an effective way for women to demonstrate their power and significance?
On the first part, I am not aware of any that are not here. I think everyone that I'm aware of has shown up and is working really hard to advance the President's agenda. They're committed to moving this country forward. For those of us who have joined the President throughout government, I think, but obviously as the President stated today, we want to recognize the contributions that women make to our businesses, to our families, to our economy, to our society. And, you know, it's a free country. People have the right to express themselves. But I think that we should, on a daily basis, not just one day a year, but 365 days a year, appreciate the contributions that women make in all of those categories. So it's not, it shouldn't be a daily thing, and it's hopefully we can help fix that a little bit more. John.
Thanks a lot, Sean. There seems to be this groundswell of conservative opposition to the health care bill that was offered up by leadership in the House of Representatives. You mentioned the President's going to be meeting this evening with conservatives. What is his message to those individuals? Are they members of the Freedom Caucus? Will Senator Rand Paul be there? And can you give a sense about what the President intends to do to turn around that opposition that was quite apparent yesterday?
So a few things on that. One, as I mentioned, we'll have a list of participants later. Two, I think that there has been a lot of, from business and conservative groups have been very supportive of this, whether it's Americans for Tax Reform, Americans Taxpayers Union, the Medical Device Manufacturing Association, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, AvaMed, One Nation Health, Consumer Health Products Association, the Association of AMAC, the National Association of Wholesale Distributors, the American Legislative Exchange Council, and others. There's been tremendous support for this. We've had people throughout Washington, D.C. going to different associations and groups throughout the days, last couple of days, talking about the benefits of this. And we're going to continue to do outreach. He met, as you know, yesterday with the House Whip team, expressing his unwavering support for the bill and the process that's about to encounter. He'll work with these individuals today. And we're going to have a full court press. Our team is throughout the administration on local radio and local television to get that message right to the American people. To talk about both of the things that we talked about yesterday, why we have a crisis right now in healthcare and why Obamacare is failing. But then secondly, why the solution that the president's worked on with the House is the right one to bring down costs and to reinstitute choice. So that message is going to continue to get delivered both today and for the next several weeks until it passes the House and the Senate and comes back to his desk. But again, one of the important messages that I think those on the conservative side need to understand is right now there is an uneven playing field. If you get your insurance through Medicaid, Medicare, through the government, or an employer-based health care, you are untaxed, your employer's untaxed. It is those self-employed individuals, those small businesses that are paying the penalty for this. And that's what I think we have to remember is that we talk so often on the conservative side and on the Republican side about the importance of entrepreneurship, the importance of small businesses to our economy. And yet they're the ones who suffer right now with an inequity in the tax system. And I think that by leveling that playing field and by giving them more options and driving down cost, we're actually doing a very conservative thing here. By removing the mandate of a government-mandated, you must buy this program or you will pay a penalty, and eliminating choice, we are enacting, I think, very strong conservative values in health care that give all Americans more choice at a lower cost. So I think that should be a very positive message, John.
Yes, thank you. As a brand new federal employee, I'm sure you're aware.
Recurrent, welcome back.
Yes, well, at the moment.
Thank you.
I'm sure you and your family are aware that Office of Personal Management offers a very comprehensive health care program called the Federal Employees Health Benefit Program.
Yes.
You and anyone in this building, on the Hill, their staff, their family, their friends, not their friends, their family, can, well, maybe, who knows? Very generous. No, it's state of the art. The individuals involved in the healthcare situation right now, the debate, no matter how it plays out, can they really have the kind of sympathy and empathy for individuals who may not benefit nearly as much when they're negotiating all these plans, Sean?
In what respect?
Well, I mean, you're fine. You're covered.
Sure,
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate. First of all, I'm not fine because I think because of Obamacare, premiums on everybody have gone up. No, regardless of what you pay, federal employees make a contribution to their health care plan as well. And I think that all premiums have increased over the last, whether you're in an employer-based system or not. So I mean, one of the big issues with Obamacare was in order to fix a problem that faced 15 to 20 million people is that the entire system got shattered and prices on everybody got ratcheted up. People who were on Medicaid suddenly lost their ability. So the issue was that in an attempt to solve a problem that affected a very specified and defined group of people, we affected the entire healthcare market. So whether or not you get it from an employer or not, but to your question, that's part of the issue. Hold on. Here's the issue. You're right. You're absolutely right. Right now, if you're a federal employee, in a lot of cases in state, you get to open a book and you get to look at what plan matters to you. What plan is best for you or your family? How much do you want to pay? How much coverage do you want to have? What's the copay you're willing to risk? What services or benefits do you want as part of your plan? Absolutely. But the issue is for so many Americans, they don't have that choice. For a third of for a third of the counties in this country, they've got one choice. One. And in a lot of states, they've got none, or the exchanges are becoming fewer and fewer. The number of doctors and plans that take Medicaid, fewer and fewer. So to your point, I think actually we're in a unique place because we get to understand what the average American should get, that we shouldn't be limited to a specified number of people.
I appreciate your argument. Very well taken.
Thank you.
However, I'm going to compare a GS5 or a GS9 to a senator or a secretary of one of the agencies.
Okay.
I mean, the safety net on those individuals gives them a certain cushion. And they're negotiating, but do they really have that kind of compassion or that kind of empathy for the people who, in fact, may be thrown off the health care?
I mean, I think that just because somebody has health care doesn't mean that they can't empathize with somebody who doesn't. You know, we all have family and friends that are suffering. I mean, that's like saying because I have a job, I can't be empathetic to somebody who doesn't have a job. I mean, we all have family or friends. It's the same thing when we watch a friend or a family member suffer through a terminal disease. Because we haven't suffered through it doesn't mean that we can't have compassion towards that person or be concerned on how much that bill is costing them. I mean, that's actually, in some ways, you know, it's depending on, you know, the relationship you have with that person, you can even feel worse. You can feel guilty about how much you have and how you're not able to help that person. I think in many cases that's what drives us, is to know that there are options available to some Americans and not others.
I appreciate your response.
Thank you. John.
John, we've confirmed that there is a criminal investigation into this alleged theft of cyber tools from the CIA by WikiLeaks. What can the White House tell us about the situation, in particular the fact that it seems like there's another leak from the intelligence community that's on the scale of Edward Snowden? And can you assure the American people that none of these tools have ever been used against them?
Well, there's a couple things in that. Number one, for obvious reasons, it is our policy as a government not to confirm the authenticity of any kind of disclosure or hack. That would be highly inappropriate for us. But, you know, all of these occurred under the last administration. That is important. All of these alleged issues. And I think it's interesting to have it asked this way about the damage that could have occurred or what tools could be used in light of what's been going on recently. I mean, we've had, you know, Your Own Network's correspondent James Rosen had his phones, multiple phones, tapped. What is, you know, was that appropriate back then? I think there's a lot of concern out there about alleged leaks. I mean, there's two steps to this, and I think what you saw over the last week in terms of this should be a major concern to people in terms of the leaks that are coming out and the desire to get to the bottom of them, whether or not specifically with respect to the disclosure that you're referring to, but I think the idea that we are having these ongoing disclosures of national security and classified information should be something that everybody is outraged in this country. This is the kind of disclosure that undermines our country, our security, and our well-being. And you've seen over the last 2 years, you know, depending on the leak, it depends on the outrage. It's interesting how whether the leak occurred under the last administration, you had member after member talking about disclosures that occurred during the last administration, whether it was members of Congress. You know, Elijah Cummings expressed concern during the last administration in terms of the Americans that were, you know, when it dealt with Hillary Clinton, there was complete outrage about the leaks that occurred, members calling for investigations into the leaks. It's interesting how there is sort of a double standard with when the leaks occur, how much outrage there is. And so I do think it's important, while I don't want to get into confirming or denying this particular thing, I think it is interesting how different subjects are approached. This one, everyone is immediately rushing to, and there should be a lot more coverage of this. This alleged leak should concern every single American in terms of the impact it has on our national security.
Can I ask something unrelated?
Of course you can.
Robin Shahini has been imprisoned in Iran since last October for collaborating with a hostile government, that government being the United States of America. He's on a hunger strike. Apparently his health is suffering. Is the President aware of Mr. Shahini's plight and that of 3 other Americans who are being held in Iran? And what, if anything, might the President be doing about it?
Yeah. So obviously we're aware of the situation. In that particular case, I would refer you to the State Department.
I wanted to go back to an earlier question. What is the President personally going to be doing in order to sell this health care bill? And what's he going to do to convince reticent lawmakers to come along, people like Rand Paul who don't like it?
Well, I mean, we're on day 2. As I mentioned, we've been out in local talk radio and local markets. The President yesterday met with the House Deputy Whips. Today, he's having a series of additional meetings with conservative groups, with others. He's already talked to insurance agents. I mean, we've talked about the lead up to this with the insurance executives, with companies, with various members of the House and the Senate from both parties. He met with governors, attorneys general. I think there's a group of lieutenant governors coming in. We're going to be aggressively going after talking about the solution that we have for healthcare, both the need to repeal the current Obamacare system and the need to replace it with something that gives patients the choices and costs that they need. As I mentioned yesterday, and I can't overstate this, there's a difference between having a card and having care. Being told you have coverage and not being able to use it is no good. And that's the thing that I think is really important. When we get asked the question so often, how many people are going to be covered? That's not the question that should be asked. How many people are going to get the care they need? Having coverage with a high deductible, and in some cases, or not having a plan that allows you to get the coverage you need or afford it, isn't real coverage. It's a card. And I think that's the big difference in the approach that we're taking here. It's how do we get people the affordable care they need, that there's more choice, that more doctors are coming into the system instead of leaving. And that is a big, big difference in the approach that's happening now. Cecilia?
On the road to try to sell it?
I think you will see a lot of travel and a lot of activity by the president and all of the administration. And it's not just going to be the president. It's going to be, the secretary, the directors, key administration staff. The vice president's been actively engaged in meeting on the Hill, on talk radio, on local television. You've seen a flurry of meetings with outside interests, with op-eds explaining the problem and engaging groups and associations and that have an interest in this, and industry leaders. But this is going to be a very, very aggressive, comprehensive approach to making sure that every American understands that there is a major problem and that we are here to fix it. Cecilia.
On WikiLeaks, I want to go back to that. Two parts. Is the president outraged by this?
Well, I mean, again, I don't want to. The allegations, he has been very clear about the concern that he has for leaks. This is, well, again, Cecilia, I think he is very concerned about the allegations that are out there in terms of what may or may not happen. It is an allegation. It is something that we are not going to confirm at this time. But as you can imagine from the president's previous comments, he is extremely concerned about this, about these allegations, about this, about the potential that something, if this were true, would have on our national security. And make no mistake about it, I think the president has talked before that anybody who leaks classified information will be held to the highest degree of law. We will go after people who leak classified information. We will prosecute them to the full extent of the law. This is playing with our nation's national security is not something that should be taken lightly under this administration.
On this one, when it came to the campaign and Hillary Clinton, the president said, quote, "I love WikiLeaks." Does he still feel that way today?
There is a big difference between disclosing John Podesta's Gmail accounts about a back and forth and his undermining of Hillary Clinton and his thoughts on her on a personal nature, and the leaking of classified information. There is a massive, massive difference between those two things. And I think it is, again, the interest and the outrage that occurred last year by a lot of Democrats when it came to leaks is interesting that we're hearing not as much outrage now when it comes to some of our issues of national security. April.
Sean, a couple of questions. One, you said Congressman Cummings, you affirmed Congressman Cummings is meeting with President Trump today.
Yes.
In the last press conference, solo press conference the president had, he talked about Senator Schumer telling Elijah Cummings not to come. What happened to smooth this over, and what is the conversation going to be about? Is it just going to solely be on the high cost of prescription drugs?
Well, I think that the nature of the meeting stems from the conversation they had on the phone, which was on prescription drugs, and then I'm sure that if Congressman Cummings or the President brings up another subject, it'll go there. We'll try to have some sort of readout afterwards, depending on how that goes. But it's the nature of it is an area where they agree. And if you remember, one of the things that they talked about on the phone was that there were probably several more areas that they would agree on and find that they would agree on throughout a conversation. And I hope that conversation, does exactly what they said that it would in terms of, getting to those areas of common agreement where they can work together to help solve additional problems that our country faces.
So you don't have any any knowledge of what happened to smooth that over for him?
I know our teams were in touch with his office immediately followed, and as you know, there were a couple times when the meetings had been tried to be scheduled and just didn't work out, and luckily now it was able to.
He's one member of the 49 of the CBC. Right after that press conference, the White House reached out to the Congressional Black Caucus, to Cedric Richmond, the head of the caucus. Where is that meeting? Where does that meeting land? Is it happening?
I know that we've reached out, and we're looking for a date on that as well. But so we're pleased that this one was able to come together, and then we'll get to the next. Yeah.
Yesterday there was a compare and contrast with visual show and tell, if you will.
Yes, I saw that on a few shows.
Yes, you were there. Yes. And you compared and contrasted about how you're going about it and how the Obama administration went about Obamacare. One difference that they've made note of, and I want to get your response to this, is the fact that you may have this and said that you're doing this versus what they're doing. The one thing that they say that you did not do, that they did, had their bill scored by CBO, and you did not score it by CBO.
Sure, it is being scored. Look, with all due respect to them, this is the same group that said, who passed it and then told us we could read it. This bill is online for every American to go to readthebill.gop. It's on the Speaker's website. We link to it on several accounts that we've tweeted. I understand that. And again, if that's the complaint, this is the same group that didn't let anybody read it, that jammed it through with no bipartisan support. This president's reached out to both sides of the aisle, had governors here, has senators here to get their input. There is no contrast between what we did and what they did. This was a full effort to reach out to the members in the House and the Senate. It's going through regular order in the House. Every member of the House and the Senate will be able to have their opportunity to have amendments offered through the committee process and on the floor. So the idea that they can compare the date that they got a score is pretty reaching deep on this, because there's been an opportunity for members to have their input on this and to talk about their concerns, to give their input on it, especially the governors who were left on the sideline last time and who have such an important role in administering health care when it comes to Medicaid. The idea that anyone talks about when the score was issued, there'll be a score in all good time. But the other thing is, let's be honest, the irony of the score is that the CBO was way off the last time. I don't think that that we're waiting to, that's a big issue to us right now. Of course cost matters, but look at how off they were last time. If you're looking at the CBO for accuracy, you're looking in the wrong place. They were way, way off last time in every aspect of how they scored and projected Obamacare. In terms of, but neither did they. Last time, if you look at the number of people that they projected would be on Obamacare, they are off by millions. So the idea that we're waiting for a score, it will be scored, but the idea that that's any kind of authority based on the track record that occurred last time is a little far-fetched. Jessica.
Two questions on the wall, Sean. As you know, the bids for prototypes went out today, and I just was curious about the timing of that, how much pressure there was to get that going quickly, and then secondly, is there guidance from the White House about what kinds of vendors can build the wall, especially can international vendors build the wall?
I think that process is working through, as the president has talked about before. We're trying to move ahead with existing funds that DHS has, and then we will continue to create a timeline to ask Congress for that funding. We're working with Congress on that. And then, I don't think it'll be any surprise to know that the president is going to favor American workers and American companies when it comes to an American project. That should be any kind of surprise. Blake.
It's looking increasingly likely that the Federal Reserve next week will hike interest rates. Two brief questions. One, how does the president feel about that? And secondly, does he have the full confidence of Janet Yellen, who he described during the campaign as too political to lead the Federal Reserve to set monetary policy?
Let me get back to you on that one. I don't have any comment on the Federal Reserve. I'll look at the team. What I will say is that, as I mentioned at the outset, when you look at the hiring and the jobs and the manufacturing and the pace, the consumer confidence and the CEO indexes that have already come out in the first 2 months, we see a resurgence in optimism in the economy by job creators to want to hire here, who want to manufacture here, who want to grow here. And I think that our economy is clearly on the upswing. And I think you see statement after statement, company after company, coming out and sharing in the president's vision for moving the country forward and for renewing the optimism in building and being part of an American resurgence in terms of our economy.
The no comment was on Mrs. Yellen or on his thoughts of a rate hike?
I'll get back to you on both. How's that? Yeah, go ahead.
April's last question about the differences between this administration and the previous one and how to approach this issue. One thing that the Obama administration did do was get key stakeholders to the table. The AARP, the American Medical Association. Both of those organizations have come out today strongly opposed to this proposal. What's your message particularly with respect to the AARP? And
I think the AARP got a really good deal last time when it came to prescription drugs in particular. I think this is a patient-centric bill. It's about patients, it's about people, it's about the Americans who left behind. Look at what those deals got people last time. I mean, for all those people that are on Medicaid in particular, they don't have choices anymore. So I would argue that the president has put the American people first and has put patients first. So you can talk about, we're glad to have support. Make no mistake about it. But I think that the support that this administration and I think the House is focused on is getting every American their buy-in and their support. That's, obviously, look, we would love to have every group on board, but this isn't going to be, every single deal we heard about it getting through, like the Cornhusker kickback, this and that, over and over again, it was one deal after another to buy votes to get it through the Senate. So if you want to line up how many special interests got paid off last time versus now, they'll probably win hands down. This isn't, hold on, but this isn't about trying to figure out how many special interests in Washington we can get paid off. It's about making sure that patients get the best deal that lowers prices and bring back costs. But again, I think what I'm trying to figure out is at some point you're defending the indefensible. Nancy Pelosi put out 3 criteria for how they judge Obamacare, and by their own standards, they fail on all 3. Costs are up, choices are down. There's no other way to judge that. By every account, every single premium, by every standard is up. Choices are down across the country. So there is a horrible deal that the American people got sold. And what we're trying to do is put patients back first in line.
So the AARP is specifically talking about patients in their 50s and 60s. The AARP describes this as an age tax that will disproportionately affect people who right now are low income, benefiting from subsidies under Obamacare, and could stand, according to the AARP's estimate, to take a hit of thousands of dollars in their premium payments each year when the subsidies go away and the tax credits go in. What's your message to those who voted for the president?
Right, and the message for the president is that we want you to get more choice and a lower cost. And I think that as we work this bill through daylight, not jam it through in the middle of the night, that they're going to see, as more and more people will, that this is a deal for the American people that's going to put patients first, lower their costs, and give them more choices. But again, there is probably not a person out there, either through themselves or a loved one or a friend or a colleague, that has seen choices go down and premiums go up. So what people are dealing with now is not acceptable. And I think that the idea that anyone is defending the current status quo, and even in some of the statements of some of the groups, they admit that there's a problem right now. And so my advice to those people is join the process. Share your ideas, share your thought, let the process work its will so that it is a bill that has input. But the bill, the way it was done last time, is not something that's acceptable. Shannon.
Is the president worried, though, that every major doctors group, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Physicians, have all come out and said they have serious concerns? For all the talk of doctors and patients and choice, the doctors groups are all so far unanimously coming out and saying they're not supportive of this. Is that concerning?
No, I think when you look at a lot of doctors versus the associations here in Washington, we have had tremendous input from doctors themselves. Dr. Price himself, a doctor, is the one who crafted this. So you have a doctor in charge of the administration's effort to work with Congress. You've got several physicians and other medical professionals in Congress that are talking about the experiences they have. In fact, many of them ran for Congress because of the concerns they saw in their own industry. I have respect for some of the work that some of these Washington, D.C. based associations do. At the end of the day, this is about patients and about the input from doctors who are on the front line of seeing patients and talking about the care that they're able to give or not to give to people. Anita, I'm sorry.
Okay, if you mind if I follow up with on something else you said?
I don't, I'm sorry.
You've talked about people having a card. You've got a card, but it's a $2,000 deductible, and there's only 10 doctors in your town that'll see you, let's say. Well, but that's better than nothing if you get cancer or hit by a car. So maybe this makes access, right, but it is better if no insurance. So if this expands access
to people and choice, but it reduces the number of people who actually have
But I don't think
health insurance. So can it do both?
Yeah, of course it can, and it will do both by ensuring that more people. Right now, you've got more people not, paying the penalty and saying, "I don't want health care. I'm not going to pay the penalty because costs are too high." And it was probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, before Obamacare went into place, a single young individual person on the open market could get a premium, a plan with a premium of $100, $150 a month. It's in the high 300s now. And I think that there's a big difference. You're not, for young people just entering the workplace, for example, your example, they go get into an accident. Right now, you've got a lot of individuals that get off their parents' health care and say, I'm healthy. I have no desire to go get health care. It's another few $100s a month that I don't have or that I'd rather spend on something else. If we can get that cost down, it makes a lot more sense and get them plans that are tailored to them. 27, 28-year-old individuals don't need care that's for folks, that talks about certain things, that a plan that has certain things that are towards the end of life. But right now you've got one-size-fits-all, government-run, government-mandated plans that offer people a suite of medical services that they do not need because there's no choice, and it's a government-mandated system. I think offering more choice and more competition allows people to pick a plan that is more tailored to your needs. And this goes back a second to what John was asking, that if you can actually pick a plan and across state lines find one that suits you as an individual, as opposed to, maybe there's a family plan that's more comprehensive. It has dental and vision and all the things that your kids are going to need because, of all the things that you anticipate, then that's a plan that, a young family might need versus an older person that's single or a younger person that's just entering the workforce. But right now there's no competition, there's no choice. So it's not an either-or situation. We're facing a situation where more and more people are getting less and less and paying more and more for it, and that's the wrong way to go. Mara.
Anita. Oh, sorry, Anita.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Anita, then Mara.
Switching gears completely. The military have recently conducted some kind of exercise at the naval base at Guantanamo Bay, and it was preparing for a migrant crisis. And there is a DHS migrant center there, and I wondered if the administration has considered and what you all think about using that facility for immigrants. Has that come up?
I mean, that particular exercise, to the best of my knowledge, is a rather regular exercise that occurs, as do many of the exercises that the military prepares for in a whole host of contingency operations. So that is a routine military operation.
Consideration, though?
No, I'm not going to. It is a routine military operation, as several of them do with our partners throughout the world, where we plan for random contingencies that may or may not happen. That's the job of the military, to practice for contingencies that may or may not happen on a whole host of issues, but to try to ascertain,
Are you all considering using the facility for immigrants?
There is nothing to consider it for. I think we're fine right now. There's nothing that we would need to use it for. But again, I mean, I think part of the goal of preparing the military going through various exercises is on a whole host of issues. On refugees, they prepare for natural disasters. We're not anticipating a natural disaster, but we prepare for them. We at the White House, when we were coming in as an administration, we did, I think we briefed during the transition period, we did what we call a right seat, left seat operation with the outgoing administration. So we sat down and talked about cyber attacks and natural disasters and the whole of government response in some of these things. It doesn't mean that we anticipate them. It doesn't mean that we want them. It means that we're going to prepare for them. In the same way that many organizations do fire drills. It's not that you anticipate or expect a fire, but you prepare for them, as many families do. Preparedness is the key to executing well, and I think that's all we're doing.
And secondarily, the Louisville media is reporting that President Trump will be there on Saturday. Can you confirm that? And is this about health care, as you just said he was going to make the rounds?
Yeah, I've seen that report. We have nothing to announce with respect to the president's schedule at this time. But as I mentioned earlier to, I think it was Shannon, that we will have, or is it Jill? I can't, somewhere in this area. We will have an update on the president's schedule, but later this week. But I do anticipate the president to be very active in his support for the repeal and replace effort, and so this is what you should expect. Now, Mara.
The CBO score is supposed to come out next week, and you just called into question their credibility.
I didn't call into question. Just so we're clear, I'm just. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. I can answer. Their record is what I'm calling into question to. When you look at the number of people and the cost on what they scored the last Obamacare bill on, it's way off. That's a fact. That's not anything more than that.
Well, people base their votes on what they think is going to happen to the cost and the coverage.
That's right.
Lose coverage. Is there any analytic organization that you would accept a score from?
Well, I think that there's, I mean, I think OMB will probably put out a score on that. No, I'm not saying, but Mark, hold on, all I'm saying is look at what the CBO's record is on Obamacare. It's vastly off. I think they projected 20 million people to be on Obamacare this year. I believe the number's 12. They're way off in terms of the millions. So it's not a question of whether I'm questioning anything. Anyone that can actually do basic math can understand that their projections for Obamacare the last time were way off the mark. And so my only point is that I think when they come out with this score, we need to understand the track record when it comes to health care. John,
do you think has a good track record? Is there any scoring organization that you think has
there's
a good
probably
track
a lot,
record?
and I think members have to look at a lot of things to cast their vote on. They're going to have to look at the totality of the bill, the support of their constituents, the current state of things. I think that there is no question. Look, when you look at the trajectory of the cost right now in terms of premiums, you can either say, and not just the premiums, but Obamacare is going to collapse on its own weight very soon. And the president made it very clear in his press conference and a lot of previous statements. The politically easy thing to do is just let it collapse and let Democrats come back to the table. I don't think that's the right thing, and the president's made it clear he doesn't think that's the right thing. This is an opportunity for him to show the American people that the right thing to do is to care about their health care options and the costs that they're paying.
And one last thing, you mentioned deductibles before and how they're going up under Obamacare. Are you promising people that their deductibles will come down under this plan?
Everything that we have been led to believe about how this is yes, this will drive costs down. When you talk about opening up pooling, when you talk about driving costs down because you can buy it over state lines, everything that has driven up costs, all of those market forces that will come in, and I think every leading economist that has looked at this says it will drive costs down. John Gizzi.
Thank you, Sean. The premier argument by Democrats, notably former President Obama today, is that enactment of the act that was illustrated yesterday would lead to many people losing their health care. You've certainly heard that from Democrats, but also several of the Republican governors who were here for the National Governors Association, including strong allies of the president. Governor Bentley of Alabama, Governor Hutchinson of Arkansas voiced the same concern. They did not want any plan that would lead to anyone losing their present health care. What does the administration say to what is the leading argument against a new plan? And then I have a follow-up question.
Of course. I would say that any governor that's concerned about people losing care right now should join us. They're losing their care right now. They're losing their options, and they're paying too much. So the answer is that if you're concerned about those principles, then you should be concerned with what's happening right now. And you should be concerned and want to join in this administration and work with this Congress. And again, the big difference that's here is instead of us jamming a bill down Congress and not allowing the American people to read it until it's passed, as was done with Obamacare with then Speaker Pelosi, is that this bill is out in the open for every single person in the world to read. It is open for people to let their member of Congress share their thoughts, share their ideas, and it's done out in the open. I think that is a vastly different approach with how this is going about than the last time, and that makes a big difference with the approach. And it gives people an opportunity through the process, what they call regular order, to have input on this. And if it can be made better, then great. But I think this time we recognize that there's a lot of work that needs to get done on behalf of the patients that are having trouble getting care. Alexis.
Wait.
Sorry.
Yep. My follow-up question is a follow-up question about the wall. During the recent Governors Association meeting, Governor Gracchus Ramirez, who is the chairman of Mexico's Association of Federated Governors, warned that continued discussion about the wall and the president's talk of building it might very well lead to the election of Mr. Lopez Obrador as president of Mexico, and he is considered the most anti-American, most hostile to America of any of the candidates. Are these any concerns that come up in the discussion of the wall, namely the impact on Mexican politics?
No. The president's number, it's pretty good. The president's number one concern is the safety of our country. Number two is the jobs that are impacted by this and the ability of Americans to get the wage that they deserve. But again, this is a national security issue, something that frankly, when he's discussed this with President Peña Nieto of Mexico, that there is a shared concern about drug cartels, drug trafficking, arms sales over the border. There is a shared concern for the respect of the border because it means a lot to both sides. So this is something that we care about from a national security standpoint, and then obviously the president's concerned on it both as well as on an economic standpoint. Alexis.
Your answer was that if the health care bill could be made better, the president is interested in that. So can I just clarify, when he meets with the congressional conservatives this evening who have misgivings about the legislation, is he intending to talk to them about what they would like to change, and is he open to making those changes? Is that what he is? Is that the mode he's in rather than a sell mode?
No.
He's in a listening mode?
Right. Well, I think he's in a very much of a sell mode. The president and his team have worked very hard on this. They're very proud of the effort and the product that they have produced in consultation with the House and the Senate. But obviously, it's going through the process. And so if somebody has an idea, and that could be on the administration side, that we believe that after a consultation with individuals or groups, that there's a way to improve upon this. But that's the beauty of going through the process that we are. But make no mistake, the president is very proud of the product that we have produced. We are out in full sell mode all around the country talking about how we think this is the best way to solve the problem that the American people face, and that why we believe that the solutions that we put forward in this bill are the right ones and that will benefit them. Go ahead.
And can I follow up and say, before the president meets with Chancellor Merkel next week, is it possible that we could see the president for a more general multi-question news conference? He's been a little press shy this week, and from North Korea to healthcare selling to CIA leaks, we'd love to talk to him. Could we see him for a news conference?
I will ask, Alexis.
Would you ask?
If you're not the only, I'm sure. I'm not. Is there anyone else? I would be glad to ask. Show of hand. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd be glad to ask the president. Share your request with him, and I'll see what we can do on a schedule. But as you know that he is very busy these days. He has done a lot of sprays. He will continue to interact with you guys. But I would be glad to make your requests known. Katie. Katie.
Sean, yesterday Secretary Price said that the bill that you guys have introduced, both the repeal and the replace, are starting points. And on Capitol Hill, there was a lot of talk of the starting point being a non-starter. So it seems like there's negotiations that need to be made. Does the president have any non-negotiables in his bill that he will not take out, even at the request of conservatives?
Well, Katie, I mean, I think as I was just saying to Alexis that it is a starting point. It's going through regular order in the House. And so part of that process is it goes through the committee markup hearing, both in Ways and Means and House Energy and Commerce Committee. That by its very nature allows for input on through both of those committees and then ultimately on the floor before it moves over to the Senate, and the Senate goes through a similar process. So I think, frankly, we're just acknowledging the reality of where the process is. But you know, we're proud of the process. We're proud of the input that we've received from governors, from senators, from individuals, associations, companies, and we feel very proud of the work that is encapsulated in this bill and the results that it'll yield. And so that being said, I think the president understands as a businessman that if someone's got a really good idea, that he's going to listen to it, and if he can be part of the process to help make something better, there's nothing that's going to preclude that. We have been very open to listening to people. We're very proud of it. We're going to go out, as I said, in full sell mode. But if there's an idea that comes across, we're going to entertain that to make it clear. Hallie.
Two topics here.
Yeah.
First one, healthcare. And I'll have a follow-up on that. In the past, you and others have accused Democrats of rushing through the original health care law. Now, there are some Republicans, including today, who say this is simply moving too fast. Is the president willing to accept a delayed timeline if it pushes repeal and replace into later in the year?
I don't, going through the process can't be delayed. I mean, by its very nature. We're going through the committee process. There are two House committees.
But so you said timeline being maybe Easter break.
But again, that's
after
subject,
that.
right? But I would argue it's subject to how the House does its will, and then how the Senate does. I think obviously we would like this to move forward. There's a lot of stuff in the queue. We've talked about tax reform. This bill is attached to the FY17 budget reconciliation, and I know that for a lot of Americans that means nothing in terms of the phrase and the nomenclature that surrounds how Congress does it. But it's important to recognize that that vehicle allows Congress to do certain things and not others with a 50 vote, with a majority vote in the Senate. That's important. There are certain things that you can do through that you can't do through other vehicles, and that will take a 60 vote and that you can do administratively. So it's actually, if you heard Dr. Price talk yesterday about the 3 phases, it's actually multi-phased, it's going through regular order, but there is simply no contrast between how we are approaching this and how Democrats approached it last time. Number one, there's actually been input from across the aisle, both from the governors who are here, attorneys general, outside groups, House and Senate Democrats have been able to provide input to both staff, to the senior administration officials, and to the president. And then secondly, it's actually going through the process. So while we can predict a timeline, ultimately it's going to be up to the House and then the Senate to determine how fast it goes. But there are members on each of those committees, and then ultimately every member on the floor that has the ability to give input.
Before my other question, I'm just curious about this meeting with Senator Cruz tonight. He has come out and expressed some skepticism on the bill as it stands now. Presumably that will be part of the topic of conversation, but as you mentioned, Heidi Cruz is coming too, and I'm wondering if the president has any plans to apologize to her for the insinuations he made on the campaign trail.
I think they're looking forward to a great dinner. He had dinner with the Rubios a couple days ago, maybe a week ago. He had lunch yesterday with Senator Graham. This is, as I stated weeks ago, the president is going to continue to have outreach to members of Congress, both parties. He's meeting with Congressman Cummings today. This is a president who wants to engage with members of both sides of the aisle in both houses, but also groups, business leaders, union leaders. The AFL-CIO head, Richard Trumka, was here yesterday. This is a president that's going to engage with everybody that can help join in proposing ideas and thoughts and opinions on how to move the country forward. So he looks forward to dinner tonight with Senator and Mrs. Cruz, as he has with several others, and I think you're going to see more in a continuation of this kind of effort to reach out and get people's ideas. Margaret.
And then on intelligence, I had that second topic.
Yeah.
Does the president believe the CIA has been compromised in any way?
With respect to the disclosure, is that what you're... Again, I'm not going to... it's U.S. government policy not to confirm this. I think he has obviously been very concerned, as I've stated, about the disclosure of national security on any level. It undermines our country's national security. And I think that, you know, I just will say, I think there's also been a big double standard when it comes to disclosures of national, of classified information, and the outrage or that exists when one side has it happen versus another. There was, well, I think that there has been a lot of disclosures about national security that occurred last cycle when there was potential that the FBI had been leaked certain information. The members of Congress on the other side of the aisle, Hillary Clinton and others, talked about how there was so much concern about classified information. We're seeing such silence and outrage from the media, from others, with the current disclosures now, with things that may or may not have happened towards the 2016 election when it comes to this side. So I think there's a vast difference when it comes to how the disclosures are approached. Yeah.
Thank you, China on North Korea. And what is the President Trump's policy toward North Korea, and what is his decision on the North Korean policy?
On the which? On the politics?
No, policy.
Policies. Well, I mean, we're very troubled by the launch of missiles that have occurred from North Korea. I think that's why the THAAD missile system that we've started to deploy into South Korea is so important. We're continuing to work with the government of South Korea to make sure that they have the defenses necessary to protect themselves. The deployment of the THAAD system is critical to their protection, as witnessed by this weekend's ballistic missile test. China and the United States in particular both understand the threat that North Korea poses to the region, and I think that there's areas in concern that we can work together to protect the country. Trey.
You forgot to call on Margaret. Today with International Women's Day, there's a lot of concern about access to health care for women.
Right.
Will the president commit to reaching out to female Democratic lawmakers as the next two phases of this health care bill continue? And additionally, what is the president's stance on access to birth control for women across the country?
Well, I think that question was asked and answered by Secretary Price yesterday. With respect to women's health, the president has also made it clear that he intends to have a substantial increase in funding towards women community centers that fund women's health services, and that will be reflected in his budget. Margaret.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sean, is the president the target of a counterintelligence investigation?
I think that's what we need to find out. There's obviously a lot of concern. I mean, I mentioned to John, there was considerable concern last cycle when a reporter was the target of one. But part of the reason that we have asked the House and the Senate to look into this is because of that. And I think, it was interesting. I think if you look at last week, all of a sudden these stories that keep coming out about the president and his links to Russia, it is continued to be the same old, played over and over again. The president has made clear he has no interest in Russia, and yet a lot of these stories that come out with respect to that are frankly fake. They are a series of fake allegations that at the bottom note, while there's no evidence to substantiate any of this, it's the same unnamed sources, quote unquote associates, that we get tagged with, and yet there is no evidence that continues to be shown in every single person that gets briefed on this. Shows that whether it's Senator Cotton, Chairman Nunes, who has done a phenomenal job of trying to get to the bottom of this. But it's interesting, I think, the double standard that exists between the concern about getting to the bottom of the allegations that, with respect to the president, that there are on so many other issues. When you talk about
he doesn't know whether he is the target of the program.
But I think that's one of the issues that we have asked the Senate and House to look into. I can tell you with respect to the other instances, you look at former DNI Clapper's comments. He literally said the DNI, which includes the NSA, FBI, and CIA, did not find any evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russian agents. Senators Rubio, Cotton, Burr, Chairman Nunes, all of the people who've been briefed on this situation have come to the same conclusion. And it is interesting how many times this fake narrative gets repeated over and over and over again. And yet no evidence has ever been suggested that shows that the president has anything to do with any of the things that have been. It's a recycled story over and over and over again. And I think that there's a bit of, it's amazing. The president goes out last week, does this joint session, and then a couple, literally 24-hour stories start getting recycled about, potential issues that come up that literally continue to offer no fact, nothing but the unsubstantiated rumors over and over again. And yet what is ignored is when you have someone like former DNI Clapper go out and literally say, quote, that they did not find any evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and agents. You have Rubio, Cotton, Nunes all say the same thing, that they've been briefed, that there's nothing. And yet this fake narrative.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Are you saying that there is a possibility he is the target of a counterintelligence probe involving Russia?
I don't know. The answer.
You just connected those two.
No. I think what I'm saying is that there is a difference between that narrative and then the narrative that has been perpetuated over and over again. The concern that the president has and why he asked the Senate and House Intelligence Committees to look into this is to get to the bottom of what may or may not have occurred during the 2016 election. But the interesting, Margaret, is that when you look at every single person that's been briefed, they've all come to the same conclusion, that nothing happened during the 2016 election tying him to Russia. And yet the fake narrative continues over and over and over again. And the idea that it continues to be recycled without any substance, without any evidence, it needs to stop.
Sean, the president said he was tapped.
I understand that, and that's why we were very. No, that's not what I said. What I said was that. Hold on, Mark.
But his wires were tapped.
Hold on, one at a time. I said that the president made clear on Sunday that he has asked the House and the Senate Intelligence Committees to use their resources and their processes to examine the facts and come to a conclusion. Chris.
Since you're talking about whether things are true or not, let me ask you, following up on something yesterday, you seem to acknowledge that the president was wrong when he tweeted that 122 prisoners released by the Obama administration from Gitmo had returned to the battlefield. In fact, it was mostly by the Bush administration. Will he retract or even apologize for that, given that he also called it a terrible decision by the Obama administration, and given that that was incorrect, that there still has been no proof either of his tweets about widespread voter fraud or the wiretapping, does the president have a credibility problem?
No, look, I said yesterday, I think Trey asked the question, that the president meant the total number of people. And that, hold on, I understand, okay, I understand that, I'm actually explaining it. That's what you asked the question, he meant that the total number of people released from Gitmo was 122. What the president, but just to be clear, there's a big difference. Under the Bush administration, most of those were court-ordered. The Obama administration took great steps. They talked about, it was a campaign promise, frankly, from day one, to close Gitmo. This president is very clear that he understands the nature of the threat that the people in Gitmo pose to our nation and the recidivism rate that there are among people that we have released. That is a concern that he shares. The reason the Bush administration did it was in many cases they were under court order. The Obama administration made it actually a priority to let people go and to actively desire to close that camp and to release more and more of those people, especially in the waning days. There's a huge contrast between the posture and the policy of the last two administrations on how they were dealing with Gitmo. This administration understands, and the president has been very clear, he understands that the people that are kept in Gitmo pose a danger to our country and to the rest of the world. There's a big, big difference between the posture of those two.
The tweet was wrong.
I just said it. I said that the tweet, he meant that it was the totality of the people. That's what I said to Trey yesterday. I'll say it again to you today. Dave Boyer.
Just follow on something else you said,
Huh?
Sean,
I'm sorry.
a totally different topic, because you said that you're in you're in cell mode,
Yeah.
completely in cell mode. And I wonder if the president sees this as a test of his ability to make a deal, something that he really talked about, something that voters responded to on the campaign trail. Is this essentially, does he feel on him, that this is him going to show the American people that he can get this deal done?
Well, I mean, he is a deal maker. He's a negotiator. He is a world-class business leader, and he's been highly successful at it. So if anybody can get a deal on something, it's going to be Donald Trump. I mean, that's part of the reason I think that the American people, what they saw in him, that there was so much broken with Washington, that when it came to the big problems, whether it's domestically or internationally, that if somebody could come in and work across party lines, work with another country to get a deal that was in the country's best interest, he had that skill set, and that's why they frankly elected him president. So I think he feels very good about the product that we've put out. We are in cell mode. We want to get this done. But the president has an open mind. He enjoys meeting with people and hearing ideas about how to make this country better, how to create jobs, how to create a better healthcare system, how to create better schools. And if there's someone that comes up with a better idea that will help lower costs and increase access, he's certainly going to listen to it. Dave Boyer. Dave Boyer.
Sean, yesterday in the president's meeting with the deputy whips, he was talking about his tax cut plan. He said it's going to be the biggest since Ronald Reagan, maybe even bigger. He said, I know exactly what we're looking at. Most of us know exactly the plan. So my first question is really easy. Tell us about the plan.
What the plan is?
The tax cut.
Well, again, I'm going to wait till, thank you. I appreciate the layup, Dave. But I'll leave it to him to work with Congress. When we're ready to roll it out, we will do just that. We're not there yet, so let's go on with the next, hopefully.
And secondly, building on these jobs numbers today that look very positive, obviously there's a lot of CEOs out there who are excited about the possibility of a tax cut plan. And yet, the president has also expressed a lot of concern about the national debt. If you're going to get a tax cut on the level of Ronald Reagan, a historic size tax cut, how are you going to do that, balance the needs for continued job growth with the concerns about the debt?
Because I think that one of the best ways to get the national debt down is to grow the economy. The more the economy is growing, the more we can get it at 3, 4, 5%, the more the deficit goes down. the best way to tackle the deficit is to grow the economy, put people back to work, create a deeper manufacturing base. I mean, that is between that and some of the efforts that the president has put in to make government more efficient and effective and save money at that level. Those are the two things that I think combine to get the deficit down. Jennifer?
Sean, of the more than 13,000 Syrian refugees who are in this country, 150 of them, or less than 150 of them, are Christian, Shia, or Yazidis, the same groups that the U.S. government acknowledges are literally being, at risk of being wiped off the map. So I wonder now that Secretary Tillerson has had time to settle in, and as you review the refugee program, immigration policy, is this something that's being discussed? Is this a priority to give these groups some relief?
Well, I think that you know that when we talked the first time about the executive order, it was something that we acknowledged. There is definitely an area where in the executive order that we just passed, one of the areas that we talked about was, and I'd have to go back and look at the exact phraseology, but we recognize that certain groups, and they can be religious in nature, are being persecuted. And I think that that's going to be a factor how we look at that program. It's something that the president, as you mentioned, he's talked about in the past. It's something that Secretary Tillerson has acknowledged. And that's not just refugees coming into this country, but I think one of the reasons that we need safe havens in Syria is to make sure that groups and individuals, whether they be part of a group or religion who are being persecuted, have a degree of safety that they can count on. Yeah.
Appreciate
No, we're going.
Hi, Maria.
Yeah.
Right here, thank you.
It's International Women's Day, Mike.
Exactly, thank you so much. So the president's on the record saying that he supports some sort of legalization for many of the undocumented people in the country. And, there's a dreamer that was caught in the raids in Seattle, Washington. We don't know if he's going to be released or not. Does the president want to or plan to meet with dreamers to talk about what's on his mind about, gathering ideas for some sort of legalization? And if so, when would that meeting occur?
The president, I think, has talked about how he wants to tackle this holistically. And back to Chris's question a second ago, I think he's made clear that that if there's someone who has the ability to strike a deal, to get people in a room and acknowledge, we have to stay true to our principles, that we can get a deal on a way to fix our broken immigration problem, it's him. We are not at that phase yet. This is something that he's talked to senators about. And I think that as we continue to move forward, obviously the focus now is on Obamacare, repealing and replacing it with this program. But it is something that we're going to continue to move forward with, and as a comprehensive thing, not just the illegal issue, but the visa issue, how we deal with the other folks that are in this country. But stay tuned. We've got more to go on this. We'll go further. What's that?
No meeting on the works with dreamers?
No, there's nothing on the schedule at this point. Yes.
One policy question. I'm sure you're aware of reports that the president has ordered the Pentagon to step up the attacks on Al-Qaeda in Yemen. Does this mark a new strategy, rather? And does the president delegate now to the Pentagon the attacks on either ISIS or Al-Qaeda?
Well, I think the president talked about this a lot during the campaign, about giving the authority and trusting the generals and the decision makers of his national security team with executing what they need to prosecute the war on terror and the war against radical Islamic terrorism. So it's not a question of delegating authority. There are certain things, and we addressed this in the briefing in previous weeks, but there's a big difference. He's not delegating the authority, but making sure that they have the ability and the timeliness to act in an appropriate manner to prosecute the case and to go after terrorists in a way that they probably weren't last time. So, I mean, there's a big difference between the approach of this president and the last administration in terms of giving the generals and the leaders in the national security team and the Defense Department the tools and authority they need to prosecute the case against ISIS. Sarah. Gabby. Sorry.
Thanks, Sean. You'll get it someday.
I know. You guys switch.
Israel's defense minister said yesterday that U.S. officials had sent a direct warning to Prime Minister Netanyahu against annexing parts of the West Bank. I wanted to know if that was at the request of President Trump, and then also if you could tell us where the White House is in terms of reaching a deal with Israel on what they consider permissible settlement construction.
Well, as you know, yesterday the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu. That conversation largely had to deal with areas of regional security. I don't have anything further to read out on that, and I know that when they met here at the White House, there was discussion of settlements, and the president was very clear about what his desires and his wishes were. I think as we continue to follow up with Israel in the coming weeks, we will have more on that. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Veronica Cleary with Fox 5. I have a follow-up question to actually his asking about the thousands of women who have chosen to strike today, and you saying that it is a free country. But at Channel 5, we've reported quite a bit on the schools and the districts that are closing because so many women chose to strike today. So, it is a free country, but what would be the president's sort of reaction to, if you will, what is more important, the students being at school today, or that the woman's right to strike and kind of make a statement, if you will, on this day?
Yeah, thanks, Veronica. I think it's an important question. I mean, I know locally this affects a lot of individuals throughout Northern Virginia and Maryland and in the district. So, I think I haven't talked to the president specifically about this. Obviously, as I mentioned, people have a right to express themselves under our First Amendment, as the president's doing today by making sure that we appropriately salute the contributions that women make to this country. But there's clearly an impact in the case of schools, localities throughout the country, here in the greater Washington, D.C. area. But I think that concern is best utilized by parents through their local school boards and through their city councils and mayors, whether or not they found it appropriate for that to occur. I have not spoken to the president about this, but I think there's a balance, and I think that I would hope that that we should use this opportunity to recognize the role of women in the workplace, in the family, and throughout society for the contributions that they continue to make and have made in the past, and making the country as great as it has. So with that, one last thing, just to clarify, I think Jill asked this, but I just want to be really clear on one point, which is there is no reason that we have to think that the president is the target of any investigation whatsoever. I'm sorry, that was Margaret. I apologize. Right, and there is no reason to believe that he's the target of any investigation. I think that's a very important point to make. And so, no. It doesn't. What I'm saying is, hold on. The one question dealt with whether or not the tweet dealt with wiretaps during the thing. The other is an investigation. They are two separate issues. And there is no reason to believe that there is any type of investigation with respect to the Department of Justice. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Not that I can't comment. Thank you, guys.
Are you aware of an investigation?
Is Cummings coming to stake out?
What's your question?
All right, everybody, that was Sean Spicer wrapping up White House press briefing. We go from one press briefing to another. We're going to take you now to the State Department, happening right now, where the acting spokesperson, Mark Toner, is addressing the media there.
On the meeting in Antalya, and I suppose also the meeting's underway in Kazakhstan. This was a tripartite meeting, Russia, Turkey, the US. Now, on the counter-terror mission in Syria. Previously, Turkey has been described as being a member of the US coalition. Now, this is a three-way meeting. The optics were all three equal parties, and it's been discussed as a three-way meeting. Do you still regard Turkey as being part of your anti-ISIS coalition, or is it a separate player in that organization?
No, not at all. And I would just want to emphasize that it's a very complicated. I mean, the best way to describe this is it's this battle space is, as we all know from countless conversations in this room, is extremely complex. And so the focus, my understanding, the focus of this meeting was, again, to strengthen the deconfliction mechanisms that we have already in place to ensure the safety and well-being of our various forces that were operating on the ground in Syria.
But there are British, Australian, French forces involved, and they were represented at that meeting by the US Chief of Staff. The Turkish forces were represented by their own Chief of Staff.
But Turkish forces are, I have to check, but I think Turkish forces are present on the battlefield in a way that is more significant than many of these others.
Okay.
Let's finish up with Syria and get, what do you?
North Korea.
Yeah, we ready to move to North Korea? We haven't gotten there yet. Quickly, Syria, and then I want to get to North Korea. Please.
I realize this is probably better addressed to the Pentagon, but still, do you think it's a one-off event or the chiefs plan to meet again? Is this some kind of regular dialogue now, trilateral format?
I can say that the meeting, the purpose behind it was to enhance senior level communications and improve operational, as I said, deconfliction. I can't speak to whether there'll be ongoing meetings. I can't rule it out either. Let's switch to DPRK, guys. Kind of keep it moving.
Mark, is the United States seriously considering the Chinese offer that the...
All right, folks, we are going to take you now to live breaking news happening right here in Arizona, where there was a police-involved shooting, and now there is a standoff situation here. Viewer discretion is heavily advised. All right, everyone, this is live breaking news here. We have a police standoff happening right now in Arizona here. You guys are watching live breaking news. Viewer discretion is advised. And then they released the dog on him. Here we go. We're watching live here. Viewer discretion is advised. They have the dog on the individual here. Waiting for a takedown. Here's the takedown. This is all happening right now live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, where police responding to an MCSO deputy-involved shooting in Guadalupe. And you did see the takedown of that individual there. They put the K9 on that suspect and did a complete takedown. All right, everybody, we will get back now. We'll try to get you the very latest information in just a little bit here as we continue to provide you live aerial coverage here on Sky Fox. We're still providing live coverage here for you on Fox10Phoenix.com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Latest info was police responding to a deputy-involved shooting in Guadalupe. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says the scene remains very active near Frank Elementary School. No deputies have been injured in the shooting here. We're still looking at an active situation here. We'll provide the latest details when they become available. You're watching courtesy of Sky Fox Up in the Air, Fox 10 News Now.
All right, everyone. Per officer's request, we are no longer going to be streaming this situation. The safety of our officers is of utmost concern, so we are going to be cutting away from this live stream in Guadalupe, Arizona. Here's a quick look at New York City. I'll be joining you with more News Now coverage in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. Salmi here with more News Now coverage ahead. We're going to go ahead and show you this press conference from this morning, the House Democrats speaking out. In case you missed it, we're going to play it for you here for the first time on News Now.
This is like way up. Okay. Let's do that. We'll do the best we can.
Good afternoon. No, just kidding. Good morning, everyone. I'm Congressman Joe Crowley, the chair of the Democratic Caucus. We want to welcome the chair of the Democratic National Committee this morning to the Democratic Caucus, an opportunity to reacquaint with Tom Perez. We all knew him in his former life as the Secretary of Labor. And joining me today as well is the newly appointed deputy, or elected deputy chair of the DNC, as well as one of the newly elected vice chairs of the DNC, both in Grace Meng, who hails, by the way, from Queens, New York. So I just want to make that clear that we know. Well, it matters a little bit to me. But Keith Ellison from the great state of Minnesota, as well as the deputy chair. Great deal on the agenda this week. Here in terms of the attempt by the Republicans to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and that is the primary focus of all Democrats in the House this week. We have a markup going on later this morning in the Ways and Means Committee, which I sit on, the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as in the Education Workforce Committee. Their attempt to charge more and give less care is what they're about this morning. A bill that will make the wealthiest in America even wealthier, while taking from hard-working Americans who are attempting to make ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck, many of them, now are having a more difficult time affording health care, if they can afford it at all. But I want to give an opportunity to the new chair of the DNC, Tom Perez, a great friend to all of ours, and it was great to hear from him this morning. Tom?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for your leadership and friendship, and it's been an honor to work together with Congressman Ellison and Congresswoman Meng. This is the Democratic Party, and this is the remarkable big tent of that Democratic Party. And, you know, January 20th was undeniably a notable day in our nation's history, in our journey. But frankly, January 21st and beyond has been far more important, because across this country we've seen millions of people, and frankly across the world, millions of people out there standing for principles of inclusion and opportunity. And one of the most frequent contexts in which we've been seeing this is the importance of health care reform. People across this country that I meet tell me, the Affordable Care Act saved my life. Thank you to the Democrats for making sure that we had access to health care. And this ready, fire, aim approach to repeal is not only short-sighted, it makes America less healthy. It doesn't make our economy any better. What it does is it helps the mega wealthy. And what we have not talked about enough in this debate is that a principal funding mechanism for the Affordable Care Act, when it was passed, was a tax on wealthy people. Why is it that the Republicans are hell-bent on making it harder for people to get access to health care? It's because they want to give a obnoxious tax break to wealthy people. And these are the people who have benefited the most in the last 30 years. They don't need it. The American people need health care. This job, public service, is about people. It's about Ward, the long-haul truck driver I met in Nashville, Tennessee. On March 1st, 2015, Ward finally got coverage under the Affordable Care Act. On March 15th of that year, he got a liver transplant. And when I asked Ward, what do you want to do now that you're getting your health back? He said, I want to work again. I want to be a taxpayer again. I don't understand why Republicans are so hell-bent on making it hard for people like Ward to go back to work and become a taxpayer. That's why I'm proud to be a Democrat. And that's why we had a remarkable conversation today in caucus about our shared interest in making sure we put our values forward. The Democratic Party has been the party of Medicare. The Democratic Party has been the party of Social Security. The Democratic Party has proudly been the party of the Affordable Care Act. The Republican Party wants to privatize Social Security, voucherize Medicare, and repeal and not replace with anything remotely helpful the Affordable Care Act. And we're proud to stand up as Democrats to make sure that we are putting our values first. And one of the basic values is that health care is a right, not a privilege. And it shouldn't be a privilege only for the wealthy. And that's what the Republicans are trying to do. And that's why we're here together fighting for this basic right. Congressman Nelson?
Well, let me say thanks to the Chairman Tom Perez of the Democratic National Committee and Chairman Joe Crowley of our Democratic Committee, Democratic Caucus. The fact is that when Chairman Jason Chaffetz said the people have to choose between a cell phone and health care, that kind of set it off for me. I mean, today in a modern America, a cell phone is an essential item to get a hold of emergency medical care, 911. You can get right there. And it's a way that families stay connected. And on the other hand, health care is an essential right, as Tom just said. And yet the Republicans are saying you cannot have both in this richest country in the history of the world. You got to pick one or the other, showing how out of touch they are with working people all over this country. But, you know, people in this country know that if they stand up and they exert their right to express their voice and they tell their elected officials what they need, as they are doing all over this country, even in Helena, Montana, or in Queens, they're all coming together and talking about the importance of health care access and actually having health care, not just access to it at some exorbitant price. And people are coming together and letting their voices be heard. And so I'm really proud to be here with Tom and Joe and Grace and the whole Democratic caucus, because we believe that people have got to be able to go to the doctor, get meaningful care, and it shouldn't bankrupt them. So with that, I'll ask Grace to offer some comments.
Good morning, everyone. As the daughter of immigrants, growing up in this wonderful country that gave my family opportunities, my grandma always said to me that no matter what, you got to take care of your health. Health care comes first.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this press conference. We may dip back into it a little bit later on. I do want to take you now to Los Angeles. You may have heard this story, the Marines' nude photo scandal. Gloria Allred holding a press conference momentarily. A controversial story. a secret Marines Facebook group sharing nude images of female Marines. Again, a press conference starting now.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for coming today. I'm Attorney Gloria Allred. I'll be making a statement, and then Erica will be making a statement. Marissa Witek is also here with us today. She's an active duty Marine. She's here in support of her friend Erica and others who have been victimized. She will not be making a statement. And I'll take some questions afterwards. Erica and Marissa will not be taking statements. Today we're here on International Women's Day to speak out about the victimization and the denigration of many female United States Marines, and to discuss what steps are being taken and should be taken to promote respect for women who are proud United States Marines. The issue arose because a private Facebook page entitled, quote, Marines United, end quote, posted many photos of female United States Marines. In some photos, the women were fully clothed or partially clothed. In other cases, the women were naked. These photos appear to have been posted without the knowledge and without the consent of the women whose photos were posted. As a result of the posting, many men who were either current or former United States Marines posted comments on that page that were obscene. Some posters suggested sexually assaulting women Marines or rape, or that women did not belong in the United States Marine Corps. One comment was the quote, women Marines are not real Marines, end quote. And another comment suggested that they should be killed by, quote, friendly fire, end quote. Ultimately, many of these photos and others of women in all branches of the armed services were posted on a shared drive where anyone could view them, and which disclosed the name and rank of the women in uniform and where they were stationed and how they could be contacted. This information, which women had not authorized, led to the denigration and victimization of women who serve our country and resulted in their being targeted and contacted by strangers with predatory intentions and actions. Much of what occurred is a violation of the United States Code of Military Justice, which states, quote, viewing, visual recording, or broadcasting any person subject to this chapter who, without legal justification or legal authorization, parentheses 1, knowingly and wrongfully views the private area of another person without that other person's consent and under circumstances in which that other person has a reasonable expectation of privacy. 2, knowingly photographs, videotapes, films, or records by any means the private area of another person without that other person's consent and under circumstances in which that other person has a reasonable expectation of privacy. Or 3, knowingly broadcasts or distributes any such recording that the person knew or reasonably should have known was made under the circumstances prescribed in paragraphs 1 and 2, is guilty of an offense under this section and shall be punished as a court-martial may direct, end quote. The NCIS is now investigating this chain of events. Yesterday, the United States Marine Commandant Robert Neller released an extremely important video in which he stated, quote, when I hear allegations of Marine denigration by fellow Marines, I don't think that such behavior is that of true warriors or fighters, end quote. He then urged victims to report their abuse and instructed his officers and all Marines to support the victims. We are encouraged by and appreciate General Neller's firm response, and today I have sent him a letter asking him to meet in person with us and other victims of misconduct who have suffered as a result of the posting of the unauthorized and unconsented to photos and the disparaging and the sexist comments by fellow Marines and former Marines involved in the comments to the photos. We believe that the Marine Corps would benefit if their leader, General Neller, would meet in person with the victims and with me. We would like to discuss with him our suggestions for promoting more respect for women who are United States Marines. We would also like to discuss with him our suggestions for encouraging reports by victims and how to assure that victims' reports will be investigated in a timely manner. Many victims are afraid to report, and we want to encourage them to file their complaints. We would also like to discuss with Marine Commandant Neller our suggestions for assuring appropriate disciplinary consequences for those who have been found to have violated the uniform rules of military justice. We understand the problem, and we would like to be part of the solution, a constructive solution. Women who are United States Marines have earned and deserve our respect and trust. We look forward to General Neller's response. And now, I would like to introduce Erica Butner. She's 23 years old. She is a former Marine, and I think I'll have you change places with me. Okay.
My name is Erica. I was proud to be an active duty Marine for 4 years and became a civilian as of June 2016. In August 2016, I learned that a photo of me was posted on Marines United Facebook page without my consent. As a result of that posting, a former Marine posted a comment asking if anyone had naked photos of me. In January 2017, I contacted NCIS along with Google with my personal information to notify both of them about a shared drive which contained indecent photos of women from all military services, organized by name, rank, and even where they were stationed. Some of them were naked, and information was provided on how these women could be contacted. I knew some of these women did not give their permission to post their photos, and some were not aware that they were posted. Multiple victims recently began speaking out about those unauthorized posts, but they received threats and backlash in an attempt to quiet them. We will not be silenced. As a rape survivor, I can tell you that this exact behavior leads to the normalization of sexual harassment and even sexual violence. Victim blaming and the excuse that some are giving that boys will be boys needs to stop. It is an excuse to justify the perpetrator's behavior and normalizes aggression towards women. As a Marine Corps veteran, I am disheartened and disgusted with this scandal. I am thankful that the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Neller, made a statement acknowledging the sensitive issue at hand. I know myself and many other victims would appreciate meeting with the Commandant in person to discuss how we can promote more respect for each other and to make our suggestions for change. I encourage all victims of this incident to come forward. You are not alone.
Okay. All right. I'll be happy to take some questions, if there are any.
Are you anticipating any complaints to be filed or lawsuits filed in connection with this?
We have no comment on that at this time.
And do you have any idea of the number of women you may believe could be involved in this group?
We don't know, but I believe that there were hundreds of postings.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any, can you tell us how you were able to find out that there had been a picture posted of Erica on the site?
She learned about it from a friend.
Yes, that's right. Someone who saw the picture
What?
and then let you know.
Yes.
Is she the first to complain to NCIS?
You know, I don't have the answer to that question as to whether she was the first. I have not been in touch with NCIS.
Erica, can you say when you complained, like how recent this was and how long it took before there was a response from NCIS?
Yeah, we don't have any comment on that. She did complain to NCIS.
And how about any identification of who posted?
Yeah, we don't have any comment on what she told NCIS or what information she provided them.
Erica, why was it important for you to come forward today?
These two very brave United States Marines wanted to provide a voice and encouragement to other victims to come forward, and they want to help to be part of a constructive solution to this particular problem. And that's why, because they do have respect and love for the United States Marines, and they want the best for the United States Marine Corps in the future. And I'm very, very proud of them because they have been brave Marines, and this is yet another sign of their courage that they have come forward to do this. Marissa is an active duty United States Marine, and she is a former Marine, although some people say once a Marine, you're always a Marine.
Can you say, Erica or you, Gloria, if there has been, if you have to use certain knowledge, any harassment based on these postings,
Well,
either for herself or for anybody?
Well, there definitely has been harassment of many United States Marines who are female as a result of this posting.
But how can you say that?
How can I say that? Because I have seen many, and I have copies of many of the texts or posts that were made as comments to the posting of their photos. By the way, many of the comments were so obscene that I just do not want to distribute copies of them, nor do I want to repeat the language that is in there. It's definitely extreme, pornographic, obscene, however you want it. It's not a close call. It's filthy, denigrating, harmful, sexist, all of the above.
The Marines have promised a full investigation. How confident are you, and Erica, how confident are you that you'll get a full investigation?
Well, they're promising that, and we would very much be honored, and we hope to be able to meet with the Marine Commandant because we think that's important. You know, we're not interested in interfering with the investigation. We're interested in supporting it, and we think that having a meeting will help to provide information that will be important to the Marine Commandant as he handles this particular crisis, and it is a crisis.
So do you hope to press any charges against Facebook as well, since they have a policy against anyone posting nude pictures on their site?
What was your question about Facebook? What?
I mean, are you hoping to press charges against them too, since they
Okay,
have a
we have not made a comment about pressing charges.
And Erica, do you know other women who have also been affected by these postings? And is there an effort for these women to come together? Are these women coming together to support each other in some way?
We do know other women who have been impacted by the posting. So you know, there may be others who come forward in the future.
But are they supporting each other? Are they coming together with each other?
They, both Marissa and Erica, have support from others for doing this. But, you know, it's not, that's all I can say.
So the photos were posted without her consent. Were they taken without her consent as well? I know you mentioned you were a rape victim at one point. Was that during your service?
We're not commenting on when she was raped. We're not commenting on their particular photos, except to say they never gave consent to have the photos that were posted of them to be posted on Marines United or any other web page. That was a complete betrayal. And the posting of photos of women Marines and the posting of those women in other branches of the armed services, which also took place, is a violation of their trust. It's a betrayal, and it placed them at risk. And it's wrong, and in some places, criminal.
Is it your opinion that there are places where revenge porn statutes will kind of be enacted to provide a process for criminal charges?
Well, I think the United States Code of Military Justice is sufficient to cover this issue, and in addition to the section that I read from the Code of Military Justice, there may be other sections which also apply and could cause those who have been proven to violate the code to be prosecuted or to be court-martialed, depending on what they did, what they said, what their conduct or misconduct was after the posting or as a result of the posting.
How has this emotionally impacted Erica and other?
It's had an enormous emotional impact, and it's just wrong and very harmful and very dangerous. But, you know, they're strong, they're brave. They were when they entered the United States Marines. They still are today. And immediately, you know, they decided that they wanted to take appropriate action to stop this. And you heard Erica detail some of the steps that she took. And there were others that she took, which is not yet detailed.
To be clear, Gloria, did you say Marissa also had photos posted without her knowledge?
Yes, without her knowledge or consent.
I hate to ask this, but were they explicit in any way? Or does it...
We're not going to be describing what the photos of these two brave United States Marines were.
But to that end, Marissa is still active duty, so did she get consent from the Marine Corps to be here today?
Marissa has informed the United States Marines that she needed to be here today.
Gloria, did you say that there were base addresses or something of that nature that were posted that identified these victims, where they could be found or how they could be contacted? Could you explain that a little bit?
Yes.
Can you be more specific? Are we talking like home addresses or phone numbers? I'm not
Well,
sure.
I mean, specific ways to contact them where they were stationed, and I believe email addresses, other ways to contact them.
Do the women fear retribution now that they've come forward on public?
I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Do the women fear retribution now that they've come forward in public?
I will say that there have been very threatening comments online for some women who have already given voice to their concerns about what happened to them. In other words, there's been a lot of what we call victim shaming, victim blaming, which was undeserved, uncalled for, and anyone who posted such a comment should be ashamed of themselves. It brings dishonor upon the United States Marines for them to have posted any kind of denigrating comment. Also, anyone who posted those photos at all should be ashamed of themselves. Some may have done it based on a motive to retaliate against a woman whom they wanted to punish for some reason. Some because they just simply have a lower view, unjustified, of women in general in the U.S. Marines. But whatever their reason, there's no good reason for them to have done it. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of United States Marines or former Marines who have daughters in the Marines. They're proud of their daughters. And this is vile. And this is dangerous. And this is dishonorable conduct by those who have called these women, the usual disgusting names, calling women by their genital areas, pejorative words. I mean, this is a stain on their own conduct as United States Marines currently serving or former Marines. So, changes need to be made, consequences need to be meted out appropriate to any violations of the law or military conduct.
Gloria, do you know, or does Erica or Marissa know if there has been any discipline or punishment for any of the people who posted or otherwise engaged in the activity?
I think that NCIS would be the entity which could best give that answer as to whether there has been any disciplinary conduct that has been meted out to this point. This series of events involving the Marines United page and then other pages on Google and so forth, Facebook, Shared Drive, has been going on for a couple of years. So it's now reached the tipping point.
And how did Erica find out about the shared drive, and was she able to actually see the contents of the shared drive?
Yeah, we don't have any comment on how she found out about it, but she has seen it.
What was the initial reaction of Eric's superiors when she first reported this? Was she taken seriously?
What happened after Erica reported is something that we will discuss perhaps at another point. So I think that's all the questions. I thank you very much for coming. Did you want to get opposite of photos? Did you take? Yeah. Okay. So, if any of you would like to wait, apologize. There'll be a short delay, but we could provide you some photos of Erica in uniform. Probably would take about maybe 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excuse me, Ms. Olive. Jim Sheary's correspondent from NTSB.
All right, everyone, that wraps up that press conference from Gloria Allred regarding the Marines nude photo scandal. We're now going to take you to the Department of Labor, a massive Women's Day rally taking place there now. Female workers rallying at the Department of Labor. Again, this is the Women Workers Rally at the Department of Labor. We have a few different feeds coming in right now. We'll continue to monitor all our feeds and show you the best coverage here on News Now. And again, this is the Women Worker Rally. We're going to cut out of this to take you live. Representative Elijah Cummings speaking now.
Proposal to him and Secretary Price, and hopefully we'll hear from them very, very shortly. Peter?
Thank you, Elijah. The initial part of the meeting was about the incredibly high cost of prescription drugs that's really hammering people. You know, our pharmaceutical industry does a couple of good things. They create life-saving and life-extending drugs and drugs that relieve pain, but the price is starting to kill us. We just can't afford it. And what we were proposing, this is something that Elijah and I have been working on for a long time, was to let the Medicare program, which is the biggest purchaser of prescription drugs, negotiate price discounts. And President Trump gets it on the issue of getting a good price. Basically, what the Medicare program does is that it buys wholesale but pays retail. And that is not the way you run a successful business or a successful cost-saving program. So we presented our proposal, and the president seemed, first of all, number one, very on top of it. Number two, he understood it was about saving taxpayers money. And he talked about what he did with the F-35, where he did some negotiation and saved billions of dollars, or hundreds of millions of dollars for the American taxpayer. And third, he really expressed concern about the lives of people who need these life-saving drugs, but are every day put in this terrible choice where they have to risk a loss they can't afford, a child who needs an EpiPen, or pay something they can't afford. And that's not a choice that we want, and that's not a choice that he wants. So I left this meeting encouraged that we've got some real prospects of getting lower prescription drug prices for the American people.
Dr. Miller.
I will just add I was honored to be invited by Congressman Cummings and Congressman Welch to be at the table to talk about this drug pricing issue. As a president of a hospital and also as a practicing internist, this is one of the most important issues faced by our patients and our community. So I'm thrilled that this issue is getting some traction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
When you talked to the president today, what were the issues, what did he specifically say when you raised the issues about the black issues, the African American community, the HBCUs, voter irregularities, when you speak of voter suppression, as well as the economics, because he has yet to meet with the CBC, and then also there's a question about CBO. You're talking about health and the relation with the cost of the high price of drugs, but CBO has yet to score.
Yeah.
Give an official score on Trump care.
Yeah.
What did you talk about?
Well, we didn't get too much into the ACA because the subject really was prescription drugs, but when it came to the HBCUs, I told him that the thing that I told the presidents of the HBCUs when they met with him was to ask him about the money, because HBCUs need money, and I must say that he said they never asked. So I asked. I just told you. He said they never asked, and so I asked that he help those historically black colleges and universities. With regard to voter suppression, he seemed to get it, and he knew to understand that you cannot have research done on voting in the United States without dealing with voter suppression. And I think he got it, and I gave him a letter, by the way, that we'll get to you all, 2 letters that we have sent to Pence, Vice President Pence, and to the President about that issue, and it lays it all out. What was the other issue?
The CBO.
Oh, we didn't get to the CBO. Yeah, he said he agreed. I think he agreed with me that you cannot. I think he got it, and I said I don't know whether anybody has ever said this to you, but most African American people are doing very good. And when we hear those words about carnage and we're living in depressed situations, I told him that it was very hurtful to people because our children are being raised and they're doing fine, and our neighborhoods are doing great, and all neighborhoods have some kind of problems. And so I think he got it. Now where he goes from there, I don't know. But I could not come out of this meeting without raising those issues. There were a lot of other issues I would have loved to have raised, but again, this meeting was actually supposed to be limited to prescription drugs.
And Congressman, did you consider asking the president about his accusation toward President Obama? You're both Democrats.
I didn't get a chance to do that. That was one of the things I wish I could. But again, keep in mind, I try to understand that we're being invited into the White House with a limited agenda, so you do the best you can with the time that you have. But if I had time, I would have told him that I would appreciate if he wouldn't say things like that, because I've had about President Obama, because of course I had 6 years of working with him very closely, and he's one of the most honorable men that I've ever met. I'm talking about President Obama.
Can you give details on the Medicare proposal that you made? Part D, Part B. Representative Welch, you said we're in Politico this morning talking about Part D, which already has formularies to it. Are you speaking about Part B as well?
We're talking about all the prescription drugs in the Medicare program, which does not negotiate anything like the VA program or anything like the Medicaid program. I mean, the cost of prescription drugs in Medicaid and the VA, where they have an aggressive formulary that works, and where they have aggressive price negotiation that works, is about 60% less than what we pay in the Medicare program. So we were making that point. And the president gets that point. I mean, he understands, you know, if you buy 1,000 mirrors for a new Trump building, you're going to pay a lower cost per mirror than if you're buying 5. So he understands that. And that was reassuring to me because in our effort, Elijah and I have been working on this for years. We don't get a lot of support on the Republican side for price negotiation, and it's mystified us because it's a basic business proposition that the more you buy, the less you pay per unit. So it's been a head scratcher for us, and the taxpayer is getting hammered on this. But this is where I think President Trump, coming out of the business world, where he's cost conscious when he's purchasing things, that same cost consciousness obviously applies when the taxpayer is purchasing something as absolutely important as Medicare prescriptions.
But we also negotiation in the process of Medicare.
Well, that's what he's going to be looking at that, and he turned it over to Secretary Price. So the point here, from our standpoint, I think, was that he wants to do what he can to use the power of bulk purchasing to get a better price for the American taxpayer. And he's going to obviously work with his secretary to go through the details of how to do it. Both of us, by the way, were candid in saying that we thought he was going to get some significant pushback on his side of the aisle.
Yeah. And basically, when we said that, he pretty much said, you know, he's got to do what he's got to do. And that he knew that this was about saving people's lives and making it possible for people to keep more money in their pocketbooks. But it's absolutely clear that he was very much aware of this prescription drug issue. I mean, almost every aspect of it. And
that's
so,
right.
Is your impression
Too soon.
President Trump, has that changed at all after this meeting?
You know, I mean, you know, you wait and see. You know, coming from, it's hard because somebody told me before I left to come here, said when you sit down with him, you're going to see one guy, and then you might see another guy tomorrow. But you know, I'm having some faith, and believing, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Is there another meeting set?
Again, where we left off is that we left a binder with our bill and explaining everything that we're trying to do. They'll get back to us, hopefully in that 2 weeks, and we'll be able to follow it. And so, but he had some suggestions for us, and I expect them to come back, not necessarily with a counter proposal, but with some additions or subtractions. But I do not expect what he comes back with to be weaker than what we presented. I do not expect that.
Yeah, I agree with that. One of the points he made that I think was a good point is that he wants to make it simpler, not more complicated.
Yeah.
You know, if you ask the drug companies why the price of any drug is whatever it is, you get a headache listening to the answer. You can't even find out what goes into the pricing of it. And there's all sorts of detours around and around that result in no transparency. And the president really appeared in our conversation to want clarity and simplicity. And I think that would be really good in terms of getting lower drug prices.
And he was clear that he knew that there was a whole group of lobbyists and a lot of money being poured into this. But I think basically it boiled down to, again, saving people's lives and saving money. And he was clear that when you have situations where these companies are jacking up these prices, it puts a lot of families in jeopardy. He was very clear on the EpiPen situation where CVS, as a matter of fact, he brought it up. The CVS is now producing the equivalent of an EpiPen for 1/6 of what Mylan is charging. And so I think he's looking for ways to make sure that people can get the medication that they need. I got to go. I got to get to the Hill.
Yeah.
All right.
Will do. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
thanks a lot, you guys.
All right. All right now. Thank you all. Thank you all.
And that wraps up that press conference outside the White House. We are going to take you back now to that women workers rally outside the Department of Labor. As you know, today is International Women's Day. Some people choosing to skip work altogether in commemoration of Day Without a Woman. This is a live feed coming in from that rally. So in case you don't know a lot about International Women's Day and the efforts made by women today, some women are going on strike in the U.S. to show their economic clout. Some American women staying home from work, joining rallies, or wearing red to demonstrate their economic clout Wednesday as part of a multitude of International Women's Day events held around the globe. The Day Without a Woman protest in the U.S. was put together by organizers of the vast women's marches that drew more than 1 million Americans into the streets the day after President Trump's inauguration. Now, the turnout this time appeared in many places to be far smaller, and there was no immediate estimate as to how many women heeded the call to skip work. Now, a crowd of about 1,000 people, a vast majority of them women, gathered on Fifth Avenue in New York in the shadow of Trump Tower. Women wore red and waved signs reading, "Nevertheless, she persisted," "Misogyny out of the White House," and "Resist like a girl." One protester said, quote, "Trump is terrifying his entire administration. They have no respect for women or our rights." That statement comes from 49-year-old Adina Ferber, who took a vacation day from her job at an art gallery to attend the demonstration. Schools in such places as Prince George's County, Maryland, Alexandria, Virginia, and Chapel Hill, North Carolina, canceled classes after hundreds of teachers and other employees let it be known that they would be out. In Providence, Rhode Island, the municipal court closed for lack of staff members. In Washington, more than 20 Democratic female representatives walked out of the Capitol to address a cheering crowd of several hundred people. Dressed in red, the lawmakers criticized efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act and eliminate federal funding for Planned Parenthood. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi encouraged more women to go into politics, saying, "You have marched for progress, now you must run for office." Hundreds of women dressed in red and holding signs with photos of their local lawmakers gathered at the Utah Capitol to remind legislators that they're closely watching how they handle women's issues. Some businesses and institutions said they would either close or give female employees the day off. The owners of the Grindcore House in Philadelphia closed their vegan coffee shop, where 8 of the 10 employees are women. One of those employees, Whitney Sullivan, is a 27-year-old barista. She said, quote, this place definitely wouldn't run without us. All right, everyone, we are cutting out of this women workers rally at the Department of Labor. We may dip back into it, but we have a car chase in Oklahoma. It looks like it might have just ended. Viewer discretion is advised. Again, officers are out, they're armed. Viewer discretion is advised. A car chase coming to an end in Oklahoma. All right, again, this is the aftermath of a car chase. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. You can see those officers surrounding that vehicle. The aftermath of a car chase in Oklahoma. Viewer discretion is advised as our choppers are still live at the scene and anything can happen. Again, this is the aftermath of a police chase. Officers have apprehended the suspect. This chase taking place in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It is a city located in the northeastern part of the state, just outside of Tulsa. This is the aftermath of a police chase. No word yet on what the suspect was wanted for. All right, as you can see, not much of a scene here in Oklahoma as the car chase has ended. So we're going to take you back now to the Women's Day March outside the Department of Labor as things are getting underway.
justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? No justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
Repeat after me. I believe. I believe that. I believe that we. I believe that we will win. 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 I believe that we will win.
This is what equality looks like. This is what equality looks like. This is what equality looks like.
This is what equality looks like.
This is what equality looks like.
This is what equality looks like.
This is what equality looks like.
This is what equality looks like.
Women united will never be divided. 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 What do we want? Will never be divided. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Whose streets are these? Whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street. Whose building? Our building. Whose building? Our building. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Women united will never be divided. 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 Do we want justice tomorrow? No. When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now. Do we want it tomorrow? No. Did we want it last week? No. When do we want it? Now. Women united will never be divided. Women united will never be divided. Women united will never be divided. Whose streets are these? Will never be divided.
All right, everyone. This is the Women's Worker Rally. We are also getting live aerials in from Oklahoma, a wildfire. So what we're going to do is play that in the corner and also monitor the wildfires here on News Now.
When do we want it? Now. We don't want it tomorrow. No. Do we want it today? No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. ¿Qué queremos? Justicia. ¿Cuándo? ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo? ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo? ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo?
because I stand with every working woman in this country who is not seen, valued, protected, cherished, celebrated, and paid what she deserves. I stand with every woman who has been denied opportunities because of race or class or religion. I stand with every woman who has had to suffer degradation in order to keep a job, who has been forced to compromise her integrity in order to feed her family. I stand with every woman whose rage and oppression has turned to self-hatred and illness and anxiety and depression. I stand with every woman who's had to suffer a boss she knows she is twice as smart as. She knows, like our incredibly pathological predator-in-chief, that she is more capable of, more brilliant. I stand with every woman entitled to education and health care. I stand with every woman who has been grabbed, slapped, pinched, catcalled, raped, and murdered on her job. I stand with my sisters who died in Rana Plaza in Bangladesh and who burned in the Kentex factory in the Philippines, and migrant workers and domestic workers in Hong Kong. I stand with workers throughout this country who are poisoned by environmental toxins, not being allowed to pee at work, or who get pregnant and fired and not get paid overtime. I stand with people over profits. Workers over corporations. Immigrants over tyrants. Black and brown and Asian and Muslim and LGBT women over white nationalists, xenophobics, and haters. I stand in the last desperate days of neoliberal capitalism that has reduced women to slaves and objects and has created a world where 1 out of 3 women are raped, abused, or sexually harassed in their homes, the streets, or on their jobs. On this International Women's Day, a day birthed by the garment workers, struggling for better pay and condition and voter rights, I stand in solidarity with every brave and determined woman worker who sacrificed her life for the union! We need unions! Who risk and continues to risk injury, jail, persecution, poverty, and death, standing for the rights of her sisters. I stand against the predator-in-chief and his reign of misogynists, warmongering, immigrant-hating, earth-destroying, rape culture-making, anti-worker, anti-disabled, racist, homophobic, transphobic haters who are trying to push us back. Women are rising in millions across the planet today. We are with our sisters in Asia, Africa, South Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. We women are rising as one body through our Mother Earth body who works for us and nurtures us every day as women, just like women workers nurture and lift the world. Our day has come. Our rage is mighty. Our love is fierce. We women have been patient and kind because we are patient and kind. But the risks are too high now. The enslavement of the multitudes, the impoverishment of the majority, the murder of Mother Earth. We have the numbers. All we need is confidence, the unity, the vision, and wild militant love. And I'm telling you this, cannot take this regime lightly. We have to get pissed off, we have to get angry, and we have to take it to the next level. Now I have the pleasure to begin our rising by bringing on stage an amazing woman who has helped in so many ways bring this event with her organization. She is a true leader of women workers, particularly the restaurant workers. She's my sister. She's my ally. Please welcome Saro Jarama.
All right, so we've got sisters here from the restaurant industry who are going to share their stories.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Vines. I'm with Rock, New York. I stand here today with my sisters in solidarity. I have been in this industry for over 20 years, and I am a victim of sexual harassment. I'm a mother of two, and I have to depend on tips to support my family. As a server, I experienced sexual harassment from my manager. I was told to shorten my skirt and open my blouse and show cleavage, just to make extra tips to take home to feed my kids. That is unacceptable. So today, we stand in solidarity.
All right, everyone. Looks like Sky Fox has left the scene of those fires. We're going to take you back in full now to that rally.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tiffany Kirk from Houston, Texas. This is Heather McIntosh from Portland, Maine. How will you react when your daughter comes home in tears because a customer groped her? She refused and was left with nothing, zero, no tip. At $2.13 an hour in Texas, this is absolutely unacceptable. It's time we change the rhetoric to capable, defiant, and ambitious. Reject the status quo. This is our fight, and it's time to resist. Watch out, Donald, because we're about to grab you by the policy.
At 16, my boss followed me into the Wi-Fi.
And it looks like we have now lost that women's worker rally at the Department of Labor. Instead, you're looking at a live look at the Capitol building. And speaking of the Capitol, I want to go ahead and show you some people who work right there in that building. House Democrats speaking this morning.
A good, healthy body, you have nothing. And so I just want to urge, and we've been spending increased amounts of time in the last few months going around the country, talking to people and getting their take on so many issues. But without good health care, we can't really take care of our constituents. And these are constituents, millions of constituents suffering in both Republican and Democratic districts. I urge the Republicans to go talk to people in their districts and really, truly ask them, even when we've had discussions about improving the Affordable Health Care Act, a sticking point was never if the wealthy were benefiting enough. It was about cost for the average working family. And so I really urge our Republicans who are supporting this horrendous bill to talk to their own constituents and talk to fellow Americans all over the country and see how much is at stake. Thank you.
Very good. Let me thank all of them, all of my colleagues, as well as Tom Purse for being this morning. Let me just make a point of personal note about Keith Ellison. I supported Keith for the chairmanship of the DNC, and I want to just say what a class act Keith Ellison has been. It's been recognized not only by myself, but all of our colleagues in the House, but also Tom Perez showing the leadership of bringing unity after a difficult process. I just want to express my thanks to both gentlemen, as well as to Grace as well, and her graciousness, not just because she's from Queens, but because I think she adds so much to the diversity and to the input of the leadership of the Democratic National Committee. So with that, we'll be happy to take some questions, if anyone has any.
What happens to the energy and environmental agenda, for example, in light of the fact that ACA repeal and replace is sort of crowding out the agenda right now for everybody?
Who are you directing that towards? Could you just say it again, because I'm competing with something back here.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking, what happens to the energy and environmental agenda, for example, other issues, given the fact that ACA repeal and replace is sort of crowding out the agenda, sucking the oxygen out of the room for everyone?
There's a lot of sucking of oxygen going on, quite frankly, all the time. We see it not only during the week, but actually on weekends, very early in the morning, somewhere about 6 o'clock every morning on the weekend. We're assured that we will hear the sucking sound of oxygen coming from none other than the White House itself. Yes, there are multiple fronts that we have to work on. But right now, the attack that's on today, this morning, is not necessarily directed solely from the White House, but from Republicans in the House of Representatives as they begin their assault on the American worker in taking back something that they have had for the past half a decade. That is affordable health care. 20 million Americans who couldn't afford it before now have some form of health care, either through the expansion of Medicaid in their states, which I know some of my Republican colleagues in the Senate are very concerned about, or affordable health care for the first time in the private sector through assistance, subsidies from the federal government to help that, the affordability thereof. The Republicans, they want to rip that away from them. And that's why Democrats in these committees today will be standing firm in support and in positive support of the aspects of the Affordable Care Act. We want to repair, we want to help amend and move forward, not repeal. And as the chairman mentioned before, really replace it with nothing that resembles anything they have right now. For millions of Americans, they will lose, make no doubt, for millions of hardworking Americans in this country today, under the bill that the Republicans are pushing in the House of Representatives, you will lose your health care. There's no doubt that millions of Americans will lose their health care in the bill that is being presented to the House Ways and Means, Energy and Commerce, and Ed and Workforce committees today.
And Joe is absolutely right, but I want to mention to you that if you live in a place like Flint, you see the nexus between health care and the environment right there. And there's a lot of folks out here who are getting heart disease, asthma, water that is not drinkable because of our failure on the environmental front that has a direct healthcare impact. So from a Democratic Party standpoint, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Today the issue is healthcare, but we understand how these issues are all connected, and we're not taking our eye off the ball on any front.
You know, the irony of this rush to pass this bill is that they're trying to avoid town hall meetings.
That's right.
And the bill is still out there. Well, folks, you ain't going to avoid those meetings because the American people understand what's at stake here. And you don't even know the fiscal impact of the bill you're prepared to vote on in committee today. That's the definition of reckless. That's the definition of ready, fire, aim. And that is why you see millions of people across this country rallying.
I think one of the ironies of what's happening right now is, Chairman Perez just mentioned, there's been really very little discussion nationally about this. And also, the fact is that we don't know what the cost is going to be. How irresponsible is that? Even the Republican members of the Freedom Caucus are crying about the lack of discussion. But also going back to what our experience back in '09, when we held countless town hall meetings where people had the opportunity to read a very large bill, but they had the opportunity to read it. We literally have gotten this bill less than 48 hours ago, and already we're going to vote on it. That's not the way in which we should have been operating. We did not have 72 hours notice of the bill or the ability to read that bill, and I think that's very unfortunate.
If the House Republican health care bill fails to move, what happens then, and how is your position and your ability to advance changes to the Affordable Care Act change?
We have always said we stand ready to work with Republicans to not repeal the Affordable Care Act, but to repair parts of it that need help and work. I think had we had more cooperation, quite frankly, from Republican governors around the country, we would not be in the predicament that we're in today. I think in many respects, they were hoping for failure. They were praying for failure. And that's not the way in which we should be operating. We should not be praying for the failure of the American government or the American people. And unfortunately, I think that's what my Republican colleagues have done, trying to fulfill their own desired outcome of failure. And that's not the America that I've known.
Now that the threat of a repeal is real and as favorability for the ACA goes up, does this change the playbook for Democrats in the way that you talk about the ACA, especially for your more vulnerable colleagues in perhaps red states?
What I would say about this is that with the first movement in touching of the Affordable Care Act to what they're doing today, Republicans after today will solely own this bill and the impact that it will have on the American worker. Those who are struggling day to day, week to week, to pay bills and make ends meet. Those are the people that Donald Trump says he stood for throughout this campaign. And yet the first bill that comes out makes rich people wealthier, makes individuals who have passive income above $250,000 wealthier at the expense of Medicare. They will diminish the solvency of Medicare by at least 4 years under this bill. They directly attack the Medicaid system under this bill. They're making working people, those who are middle class or struggling to be in the middle class or maintain themselves in the middle class, they're going to see a diminishment of the size of the middle class even more. So Donald Trump has said that this is a great bill. It's a tremendous bill. It's a bigly bill. He has said that over and over again. Tremendous bill, tremendous support for this bill all around the country. That's all he hears about. We don't hear that. We hear a din of incredible opposition to what our Republican colleagues are attempting to do, and they will suffer the consequences of repealing the Affordable Care Act.
But does that change the way that you talk about it?
The Affordable Care Act was a lifesaver then, it's a lifesaver now. Ask Republican governors like John Kasich, who expanded Medicaid, other Republican governors who did the same. They understand that when you give people access to health care, you're giving them a much better opportunity to punch their ticket to the middle class, because a healthy resident of your state is a person who's much more likely to be able to get and sustain a good job. And so this is the dog that caught the car. They caught the car, and now they don't know what to do with the car because they realize that their alternative facts of the last 8 years, the Affordable Care Act is a job killer, are in a collision course with reality, which is the Affordable Care Act is a lifesaver. And Mr. Chavez and others heard that in their town hall meetings. And so when you spend as many years as they have spewing alternative facts and parallel universes, and now you come into that collision course with reality, that's why you're observing the circular firing squad that is the Republican Party on health care. And they made their own bet on this. They ought to listen to their own constituents, because their constituents are telling them that the Affordable Care Act is a lifesaver. The Affordable Care Act enabled grandma, who is a Medicare recipient, to get $2,000 worth of prescription drug relief. What's she going to do now? What's that neighbor going to do who had the subsidy, but now that subsidy is going back into the pockets of the millionaire who doesn't need it? And so they have more trouble holding down a job because they have more trouble getting to a doctor. So I think it doesn't matter what state or zip code you're in. The Affordable Care Act was not a bill that's designed to help simply Democrats. It's a bill that's designed to help everybody. And that's why you're seeing those town hall meetings in red states and blue states and purple states alike.
And it's not just Democrats, there are outside groups, AARP, the Hospital Association. Talk about hospitals and what impact their approach to Medicaid and the states will have on those rural hospitals, but all hospitals. In a state like New York, you will potentially see, I think you will see local property taxes increase if this bill becomes law. It will happen. My Republican colleagues in New York need to know that. And I think they do know that. That's why they're scared about this bill.
Thank you, everyone. We need to
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
And of course, we are fair and balanced here on News Now. So since we showed you the House Democrats, it's time we show you the members, the GOP members of the House at their weekly press conference this morning.
Be careful of Reagan, too.
Up close, personal. Yeah. What'd you say?
Okay, good morning, everyone. We are on a mission. We are on a mission to repeal and replace Obamacare. It's a rescue mission to save families and patients all across this country. We are saving people from rising health care costs, from plans being canceled, from people losing their doctors. We're for a stable transition, a healthcare system that puts patients first and doesn't pull the rug out from underneath anyone. We're for lower cost, increased choices. We're putting people first. That's the promise that we have made, and that's the promise we're going to keep. After years of listening to people in our local communities, we're keeping our promises through the American Health Care Act. We've said all along that this is a step-by-step process, and that's exactly what we're doing. In fact, right now, every American can read the bill at readthebill.gop. Download the American Health Care Act and read the legislation for yourself. We'd love to hear from you. We are starting this process immediately, and actually, Whip Scalise and I will be heading to Energy and Commerce immediately following this press conference. And as we do this, we are keeping people in mind, patients, families, the most vulnerable. And my message to those watching at home is, we hear you. I'm proud to say that President Trump and the administration hear you too. This is unified Republican government at work, fulfilling our promise. We're seizing this historic moment before us to provide families all across this country relief, lower cost, and choices.
Back in 2009, when Obamacare started moving through Congress, we predicted that this law would fail because of all of the provisions in the bill that destroyed what was good in health care. This is my original copy of Obamacare. I had just gotten on the committee when we started to have hearings on the bill, and it moved through over months and months. As we went through this bill, you could see all the components that were going to destroy health care for families. When the president said, if you like what you have, you can keep it, we predicted back then that the provisions in this bill that took away the ability for families to make their health care choice would destroy the doctor-patient relationship. And unfortunately, that turned out to be true. When we looked at all the taxes that were in this bill, $1 trillion in new taxes, we predicted that the costs of health care were going to go up dramatically for families. And unfortunately, that turned out to be true. But when this bill went through, we made a promise to the American people that if we ever had the opportunity with the House and the Senate and the White House, that we would go to work to repeal this failed law and rescue the American people from the damage that's been done by Obamacare. And what's really exciting is today I get to go in to that same room in Energy and Commerce where Obamacare passed back in 2009 to start the work of repealing and replacing Obamacare with actual laws that will put patients back in charge of their health care decisions. A real focus on lowering costs for families and letting people make those important decisions so that the doctor-patient relationship can finally get restored and so that the freedom of the ability for families to not have an unelected bureaucrat in Washington tell them what they can or can't buy, they can actually make those decisions for themselves. So this is going to be an important first step today in finally rescuing families across this country from the devastation that is Obamacare.
Good morning. I'm Phil Rowe, and it occurred to me as I was walking down the street this morning that I've been a doctor almost as long as the speaker's been alive, 46 years. And during that 46-year period of time, I've had a chance to practice medicine in inner city, 4 decades ago in Southeast Asia as a young Army doctor, and then 31 years in Northeast Tennessee and rural Appalachia seeing patients. We're going to keep our word and repeal this flawed law so that we can put patients and doctors back in charge of healthcare decisions. In my state, to show you the harm it's done, almost 160,000 people chose to pay a penalty. In the hospital system where I practice, which is a large hospital system, I taught medical students and residents there, between 60 and 70% of the uncollectible debt are people with insurance. That's not providing care for people. People are delaying care because they can't pay the outrageous co-pays and out-of-pockets. Medicaid is going to be reformed. Look, we have first-class people. I took care of them for years who are getting second-class care. With this reform and putting it back in the hands of the states, look, the care that should be done in Northeast Tennessee and rural Appalachia is different than inner-city Atlanta. I want those first-class patients to get first-class health care, and I think they can with this reform bill. We're going to repeal the taxes, the onerous taxes in this bill. And I think one of the most exciting things for me as a physician, after seeing patients with no care, taking care of patients with no care, is for the first time in my life, we have an opportunity to provide health insurance coverage for every American. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a noble thing to do.
I want to thank Dr. Phil Rowe. As you see, for his decades of service in the medical community, this has been his #1 passion of why he's been in Congress, because he's watched even from his own home state of Tennessee. And we have to remember, why are we here today and why are we working on this? It's not a political purpose. It's a reason because we've listened to the American public. He happens to be from Tennessee. We listened to Humana announce that they are pulling out. Do you realize in his home state there'll now be 16 counties with no provider at all? Do we ignore that? That's not the answer here. We want to solve it. But they're not the only ones across this country. After the passage of Obamacare, we now have 1/3 of all the counties in America, 1,022, that only have one carrier. 23 co-ops were given more than $2 billion. That short amount of time, 18 of them have now failed. We cannot ignore this problem any longer. That's why we had the wisdom to listen, and now this week we'll have the courage to lead. The members before us left for Markup. They'll go through energy and commerce, through ways and means, and then through budget reconciliation. This is what the American people have asked for. This is what those across this country have wanted, and we have been willing to listen, and now we will lead.
I'm sorry. This is a good day. The American people, the people we serve, they need relief from Obamacare now more than ever. You know why? Because this law is rapidly collapsing. Let's not forget that. Premium went up double digits this year in 31 states. The insurers are telling us it will be even worse next year if we stay on this path. Choices had dwindled to the point that 1 out of every 3 counties in America is left with just one insurer to choose from. The CEO of Aetna has stated that the law is in a death spiral. So we know without a shred of doubt that this law is collapsing. That means this is the choice we face. Are we going to stay with Obamacare and ride out the status quo? Are we going to just let this law collapse and whatever happens, happens? Or are we going to do what we said we would do? Are we going to repeal and replace Obamacare with something better? This is the covenant that we made with the American people when we ran on a repeal and replace plan in 2016. This is what our bill does. Go online, read it for yourself. Go Go to readthebill.gop. It repeals Obamacare's taxes. It repeals Obamacare's spending. It repeals Obamacare's mandates. It creates a vibrant market where insurance companies compete for your business, where you have lower costs, more choices, and greater control over your health care. And it returns power. This is most important. This returns power from Washington back to doctors and patients, back to states. This is what good conservative healthcare reform looks like. It is bold, and it is long overdue, and it is us fulfilling our promises. So I encourage everyone to go online and read our bill at readthebill.gop. Is there any questions? Christine.
Expect that some of the changes to the bill from previous drafts.
And right at this moment is when the feed was cut out. So I'm going to go ahead and cut out of this and go ahead and give you guys a live look at that scene from earlier where there was that police standoff, that hostage situation. All suspects in custody now in Guadalupe, Arizona. Guadalupe, Arizona, all suspects are in custody regarding that officer-involved shooting. Again, these are live Skyfox aerials from the scene earlier. We were monitoring the situation in Guadalupe, officer-involved shooting. We had to cut away from it earlier because of our concern for officer safety. Typically in some of these hostage situations or in a scenario where there may not be hostages, but the suspect is barricaded inside a home, those are situations where sometimes law enforcement asks local news agencies to stop streaming as they are concerned that the suspect inside the home can also watch that live stream and be tipped off as to the officer's location. So that is why we cut away from it earlier. I do want to show you these live aerials now as the suspects have been apprehended. All suspects are in custody. Again, this is regarding that officer-involved shooting in Guadalupe, Arizona. Also today, a Women's Day march in D.C. This taking place this morning. We're going to go ahead and show you this video from earlier today.
Women's rights are human rights. I'm president of Change, the Center for Health and Gender Equity. Change is a women's rights organization. We fight for reproductive and sexual health and rights of women and girls globally by holding the U.S. government accountable to its global commitments. That means we stand up and fight Trump's attacks on women and girls everywhere across the globe. Just 2 days after millions marched around the world, many of them that won't allow them to stand for people without Trump took action to deny women and girls globally their reproductive rights, their access, and their
So you don't have to do it. I'm talking to my other. We only have 2 cameras here, shooting the same exact thing. Believe it or not, I'm the only one here.
They cannot receive U.S. funding. This is a failed policy.
Now, Women's Day isn't just an event taking place here in the U.S., it is an international affair. We know that women, even in Russia, are celebrating International Women's Day. Weeks after a bill decriminalizing some domestic violence passes in one Russian city, some people flocking to markets in Moscow to scoop up flowers for their loved ones. This, as some say, a negative mood is still lingering for some women in the country, uncertain to what the future may bring for them. Elsewhere in the Russian capital of Moscow, several feminist activists held a protest near the Kremlin to raise awareness about the bill, while others taken a happier celebration of the day. At the Robo Station, a permanent robot exhibit where engineers programmed a robot to dole out flowers to women. Again, some people concerned about this bill that passed in Russia that decriminalizes some domestic violence. The bill has raised fears that it could slow impunity for those who physically abuse their family members. However, supporters of the bill say it retains criminal responsibility for repeat offenders.
Once and for all. Together we can do it. We have to be together, though. And we need to be together to resist Trump and stop the gag. Resist Trump, stop the gag. Resist Trump, stop the gag. Resist Trump, stop the gag. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Esther Vicente.
Also making news on International Women's Day, a new statue of a resolute young girl now faces Wall Street's famous charging bull, erected by a major asset managing firm for International Women's Day to make a point. There's a dearth of women on the boards of the largest U.S. corporations.
Impact of the government. We have 50 organizations in 40 countries in the Americas and the Caribbean. And we ask you to resist. Resistencia, resistencia, resistencia. This is the reinstatement of the global government that we hear echoing through America, through the Americas and the Caribbean. This is the call of women and young people who insist that they will not put their lives in danger for an unfair policy that relies in ideology rather than evidence. A policy that undermines the principles of fairness and democracy. A policy that jeopardizes our ability to fight for the basic right to health and bodily autonomy. Resistencia. As a long-time volunteer with the International Planned Parenthood Federation Western Hemisphere region, I have seen the effects of the gag rule firsthand. I have seen our local partners lose much-needed funding for their communities or change their programs altogether. But it is not only a loss of programs that we experience. We see women uncertain of their rights. We see confusion and fear. We see anti-women and anti-abortion groups emboldened by the United States agenda. We see attacks right from the not only
Again, this is our feed of International Women's Day, one of the events that took place in D.C. earlier today. There were events all over the country and all over the world, D.C., New York, even an event taking place here in Phoenix. I believe Mary Kate will be covering the International Women's Day event here in Phoenix in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, guys. We have more news now ahead. And speaking of International Women's Day in Washington, D.C., a couple dozen House of Representatives members walked out, stood on the steps of the Capitol to speak out on International Women's Day. Here is a live look at the Capitol. Again, Mary Kate joining you in just a few minutes.
Testing fiber. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Talking for John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the echo chamber of this little lobby.
think so.
Unfortunately not. I'm just going to take that spare mic stand back with me. On telephone tonight. Other than people something.
Enjoy that. We'll be thinking. We'll be thinking of it.
I'll be thinking of you all. Tape. Who's tape?
Is that your phone tape? No.
Okay.
Yeah, we can bring it right there.
Set right there. Yeah, we'll keep doing that. So I'm just going to take this trailer back. Believe it or not, this morning we were sure on mic stands because I had two of them. I was a bad girl. All right.
See ya. Have a good night.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. We are waiting for a press conference to start shortly here. I'm working to get you guys some more information, but thanks for joining me here.
Yeah, can you make sure to do that to me every so often? If I stop moving, I won't collapse. Yeah, I've got some snacks in the HRC office downstairs too. I got like Cheez-Its, I've got some granola bars, that good stuff. Yeah, you've been asking some awesome questions, by the way. Ooh, I like that.
All right, everybody, live right now is a press conference that's about to begin shortly. The Ways and Means Committee are going to be discussing the markups of Obamacare, which means the process by which a U.S. congressional committee or state legislative session debates, amends, and rewrites proposed legislation. Again, this is about the repeal and replacement of Obamacare, and the Ways and Means Committee will be holding this press conference here shortly to discuss what they've come up with. Thanks for watching here live on the Fox News Now stream.
No, that's okay. Yeah, Jackie Walorski, Indiana 2nd District. You're doing two at once. That's like fishing with two lines. Oh my gosh, what a team effort.
What's the state of the bill right now as it stands? There are Freedom Caucus members who don't like it too much like Obamacare. There's Dems who don't like it because it's not enough like Obamacare. What is it? Is it life's ordinance currently?
No. Yeah, no, we're in a good place, right? This bill needed to get out. The American people need to see it. Folks around the country need to see it, need to have discussions about it. And, what our fellow colleagues do is this is a normal process. You get the bill out, folks talk about it, and, we're not wrestling against our colleagues. We're wrestling against a failed health care program called Obamacare that has failed so many people in our nation, so many people in my state and my district. So, we're talking about putting patients back in charge of their health care. We're talking about making sure that we have a transparency system going on right now, which we do. I've been sitting in the Ways and Means Committee, and we're listening to amendments, and, we're voting on amendments, and, we'll probably be here all night, maybe to tomorrow. But that's what this process is. It's open, it's transparent, it's a time for America to see that we're serious about keeping our promises of making sure that we have a health care program that works for our fellow Americans. I could just tell you, in my state, in the state of Indiana, we have a unique, innovative program called the Healthy Indiana Plan, which a lot of states have duplicated. And one of my main issues, being a Hoosier, is making sure that we protect and safeguard that program. There's a lot of folks in it that are vulnerable. There's a lot of folks in that program in Medicaid. Everybody has skin in the game in our state, and we want to protect that. So this is a good process, and I say, no, we're in good shape. We're in a rock-solid position moving forward. We're going to continue to move forward. Thanks.
But hang on just a second. Yeah. The AMA has come out and said that these age-based tax credits versus the income-based are going to raise the cost for a lot of people.
Say that again. I could say the second part.
Age-based
tax
credits versus the income-based tax credits are going to make it more costly for a lot of people.
Well, I would tell you this.
A lot of people, the governors of people, I mean, that perhaps as many as a million people are not going to be able to be insured anymore.
Sure.
How is this patient-centric?
Sure.
The costs are going to go up and people will be insured.
Sure. Let me just tell you this. So I'll speak for my district, where we have a lot of single moms with kids. that absolutely could not afford the premiums that they were paying with Obamacare and the deductibles between $7,000 and $10,000 for a family. These single moms that are trying to make it, and they're trying to move out of a position of government help. They're trying to get on their own feet. They're trying to be independent, and they literally are paying cash for their health care, which they couldn't afford, so they were going right smack dab back into the emergency room. And with the subsidies, it was a one-size-fits-all. With these tax credits, it's literally individualizing for folks to buy their own policies, put them back in charge, and take that money where they want to, so they get something that's affordable for their family, the kind of coverage they want. But I got to excuse myself. I got to run and vote on amendments. Thanks.
For too many constituents in my Pennsylvania district, yes, okay. My name is Congressman Patrick Meehan from Pennsylvania's 7th Congressional District. For too many constituents in my Pennsylvania district, Obamacare has not been working. We have watched people see skyrocketing costs associated with it, and then so many people who say as well that aren't on Obamacare that they don't have access to health care because of the remarkable costs associated with deductibles. So we're looking at a need to fix a problem. And what excites me about this is an opportunity to really make the fundamental kind of shift, to move away from the fee-for-service model, which is driving up costs for everyone, and to begin to work with the accountable care organizations to fundamentally change the way that health care is delivered. This, to me, is a wonderful chance to really make a difference for the people in my district who I think of not as numbers and not as part of some kind of a bottom line in terms of where health, but patients who are looking at a way in which we can actually help them deal with chronic diseases while we control costs. I'm enthused that this is an opportunity for us to get there. I'm not unrealistic. This is going to be a challenge, and we've got a lot of things to work through. But ultimately, we're on the right path to make sure that we give the people that we represent an opportunity for sustainable, quality, affordable health care. Thank you.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is a stakeout outside the Ways and Means Committee discussing the replacement and repeal of Obamacare. They're calling this a markup of Obamacare, which is the process by which a U.S. congressional committee or state legislative session debates, amends, and rewrites proposed legislation.
We're in the middle of marking up our bill to try to have a more patient-centered focused healthcare system. Okay. Sure. Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of in a hurry. I apologize. My name is Pat Teaberry from Ohio's 12th Congressional District, chairman of the Subcommittee on Health, and we are in the middle of voting out of our committee, the Ways and Means Committee, a patient-centered focus bill that's going to give patients more choices. And we are going through that process right now, and hopefully we'll be done later this evening as we try to move this process on to the Budget Committee and then ultimately to the House floor for a vote before Easter recess. And so I got to get back in to make sure I don't miss a vote on amendment. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. I got
Again, this is a stakeout outside the Ways and Means Committee, which is the Chief Tax Writing Committee of the United States House of Representatives. Members of the Ways and Means Committee are not allowed to serve on any other House committee unless they apply for a waiver from their party's congressional leadership. Now, we've seen many members from the committee coming up to the podium here to share their thoughts and opinions as they hold a stakeout outside the Ways and Means Committee, discussing the replacement and repeal of Obamacare. A lot of people have different opinions on this subject, whether or not it's actually possible to dismantle a health care plan, how long it will take, what they need to do, how is it going to be better than the old plan. A lot of people have different questions, opinions, others excited for something new. They say it doesn't work. So we'll see, and we'll hear from different members of the Ways and Means Committee. We're watching live right now on the Fox News Now stream. We've already heard about 3 people speak. Let's stick on this and see if we hear anyone else. Coming up later in the show, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Linda up here with me to discuss her story on International Women's Day and hashtag Day Without a Woman. Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the live chat, or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10, or our show handle, which is Fox 10 News Now. Love to pull up your comments and opinions here on the show. Thanks for joining me. Right now, the committee is considering the Ways and Means reconciliation recommendations that will become part of the American Health Care Act. Let's step inside the committee room right now and see what they are discussing. And if anyone else comes up to this podium, I'll take you back to that live shot as well. But let's see what's happening live inside that committee room right now.
According to the National Health, there were an estimated 43.74 million adults, or 17.9% of all adults in the United States with some type of mental illness in 2015. Ensuring federal support to address substance abuse and mental health problems has a long bipartisan history. My amendment with Representative Blumenauer, Del Benet, and Chu and Sanchez would provide coverage for substance abuse and mental health services by preventing enactment if the Institute of Mental Medicine finds that a reduction in coverage or increase in out-of-pocket costs for mental health and substance abuse treatment services would occur. This is a safety amendment to protect the services that both sides see as critical to our communities. Illinois in general and Cook County specifically have made great progress helping millions of Illinoisans with their mental health and substance abuse problems, helping decrease child welfare and prison populations. Substance abuse and mental health care are key to prevention and reunification for families involved with foster care. Indeed, the Child Care Association of Illinois, whose members are child welfare providers, sent a letter to the Illinois governor explaining how limitations in Medicaid and restrictions on substance abuse and mental health services threaten to undermine their ability to protect children from abuse and neglect. Similarly, restricting access to substance abuse and mental health services would harm Illinois' ability to address its opioid epidemic and an overburdened criminal justice system. The state would have to replace an estimated $80 million per year in federal Medicaid resources to pay for community-based services that currently help people get treatment instead of incarceration and promote successful reentry. Importantly, 19 Illinois sheriffs, prosecutors, and police chiefs joined the letter by Police-Assisted Addiction and Recovery Initiative sent to Congress urging us to protect addiction and mental health treatment because lack of treatment undermines their efforts to make our communities safer. And now I would yield to Representative Chu.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Davis, and thank you for introducing this amendment. It's imperative that we don't lose the progress that we made in guaranteeing that Americans have access to comprehensive mental health services. I know this because mental health treatment saves lives, and I know this because I was a clinical psychologist who counseled people with drug abuse and addiction, those who were victims of rape and domestic violence, and people who were suicidal. That's why every time I hear a debate over whether plans should cover mental health services, I think of those people who so desperately sought help. And that's why I was so thrilled when I saw that the Affordable Care Act required plans to cover basic mental health services. In January, I spoke with Kelly, a young woman from Pasadena who recently graduated from UCLA and was working multiple jobs to make ends meet. Soon after graduation, she experienced a death in the family and became estranged from her parents. That led to a deep, spiraling depression. Kelly told me that she contemplated suicide on more than one occasion. But thankfully, because her insurance plan covered mental health services, she was able to receive the therapy and medication that she needed. When we spoke, she said it plainly. Without that coverage, I would not be alive today. Under the GOP plan before us, Kelly would not be guaranteed affordable mental health benefits. And with these so-called access to benefits she couldn't afford, Kelly would be on her own. I want to be sure that any plan we put forth today will cover people like Kelly who work hard and who pay their bills, but who can be struck by mental illness through no fault of their own.
So, is a co-sponsor, and I'd yield the rest of our time to her.
Mr. Dr. Davis, all time has expired. Mr. Tiberi, you're recognized.
Amendment, because it's not germane to the amendment in nature of the substitute, the amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, because it goes beyond the narrow subject matter of the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute, which is remuneration. By addressing mental health, the amendment is also outside this committee's jurisdiction.
Thank you. Does the gentleman from Illinois offering the amendment wish to speak on the point of order?
To suggest Illinois is experiencing an epidemic of violence, and many people recognize mental illness as a part of that, and I would hope that we would see fit to have this amendment be in order.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, and assure you that members from both sides of the aisle share your interest and desire for mental health care for Americans. So I'm prepared to rule the amendment is not germane to the amendment in the nature of substitute because it violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, by introducing subject matter outside the scope of the amendment in the nature of substitute. It's also outside the committee's jurisdiction. The point of order is sustained. The amendment is not in order.
I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, Dr. Davis appeals the ruling of the chair. Mr. T. Berry.
I move the table the appeal.
Questions on the motion, table the appeal of the chair's ruling. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion to table is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would request a recorded vote.
A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Let's take you outside the Ways and Means Committee right now, where they're still holding those press conferences.
Offered some amendments on procedure, some more substantive amendments that are going to be offered. We hope that are found germane, including the postponement of the Cadillac tax a little later this evening. It really remains up to the Republicans at this point. We don't have the votes to pass them along with Democratic votes. We need Republican support. Our hope is that we can find some backbone here to stand up to their leadership.
And now let's take you back inside, where they're still discussing.
Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Aye. Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, aye. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? No. Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Curbelo? Chairman Brady? Chairman Brady, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
20 yeas, 16 nays.
There being 20 ayes and 16 noes, the motion to table is agreed to. Are there further amendments? The amendment in the nature of substitute. Is Ms. Sewell, you're recognized for purposes of offering your amendment. Mr. T. Berry? Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentlelady to suspend while the clerk distributes.
For those of you who are just joining us live here on Fox News Now, this is the Ways and Means Committee discussing budget reconciliation recommendations to repeal and replace Obamacare. We also have live a press conference as well. Let's turn up, though, and see what they have to say.
Unless the Secretary of Health and Human Services determines that no rural hospital will close and jobs be lost at rural hospitals. In many of the small communities in my district, rural hospitals are the largest employer. They are intricately linked to the local economy and the lifeline of the communities. I will oppose any piece of legislation and suggest that we all should do so that threatens coverage for rural people and the revenue base for local hospitals. The Republican repeal bill repeals the Medicaid expansion offered under the Affordable Care Act, Medicaid through and funds Medicaid through a block grant to the states per cap. It shifts $370 billion in costs to states over a decade. I have to say, Mr. Chairman, my home state of Alabama cannot withstand a cut of this magnitude while continuing to provide even limited coverage to the Medicaid population. Rural providers will be among the first to pay for cuts to Medicaid. Of Alabama's $1.9 billion state match for FY 2016, the state's general fund provided only $722 million, while health care providers supplied $1.2 million through an assessment. Alabama is the only state where hospitals fund 100% of the state match for its Medicaid hospital program. Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you that it is heart-wrenching for me to talk with my rural health care providers. Since January, I have had 3 town hall meetings and a meeting with all of my rural health providers, and the stories are eerily the same. So many of the rural hospitals in the state of Alabama and around this country have really been impacted by rising costs of health care and uncompensated care. And so why I really oppose this bill is because of the large numbers of folks who would be thrown off the roll because of it in the state of Alabama. The disparity between costs and access for rural Americans is profound. The 7th District of Alabama has 14 counties, and the state only has 4 critical access hospitals, only one of which is in my district. Our governor did not expand Medicaid, and the state is one of the most socioeconomically disadvantaged states in the country when it comes to the Medicaid program. In 6 of the 14 counties I represent, there are fewer than 5 primary care physicians county-wide. We have more payday lenders in some of the small towns than we do family doctors. Access to quality health care is definitely a problem. So is getting transportation. And the federal government currently pays 70% of the Medicaid program. I have a rural hospital administrator who, because she is struggling so hard at the Hill Hospital in York, Alabama, she is operating in a negative margin that she sometimes has to pay her workers from her own paycheck. The only department that actually operates not in the red is the detox unit of the hospital. Make no mistake, the Republican plan will only exacerbate these trends in rural America by shifting more costs to consumers. Under the current law, an average person in Jefferson County, Birmingham, Alabama, would receive a tax credit of $4,480. Under the House repeal plan, they would receive a tax credit of $3,000. That is a decrease of $1,480, or a 33% decrease in the amount of subsidy, financial assistance, that any person who actually gets on this repeal plan would have to face. Unfortunately, rural America cannot take another hit. This plan, while expansive in many ways, is really not does not favor rural America. Rural America, there are very few wealthy folks. I have to tell you that one of the farmers in my district, I think had he known that the Affordable Care Act was Obamacare, probably wouldn't have gotten it. But he had never had health care insurance before. And because of the Affordable Care Act, Hank Adcock not only didn't lose his hand when he got on the Affordable Care Act and his hand was stuck in a Baylor, he also didn't lose his farm. So I just think that we need to be very cautious of the fact that many folks in this new bill cannot afford to be kicked off to health care and cannot afford the cost of the new insurance plan. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. T-Berry?
It is not germane to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, because it goes beyond the nature of subject matter of the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute, which is remuneration by addressing hospitals. The amendment is also outside this committee's jurisdiction.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady offering the amendment wish to speak on the point of order?
I do, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Republican repeal plan will force Americans to pay more for less coverage. President Trump promised that it would not affect Medicaid and Medicare, and it does both. A broken promise. This bill only helps you if you are wealthy or healthy, or both. It also makes middle-class Americans pay more to give tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans. I yield the rest of my time to Congressman Kine, who also represents rural America. I think that it's really important that we acknowledge that certain sectors of the population just cannot embrace such high cost of health care insurance. And it's unfortunate that we are giving such huge tax cuts to wealthy folks and not taking care of our own. Mr. Kine.
I thank my friend from Alabama for yielding me the time. Mr. Chairman, I want to speak in favor of the amendment. My name's on the amendment. If there's one issue that has lit up my phones in regards to this repeal attempt, it's from rural providers in my congressional district. They are scared to death about a spike in charitable care or the uncompensated care due to the fact that under this legislation, you're proposing tax increases on working families, making it harder for them to afford their premium tax obligations, as well as significant cutback in Medicaid funding, which disproportionately affects rural providers. But because we never had one hearing on this, I want to at least ask unanimous consent to have included in the record at this time an article that appeared in Newsweek dated January 22nd, 2017, written by two emergency medical physicians titled, "Rural America Could Be the Hardest Hit by Repeal of Obamacare." I think I'd ask unanimous consent. Without objection, Mr. I think they set forth in very clear terms what the devastating consequences could be to rural providers with what's before us today. Also, the providers are worried about the elimination of the 340B drug discount program, which we made them eligible for under the Affordable Care Act, which has provided them substantial cost savings in rural areas. And furthermore, you know, the risk pools that exist in rural America are just much more difficult. These insurance pools tend to be smaller, they're more volatile, they experience higher cost of services, and there's less competition from insurance plans in these rural areas. You couple that with making it more expensive for people living in rural America to afford health plans, you couple it with eliminating Medicaid funding to the states and capping it and reducing it in future years, this puts an unusual strain on rural providers, not just in our districts, but in any rural district throughout the country. So there are better approaches in order to fix the healthcare system. What we ought to do is recognize what's currently working, what isn't working, fix what isn't, and then working together to reduce healthcare costs for all Americans. That's what I'm hearing from people back home. Not an attempt to use Obamacare as a political punching bag, trying to throw that out, because clearly, if we want to be honest with the American people, there are good, important features in the Affordable Care Act that we should not touch, that should continue. But there are also things that aren't working as well. And there's a way for us to bridge the gap that exists when it comes to health care policy and find those areas that aren't working and fix them together while keeping the main focus on trying to make health care more affordable for all Americans. I think that's what people back home have been telling me, at least, what they'd like to see done, and not just this attempt to completely revamp one-fifth of the U.S. economy overnight. With that, I'll yield back to my friend from Alabama if she has some more time to spare.
I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to the gentle lady from Washington, Ms. Delbene.
Thank you. I'm
pleased to support this amendment. I think it's incredibly important that we make sure that rural communities and underserved communities still have access to care. I'm proud to represent one of the most diverse districts in Congress with large areas of farmland, rural towns in the Stille Valley and the Sky Valley, all the way up to the Canadian border. And as many of my colleagues know, families who live in rural communities already face a number of substantial barriers to health care, often having to travel long distances to reach the nearest hospital or urgent care center, sometimes even to reach the primary care physician. The last thing we should do is putting access to health care farther out of reach for middle-class families in rural America. I've heard these concerns directly from a local hospital in my district, the Skagit Valley Hospital, which serves thousands of low-income patients living in rural parts of Skagit County and North Snohomish County. They told me that Democratic reforms have helped thousands of residents access their doctors and preventative services, and that if Republicans succeed in repealing the Affordable Care Act, quote, their access will disappear. This amendment is very important.
Technical difficulty, everybody. Let's take you back where they're holding a live press conference at the same time outside this Ways and Means Committee debate over budget on the repeal and replace of Obamacare. They're also discussing the recommendations that will become part of the American Health Care Act. That's President Trump's new name for his health care plan, the American Health Care Act. So they're discussing this today. Here's the live press conference. Some of the members come out and they speak to the press here every once in a while. But I want to take you back inside where the committee is speaking live. As soon as we get this technical difficulty fixed here, let me work on this for you guys. Thanks for your patience. Okay, let's take you back.
So at this time, I'm prepared to rule, and I would point out in my rural Texas district, that's where the strongest opposition to Obamacare resides, because they often have no or any choices in health care plans. The costs have skyrocketed for them. They often can't see their local doctor or hospital. All the networks are toward the bigger city. So ending the damage that's been done by Obamacare and actually giving them health care tailored to what they need instead of Washington is a key goal of our bill. The amendment is not germane.
All right, everybody, looks like there's a little bit of a glitch in the live event that we're streaming for you right now. They're discussing the repeal and replacement of Obamacare as well as President Trump's new health care plan, the American Health Care Act. And I'm waiting for this technical glitch to subside here. Looks like we do have another committee member, though, speaking live at that press conference right outside the meeting. So let's take you to that.
Well, you know, we're continuing the process in the Ways and Means markup on repealing and replacing Obamacare. We're doing this in an open, transparent manner to get the input, have the debate, so the American people know what we're fighting for. We're fighting for them because we're empowering them with their health care choice as we go forward. And I think the process is taking its course, and we're going to get this done, hopefully sooner rather than later. Well, of course, when we go to the floor, we'll have a final score, but we need to move forward. We've been discussing this for 7 years. The Better Way came out about a year ago. We've been campaigning on it. People know where we stand. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare because it's the right thing to do, because Obamacare is failing. Obamacare is failing us as Americans. We need to do better, and that's what this repeal replacement package is all about. That's just partisan talking points, in my opinion, because we've had 200+ hearings. This is an open process. We're going to, we're going through the process as we speak. We're going to bring it to the floor. We got to go to the Budget Committee next week. So this is a legislative process. And I was at the White House yesterday, and I will tell you, the president has given his full all-in signal to us, and we're going to deliver because it's the right thing to do for the American people because we care deeply about their access to health care. So thank you very much. We're voting. I got to go vote. I'll come back.
So you can see how committee members are coming in and out right now while voting is going on and just discussing their thoughts and opinions and what's going on to the media right now. And we do have footage inside that meeting where the Ways and Means Committee is discussing budget reconciliation recommendations to repeal and replace Obamacare, as well as recommendations that will become part of the American Health Care Act, which is President Trump's new health care plan. A little bit of a technical difficulty right now with getting that footage from inside the committee. Let me work on that for you guys. Stick with me here. All right, everybody, well, we're going to hop out of that event for just a few moments. I've got Linda up here with me, and we're talking about Women's Day, International Women's Day.
International Women's Day, and kind of this confusion about, well, what is it really? Because I'd see International Women's Day trending on Twitter, and then I'd also see a day without women. So I don't know who started it, or if someone tried to hijack someone's movement, but I went out and they said, hey, you're doing Day of the Protest. And I said, no, I don't want to. I'd rather do something more positive.
A little bit happier.
Well, let's go with the whole broad International Women's Day, where women celebrate being women and surviving and achieving and striving and pulling other women along. Let's go that route instead of and that's
we're protesting.
No, but here's the thing. People who want to protest, right on. Do it. I appreciate you and your message too. I absolutely do. I don't want anybody thumping anybody because they wanted to go a different way with a different message. I think that's part of our problem these days.
Sure. It's Women's Day and us women can do whatever.
Exactly. Thank you. Let's not parse the message and fuss about it.
So who were the women that you talked to today?
Awesome women. Her name's Bogey, and she runs, great name, B-O-G-I, Bogey Tyner.
I don't know why I got so excited, but I like that name.
I know, and she's as cool as her name. She runs 180 Degrees Automotive, and it's up on 7th Avenue, and she knows her stuff. She's had shows, but it isn't enough for her just to be a woman who knows her stuff. You can't swear on here, right? I'm kidding.
Oh, you can swear a little bit because we're in it.
I'm
not. Just kidding. Hey, you know your stuff. Yeah, it's better than saying the other S word.
Okay, she knows her stuff, And she isn't there to take advantage of car owners, whether you be male or female, but she wants females to kind of own their vehicles and at least know enough so
About
that you
cars.
aren't ripped off
Oh.
and not be so intimidated. She teaches classes to teach women the basics. You know, when your
Yeah.
car doesn't work, we do what guys do, I think, which is you go and you just start pushing on stuff. I do.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what I
loose.
do.
Maybe that is loose. I know nothing.
Yeah.
And cars are so sophisticated these days. What, you need a computer code and a computer code reader and all that to figure it out.
Yeah.
But she wants women in particular, I believe, to be comfortable and not intimidated by the process of speaking to your mechanic and knowing basically how your car runs.
I love that.
She brings female mechanics in and mentors them and moves them up along so they can become technicians and then full-blown mechanics.
That's
She
awesome.
hires female mechanics. She is... Hi, Steve. She is hosting this all-female build in March 26th.
What do you mean build?
All-female crew comes in and rebuilds like a 1957 Chevy or something. They're
That's
coming from
awesome.
all over the country
Yeah.
to Phoenix, and they're going to jump on this machine and they're going to rebuild it. It's so cool, this 57
Oh,
Chevy.
so and when is that happening?
I believe it's March 20th to the 26th.
That's
it's a
cool.
week-long event. Don't worry, we'll be all
Yeah.
over it.
We gotta
I said,
go to that.
Bogey, can I come back? But you walk into her shop, and it's light, it's cool, there's art on the walls, and I'm not saying she, it's comfortable. The furniture's comfortable, there's a woman sitting there, and there's her 3-year-old daughter. And over in the corner are all these toys
Yeah.
that her daughter's playing with, because sometimes it takes an hour or two, and you're sitting there looking at old, fisherman magazines. No offense, fishermen, I love fishermen.
Yeah.
But you're sitting there looking at those, whereas she has magazines that are contemporary and things for your kid to do. So your kid's not going to melt down while you're waiting for
I'm sure moms
an oil.
love
Oh,
that.
this little adorable 3-year-old girl is over playing and building and singing,
Yeah.
happy in a mechanic shop, but it's not. It's a building. It's a totally different vibe.
So this is where I need to go if I have questions with my car. 'Cause
You absolutely
I know
should.
nothing about
Yes.
fixing my car.
108, I'm not doing a commercial for it, but I was so impressed.
Yeah.
I was so impressed with the
That's
whole
cool.
concept and how she's pulling women along. So I love that. Second person, Diane Holloway.
Okay.
Diane Holloway is an ASU grad. Yay.
Yay.
Go Devils. She graduated with her degree in structural engineering.
Okay.
How does that sound? Does that sound a little
Structural
black
engineering.
and white
That
and
doesn't
boring and all that stuff?
sound
You know what? She's designing
too easy.
sneakers. High-end sneakers she's designing. And she's come
Wow.
out, I think, with her third one, and it's very intense. And
Structural engineering. Okay, so how to structure. Is that what you said? Structural?
yeah, structural
Okay.
engineering.
That's cool.
That's her degree, and that's what she's doing with it. And she's designed these incredible high-end edgy sneakers. Now, they're pricey. They're like bumping up against $300
Yeah.
for a pair of shoes, but she's looking for, the Michael Jordan crowd, the
Yeah.
rapper, cool kind of
Yeah.
Beyonce, what's her?
Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
All the cool kids.
She's
will
looking
wear
for
'em.
those kids.
But that's a
to
hard
pick
major
these up.
too. So you have to really study,
Yeah.
how this can work. I mean, you can't just make.
And she was there to run. She went on a track scholarship. She's got an incredible backstory.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she's very young. But you want to talk about a male-dominated
Industry.
area.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
industry. So mechanics, that's very male-dominated. Shoe design
Oh yeah.
is so male-dominated.
Sure.
They are these big companies, Nike and all those, they pump millions into it, but they're
For
looking
male
for a star.
athletes and- yeah.
For male athletes, and they all have male designers.
Wow.
She is bumping up against a really thick glass ceiling. If she can break through, more power to her.
That's
but we
cool.
just talk about just how hard it is being a woman, and she's African American too.
Mhm.
So being a woman, a black woman, and a shoe designer in Phoenix,
Trying to get ahead of the
just-
game and-
yeah, but she was invited to New York Week. She's getting good pub. She's getting good love from out there.
Good for you, girl.
But she's still working it. So,
Yeah.
and that's what her message is: keep working it.
I think women will be able to know what kind of shoes look cool on guys. When do a
Exactly.
guy want to know, like, hey, this is what girls think you should wear?
This
No.
is a cool shoe, and it's got some little millennial thing where I think when you take a picture it lights up. I'm not sure what that meant because I'm not a millennial, but it's social media savvy, this shoe.
That is cool. Okay, that will take off.
All right, I hope so.
That is cool.
Yeah, so I'm talking to her. And then the last woman, her name is Lourdes Orozco.
Mhm.
Now, a lot of women, a lot of men, you go to salons, and there are just a lot of women working there, or men.
Oh, sure.
How often do you know that those women, they'd rather run their own business, but everyone's too afraid to leave? They're just
Because
afraid
they can be comfortable.
leave. Well, you're comfortable, you have your client base, you're not going to leave. And plus, the person who's paying for the lights and all the fancy posters on the walls and dealing with all the stuff that running it, you don't want to be that person. Well, this woman struck out 14 years ago. She worked at a salon in downtown Phoenix. And here she is 14 years later. Her name's Lourdes Orozco. And she is doing so well. She is working on third generation people, you know, she does the grandmother, she does the mom, and then she does the kids.
She keeps getting referred.
She keeps getting referred.
That's
She's
good.
that good. So she has a 3-person shop. She's a cosmetologist and an esthetician.
Yeah.
That word.
I can't say that word.
I'm so bad at
Yeah.
it. Esthetician. She's an esthetician, cosmetologist. She has 2 cosmetologists working in her shop. And it's just a very cool space up on 7th
cool.
Street.
That can be scary to start your own business.
Yeah, because it's an old school business, and she just talked. I asked her, I said, well, encourage people who have always thought, I'm so tired of working for the man. That's what we call it. Working for, you and I, we are working for the man. That's what we're doing. That's the phrase. You're tired of working for the man. And she just encouraged them. She said, I was so afraid, but I knew I had to go. And it's super competitive out there, too.
Oh, yeah, with salons for sure.
Yeah, but they have those signature salons where it's a whole building and everyone has their own little business in a room.
Oh, sure, because you own your
salon.
chair and you own
it,
your products.
And that's you have your door, you name your company and that kind of thing.
I never knew that
Maybe strike
before.
out that way. Yeah, it's very cool.
That's
so
cool.
that was my day.
When does that air?
International Women's Day, tonight at 5. I'm going to head over to the
you got to
Capitol
run there now.
Right now, yes.
Okay.
But
I like
thanks.
that. I'm
I like
interested
it
to see
too.
all 3. Which one
It's
are you
gonna be
most
fun.
looking forward to? That's hard to say
I
because you
loved
interviewed all of them.
them all. You know, I felt good. I felt good about them all. They warmed my heart.
Yeah.
They made me proud.
I'm excited to hear
Yeah,
this.
I had a real go-girl moment with
guys-
all 3 of them.
Linda, follow her on Twitter. What's your
That's
Twitter
right.
handle? Linda Fox 10.
At Linda W. Fox 10.
Linda
I'm
W.
at
Fox
Linda
10.
W. Fox 10.
Cool. All
Thanks,
right.
love.
Thanks, Linda.
Have fun.
Thanks for coming up here with me.
Hey, my pleasure. Always
Appreciate
fun.
it. Thank you. You guys, that was Fox 10 reporter Linda up here with me discussing her story. It's International Women's Day. It's also the hashtag that's trending is a day without a woman. Let's take you back to the live event. We did have something live just a little bit earlier. I think this was on the driveway outside the White House. Let me double check to see if that event finished up or not. Mike will play that for you if we missed it. Let's take you back, though, inside the Ways and Means Committee. Right now they're discussing Obamacare, the repeal and replacement of it, the budget, what it's really going to take to make that happen. They're holding a press conference outside the Ways and Means Committee meeting right now where members are coming out sporadically to talk about their thoughts and opinions on this. So we've got this live shot right now. I'm going to see if I can take us inside live in that meeting as well. So thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take you back inside the committee. If it continues to glitch, I'll take you guys to something else, but let's see if this works.
A question for Mr. Barthold. Mr. Barthold, do we know how many people would benefit from removing the cap for insurance executives in terms of the tax break that they'll be provided under this bill? Do we have an idea of an estimate of how many people would actually be affected by that?
The committee had asked that question earlier, and I said that I would try and see if what information my colleagues might have. I don't have anything yet, Mr. Crowley.
Is it safe to say it's probably no more than the hundreds?
I don't want to.
Do you think it's in the thousands?
I shouldn't guess, because then if I'm wrong.
Is it reasonable to think that it's less than 1,000 people?
I don't want to guess, Mr. Crowley.
Is it reasonable to believe that relief from the Cadillac tax would affect tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in the United States?
In terms of the Cadillac, I thought you were talking about...
I am. The two separate issues.
Okay. The Cadillac tax, I have some information on from our baseline projections. If we project that the high premium excise tax would potentially affect 7 million policyholders in 2020 when it would go into effect.
Let me write that down, 7 million. I wrote down the number, 7 million policyholders who have exposure to the Cadillac tax at some time in the future. Is that correct?
In the year 2020.
Sometime in the future. We immediately are going to alleviate the pain and the suffering that insurance executives have right now by lifting the cap in terms of the deductions that they're eligible for. But we're going to not have in the underlying bill something that will relieve 7 million hardworking Americans right now.
Mr. Crowley, present law, remember, the Cadillac tax does not apply until...
I understand that, but there's actually no movement afoot within this measure right now, their bill, to address the issue of those 7 million people. That's the point I'm making, Mr. Barthold, rhetorically. Do nothing to help 7 million working men and women right now, but do everything to help the top executives at insurance companies right now. Just so the American people understand where the priorities lie for Mr. Trump and for the Republican Party.
On the germaneness of this issue. So I am prepared to rule, and while I am pleased Democrats are suddenly outraged at their own bill, at their own tax, Republicans on this committee predicted you would be hurting hard-working families, many of them in union households, and we heard from Mr. T. Berry and Mr. Kelly and Mr. Meehan and Mr. Nacy, Mr. Reed, and many others about the damage this would do. Today, the Cadillac tax is repealed till 2020. We propose to repeal it even further till 2025. And the truth is, had you not voted unanimously to impose this damaging tax, we wouldn't be here today. The amendment is not germane to the amendment of the nature of a substitute because it violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, by addressing the Cadillac tax, the Democrat Cadillac tax, which is outside the subject matter of this amendment in the nature of a substitute. The point of order is sustained. The amendment is not in order. Are there other amendments?
I'd like to repeal,
Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Chairman, I move to table the appeal.
Questions on the motion to table the appeal of the chair's ruling? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion chair, the ayes have it.
I'd ask for a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Nunes? Mr. Nunes, aye. Mr. T-Berry? Mr. T-Berry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacy? Mr. Renacy, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, aye. Mr. Corbello? Mr. Corbello, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Neal?
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer?
No.
Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind?
No.
Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Jenkins? Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Chairman Brady?
Aye.
Chairman.
Clerk will report the vote.
23 yeas, 16 nays.
There being 23 ayes and 16 noes, the motion to table is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in nature substitute? Mr. Pascal, for which, what purpose does gentleman seek recognition?
To offer an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been
Pascal's amendment.
The point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentleman from New Jersey to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Let's take you outside where they're holding that press conference. Committee members are stepping out during this meeting to discuss their thoughts.
Is a disaster. Millions of people will lose their coverage because it will be not affordable for them to buy health care. This bill takes away the affordable tax credits that Americans have now that have made health care affordable for them, and instead it replaces it with a flat tax that is anywhere between $2,000 to $4,000. That is not enough to cover their costs. More and more people will find that it is unaffordable and they will not be able to sustain their health care coverage. Not only that, seniors are allowed to be charged 5 times more for their health care premiums than young people. And the money that was going to go into making the Medicare trust fund sustainable, well, that amount will be taken away so that there'll be 3 years less solvency for the Medicare trust fund. But what is worse about this is that billionaires get a tax break. They're the ones who actually benefit from this. In fact, because of all the tax breaks, there will actually be a $7 million increase for the 400 wealthiest families in this nation. It's not right to make health care unaffordable, but instead give the total benefit to the wealthiest in this nation.
Between the opposition from Dems and the opposition from Freedom Caucus members for obviously different reasons, what do you think the chances are of this bill in its current form being successful?
Well, I hope that more and more in Congress will see that this is an unsustainable bill and that it just cannot go forward. We have a bill that is working now. Yes, it could use some reforms, as any complicated bill does need, but I think that we should not replace the Affordable Care Act. It is working for many millions of people in this country.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Well said.
As you can see, committee members are stepping outside of this discussion about Obamacare and sharing their thoughts and feelings on health care at this press conference outside the committee meeting. But let's take you back inside and see what they are saying right now. Again, this is a discussion about budget reconciliation, recommendations to repeal and replace Obamacare, as well as recommendations that will become part of the American Health Care Act. That's President Trump's new name for his health care plan, the American Health Care Act. Let's take you inside where Chairman Brady is speaking right now.
The amendment in the nature of a substitute, the amendment violates House Rule 16, Clause 7 because it goes beyond the narrow subject matter of the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute, which is remuneration. This amendment directs funds to the Medicare Improvement Fund under the completely different section of the tax code.
Mr. Chairman?
Does the gentleman from New Jersey wish to speak on the point of order?
Yes, I do. Mr. Chairman, the interpretation of this legislation does not make sense in view of the other interpretations that were made since 10:30 this morning. This is germane. It is Title I, which makes it applicable to what we're voting on tonight. I laid it out very clearly. You take from one group of people and you give to another group of people. If that's not germane, what in God's name are we doing here? And I am asking you to look at your dismissive attitude about this legislation.
Mr. Will you yield?
Yes, sir.
It's not dismissive, Mr. Pasquarello. It's the fact that this section clearly violates the enumeration section. I mean, so can you look at your amendment?
I'm sorry?
If you want me to give you a serious, legitimate answer here,
I hope so.
This is your amendment under lines 11, 12, 13, and 14. It is a sense of Congress that funds made available under subsection A shall be used to incentivize quality fee-for-service Medicare and Medicare Advantage. That violates the enumeration section, the remuneration section. You can take back your time.
Thank you. First of all, this is a sense of the Congress. That's a very big difference, is it not? Is it not?
I don't understand why a sense of Congress.
Mr. Pasquarello,
Yes,
I'm going
sir.
to call you chairman. Mr. Chairman Pasquarello, Medicare Improvement Fund is outside the subject matter. I don't know how clear I could be. That is completely outside the subject matter.
Well, would you agree
Are you
that...
filibustering?
I'm sorry?
Are you filibustering?
I would never do that.
I'm starting to wonder.
I would
I
never
yield
do that.
back to you.
It's the furthest thing from my mind. But there is a big difference when we have a sense of the Congress and we have a regular amendment. Would you not agree?
No, because this is outside the scope of the area of which we are debating right now, which is the remuneration section.
Okay, what about this? Are you yielding back to me?
He yields back. You control the time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question, my friend from Ohio. Line 11, Section B, the use of funds. What if I strike that out of there, that particular paragraph?
Mr. Pasquarello, you'd have to strike the whole daggone thing out of there to be quite frankly, within the jurisdiction.
Now, you know that's not true.
Well, no, it is true, because even, I quoted you 11 through 14 on my own, but as the crack staff has pointed out, you also are out of bounds on number 3 and 4 and 5. That makes most of the whole page out of bounds. I relinquish my time back to you, sir.
Well, it would seem to me, I've laid out where the money would go. I don't think that's out of bounds. I think it is germane. You say it isn't. I respect your opinion, even though I think it's wrong.
I'm sure you do.
But if I strike out that Section B, paragraph B, use of funds.
Why don't we just yield to the chairman? He can decide.
Fine, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's not a very high standard.
I agree.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Levin, do you wish to speak on the point?
Yeah, I just.
Where? Scratches?
If Mr. Pasquale simply moves to strike the repeal, isn't that germane?
Mr. Levin, I would advise you to visit with your staff about making the amendments germane, and we'll be glad to consider them as they're presented.
Well, but I'm asking you, since you've been ruling on germaneness.
Well, what's in it then?
If we simply move to strike that provision, would it not be germane?
Strike section 1. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, so, earlier answer to that, I'm not going to rule hypothetically. If an amendment is made in order and a proper motion, we'll certainly consider that as germaneness. We do want to follow regular order as we move forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Pasquale.
Would it meet your standards if I struck section 1?
Again, I'd want to rule on a hypothetical question. If you'd like to, at this point, I'm going to rule on germaneness of the current legislation amendment.
I'm proposing I strike section 1.
Thank you.
Now what?
So,
Will the gentleman from New Jersey yield?
Absolutely.
My feeling is that we're going to be here for a while. Maybe work on the amendment, is germaneness, and we can come back to it. Just a thought.
Except, would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
You're suggesting your amendment start by just say strike section 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so just cut off everything else after it says strike section 1. Mr. Pasquale, why don't you just amend your modify it to say strike section 1.
Mr. Pasquale.
Yes, sir.
Let me give you some advice. Rather than attempt to modify this in a discussion on the dais, I would recommend you withdraw the amendment, attempt to put it in a germane order, follow regular order in the sense that to modify it, 75 copies, will continue to move forward with that and consider that bill, not hypothetically, but as a direct amendment.
All right. Mr. Chairman, what we will
What purpose, Mr. Pasquale?
We will withdraw and then introduce.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Where's the amendment? Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
And it's germane.
And it's germane.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I'm going to reserve a point of order.
Oh. I'm trying to take their suggestions so we get
So,
one amendment passed.
I'm going to do more than offer a suggestion. By striking section 1, in effect, you wish to vote on the underlying subtitle.
That is correct.
When these amendments are concluded, we will go to a vote on in consideration of the underlying subtitle. So your amendment in the next vote will be identical in policy and in action. And so, moving forward without further amendments, I think gets us to where the argument you would like to have.
We cannot do that now.
Excuse me? So since you've withdrawn, if we consider, if this is the final amendment, move forward on the underlying subtitle, this will allow you to have the vote on the policy issue that I think you intend to have.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If there are no further amendments,
Mr.
questions
Chairman?
on the adoption
Mr.
amendment?
Chairman, would it be in
seeks
order to move to strike the last word?
Good. Great. Ms. Sanchez, yes, please. You're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Pasquale, for valiantly trying to get some amendments made in order. I claim time to talk a little bit about the just hot mess that this bill is and the opposition that we've already seen coming from groups that are intimately connected with and critical to our healthcare system. We have now seen the Association for the Advancement of Retired Persons, AARP, come out against this bill. The American Medical Association is opposed to this bill. The American Hospital Association is opposed to this bill. And now the American Nurses Association is also opposed to this bill. These are nonpartisan organizations that work day in and day out in the healthcare system, and they have summarily said that the bill forces people to pay more for less healthcare coverage, for less healthcare benefits, and for less peace of mind. Now, those groups that I just mentioned aren't the only ones who think that this bill is a hot mess. I'd like to just let folks know about some of the Republican members who are not enamored of this bill either. Representative Mo Brooks said that right now the Speaker of the House does not have the votes to pass this bill unless it's got substantial Democrat support, and I am not seeing that Democrat support materialize. Senator Rand Paul said, quote, "It won't work. It will not pass. Conservatives are not going to take it." Senator Mike Lee said, quote, "This is not the Obamacare repeal we've been waiting for. It's a missed opportunity and a step in the wrong direction." And Government John Kasich said, "The right way to fix Obamacare is by Republicans and Democrats working together." Ruling amendments non-germane is not a way to work together with Democrats, I would just remind the committee. In addition to those members of the Senate, we have heard opposition from conservative influencers such as the Republican Study Committee, Freedom Works, the Tea Party Patriots, Club for Growth, Americans for Prosperity, the Heritage Foundation, and Freedom Works. We've heard opposition from conservative commentators. Michael Cannon of Cato said, "The House Republican leadership bill does not replace Obamacare. It merely applies a new coat of paint to a building that Republicans themselves have already condemned." Megan McArdle of Bloomberg Views said, "If Republicans manage to pass this, they will richly deserve it when voters blame them for the resulting havoc it will wreak in the individual market." National Review chimed in, "All in all, though, the bill is a disappointment, and it's not too late to get a second opinion." Avik Roy said, "Little doubt that the plan will price millions out of the healthcare insurance market. It's not clear why they're proceeding without a score, but it means that members of the House Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means Committees will not have the information they need to make informed decisions about how best to revise the bill. The CBO is likely to score that the Republican bill is covering 20 million fewer Americans than the ACA. Expanding subsidies for high earners and cutting health coverage off from the working poor. It sounds like a left-wing caricature of mustache-twirling, top-hatted Republican fat cats. And Jennifer Rubin of the Washington Post opined, "Arguably is the most irresponsible display of governance in my lifetime." Robert Lazowski said, "It won't work, worse than Obamacare itself, and is a very attractive program for the better off, gutting the program for the poor to be able to pay for it." So I would just like to point out to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that have opposed actually working with Democrats on good policy ideas that don't hurt middle-class Americans or working families that are struggling. But instead of that, we have resistance at every turn. And I would just like to say that if this bill makes it through committee, and it seems like the Republican majority is intent on doing that in a very short amount of time, you will own the results of this poorly crafted bill. You've had 7 years to put together something that was workable, and I have no other words other than to say it's a hot mess that we're talking about tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. All time has expired.
And I yield back.
Please strike the last word.
Strike the last word.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. And I have the great utmost respect for you, not as much as I have for Mr. Pascrell. And I concur with what Mr. Larson said earlier. Here's the challenge on our side. When there are these amazing quotes coming from the other side with respect to defending the Affordable Care Act, it's hard to imagine the ability to work together.
In fact, here's a quote, Republicans are going to have to do it alone. That was Ms. Sanchez in January. I won't go on to talk about others on the other side. I'm not going to at this point in time.
10
but that's
seconds?
the point that I'm
Gentleman
going to
controls
make,
time.
is that I understand everyone wanting to work together, but it's hard to take all of that in stride when some of the quotes that we've seen in local newspapers. I'll yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Thank you. The gentleman has yielded back. Mr. Roscom, you recognize strike the last word. Mr. Crowell, you've struck the last word earlier.
No,
so someone else will have to do that. Mr. Roscom, you recognized.
You know, last fall when the insurance co-ops were collapsing, there was an opportunity, there was a brightness, there was a moment that I thought both sides could come together, and it was a recognition that people who, through no fault of their own, were in a co-op that had collapsed, surely, I thought, on a bipartisan basis, we could come together and say, they entered into the co-op, through no fault of their own, the co-op collapsed, and yet they're going to be stuck with a penalty at the end of the year. Surely we can come together on a bipartisan basis and say those people shouldn't be stuck. But here's what happened. Every Democrat on the committee, even though there was an explicit assurance that the only purpose was to bring rescue to that constituency, every Democrat on the committee said, or they voted no. It's inconceivable. It's inconsistent with the spirit that's being articulated on the other side of the aisle. So, to quote Mr. Larson, or to quote the spirit of Mr. Larson, I think my constituents look at this debate and say, look, back in 2008, when President Obama won the election, there was a national consensus around two core issues as it relates to health care. I haven't seen polling on this, but it's pretty intuitive. I don't think I'm hunting out ahead of the pack on this. Number one, health care was too expensive, and many of the cost drivers were not making us any healthier. The second thing that people agreed on, a broad spectrum of the American public, they agreed that they were scandalized at the idea that somebody with a pre-existing condition didn't have access to an insurance pool. The moment was there. President Obama could have been a transformational figure in my view. He didn't decide to go toward those remedies, that is, dealing with costs and dealing with pre-existing conditions. Instead, he went an entirely different route. Now the route, ironically, is being criticized by our friends on the other side of the aisle, that as it relates to the Cadillac tax, do you catch the rich irony of this, are basically playing legislative not it. Not it, and walking away from the Cadillac tax that they're the authors of. It's absurd. So here's the problem. The problem is the false premise of the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act was purported and has had some success. I'll stipulate that. There's people that have been the beneficiaries of the Affordable Care Act. But here's the problem. The subtext of the argument for the Affordable Care Act was that nobody was going to get hurt. Do you remember this? President Obama himself saying, if you like your doctor, you get to keep your doctor. Turns out, not true. Saying, if you like your coverage, you get to keep your coverage. Turns out, not true. You're going to save $2,500 per family, average American family. Turns out, not true. In fact, all of those are absolute nonsense. So here's what we're trying to do. Basically, the Democrats, when they had control, said to a whole group of Americans, we're going to come and we're going to get you on the next helicopter out of Saigon. We're going to come back and we're going to pick you up. But you know what? Nobody came back. And so now what we're saying is we think we've got a better pathway. We think we've got something that is going to deal with pre-existing conditions. We think that we've got something that's going to mitigate costs. We think that something is going to take off burdensome mandates that have created pressures on employers who are begging for mercy in my district. We think we've got something that is going to be reasonable in its approach as it relates to cost. And there's an invitation.
Okay,
to do the right
everybody,
thing
we are
by a
going to
wide
take you back to this event. We're just going to switch out hosts right now. Mike Page coming up next. In the meantime, I'm going to take you back outside that committee hearing where they're having a press conference sporadically in and out. Committee members are sharing their thoughts and opinions at the podium here. We'll be right back. Mike coming up next.
Welcome, everyone. Fox 10 News Now, stream part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page. Going to be here with you for the next 2 hours. We're going to go back to that budget reconciliation debate over to repeal and replace Obamacare, and then I'll come back with some very exclusive news that talks about a huge cover-up, potentially, with the Department of Justice over refugees. I'll have that for you in just a little bit. Let's go back now to that live debate.
Into everyone's premiums. This is a cost, whether you like it or not, that is ultimately in those premiums. Because you've already testified on your side, or stated and pontificated, that these salaries are already being paid. So I'm trying to work through the logic here. This is a cost that is within the insurance market. We are trying to find ways to remove costs so the insurance costs come down and become more competitive. I'm sorry. I understand the seizing hatred of folks out there who've done well, and these folks are obviously doing very well, but the logic of, hey, they're making the salary, but we want to add more costs to the cost of insurance is absurd. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield.
Gentleman has yield back. Mr. Larson, or Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry, you're recognized. Strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I strike the last word.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
And yield to Mr. Levin.
You know, I think the key word that was used here was by Mr. Roscom, who said we come forth with anecdotes. And I listened to that word, and I thought, that's really what this is all about. ACA brought insurance to 20 million people. The uninsurance rate went down dramatically. The extended Medicaid was part of that, and that helped, as well as the exchange, the insurance exchange, to mean for people they no longer had to fear illness because they had no insurance. It brought a certainty to Medicaid. Half of Medicaid goes for long-term care. And those people who receive it, and I know some of them personally, they're not anecdotes, nor the others. It also brought preventive care to millions who never had it. And so when it's said that ACA is anecdotes, no, it isn't. It's the lives of millions and millions of people who have benefited from ACA, many of whom went to bed every night never having any insurance coverage whatsoever. And so you can point to this or that problem within ACA. It was never meant to be perfect. Everybody knew that combining public and private coverage was going to be something that needed continuing work. But to simply say we're raising anecdotes, if the millions of people who have benefited from ACA could come here and line up, the line would stretch for hundreds of miles. And if they told their story, nobody here would be able to look at them in the eye and say, you are anecdotes. No, this ACA has been a major, major provision. There is nothing more sacred and important than one's health care. Nothing. Nothing. And to minimize it is to make, I think, a mortal mistake. Thank you for yielding.
Mr. Lewis yields back. Mr. Higgins, do you wish to strike the last word?
Yeah, move to strike the
You're
last word.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we've been at this now for about 8.5 hours today, and the only thing we've really talked about is a plan to provide a massive tax cut for insurance executives. Your bill kills a provision in the Affordable Care Act that placed a $500,000 limit on deductions for each executive's compensation. 5 major insurers paid their CEOs a total of $73 million in 2015. 2.5 million of that was deductible currently. Under the action that you're taking today, $70 million is deductible in executive pay giveaway. So clearly, this system is rigged, again, to screw the American people. More insurance executive pay, less health coverage for the American people, and higher premiums. And all of this, when last month the Department of Justice opened an investigation alleging fraud, costing American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars from the Medicare program. And today, House Republicans gave United Healthcare executives, including their chief executive officer, who made $66 million last year, a raise in the form of a tax cut, compromising the best interests of the American people, who I said very early today, play by the rules, work hard every single day, pay health insurance premiums that are higher than they should be, and have one expectation at the end of the day, and that is when they or their kids get sick, there is fair, reasonable health care coverage available to them. We didn't take a step forward today. We took a major step back. As someone who tweets quite frequently these days, sad, very sad. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Reichert is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. My priority is my constituents at home. And I know everyone on this panel feels the same passion for their constituents, the people that they represent, in providing health care. And Mr. Roskin touched on a little of this, the promises made by President Obama after he was elected. And let's just remind ourselves, these are broken promises. The claim on the other side is that their promises broken during a campaign. This is a president who promised under the ACA that you would be able to keep your doctor, you could choose your hospital, you could keep your health care plan, you would have quality health care, you would have access, and it would be affordable. Those things happened for some people, but they didn't happen for a lot of people. And a lot of those people live in my district. So if we want to talk about, I know in one meeting the President had with the members of the Republican conference back when Mr. Boehner invited him to our retreat, he was asked the question by one of our members, Mr. President, is it true? Can people keep their doctor? Is that true, yes or no? And I don't know if some of the Republican members on the dais remember his answer or not, but I remember it clearly. He hesitated, he paused, and he said, yeah, you know, there might have been some language snuck into the bill that runs contrary to that promise. But yet, after that meeting, the President continued to go out in the public eye and tell people that they would keep their doctor, even after he recognized to us and admitted to us that that was not a promise that could be kept because of language snuck into the bill. So my focus is on people who are underinsured or who are not insured, and I think this bill addresses those issues and protects health care for those individuals. But I also want to focus on those people who are paying exorbitant premiums monthly. Some members of some residents in my community have said my premiums have gone up from $500 a month to $1,100 a month. One couple in Maple Valley in their late 50s, early 60s, $1,100 a month in premiums, $5,000 to $6,000 a year in copays, $5,000 to $6,000 a year in deductibles. The male partner in this relationship has a serious health care issue, but he won't go to the doctor because he can't afford the $5,000 to $6,000 copay. Yet he's paying that monthly premium, and he doesn't use and can't use the health care quality, accessible, affordable health care plan that was laid out in ACA. And by the way, later on I might mention the history in a very clear and logical way, lay out exactly how that bill was forced down the throats of American citizens without the help of Republicans, and this is why we find ourselves here today. And I could go on with other examples of how this middle-income families in my district and across the country are paying these higher copays, these higher premiums, and they can't afford to use the health care system. So they have a health care plan, but they don't have health care. They have a health care plan, but they don't have health care. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Reichert. Just quickly, a couple of examples. My contrast of anecdotes is anecdotal examples as opposed to studies. But here's quickly. Steve from Lisle, Illinois emailed me and said, my costs for health care are increasing 41% on top of 75% last year. Please stop this insanity. Jim from Wheaton, Illinois said, my premium is set to go up 75% for 2017 from $480 a month to $844 a month. Lauren in Cary, Illinois, as you can see, Mr. Roscom, our new health premium will be almost the size of an additional mortgage. It's on and on and on. So like I said, I agree that there's people that will claim a benefit from the ACA, but let's recognize that there have been people who have been devastated by this.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Thompson, you recognize to strike the last word?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Sir, you recognize.
Earlier today, I said that this bill drives up the cost for the middle class to pay for massive tax cuts for the wealthy. And that's exactly what the bill does. This is a tax windfall to insurance companies so they can pay their insurance executives. I don't think there's any dispute about that. And my friends on the other side of the aisle can spin this any way they want, but it's not plausible to think that it's anything other than that. I have a note here from Sue Ann Regalia, who's a 12th grade teacher in Sonoma in my district. She said that many of her students simply didn't go to the doctor regardless of how sick or injured they were. But under the ACA, my students are healthier. They've been vocal about their concerns as they age out of the programs for children. Without Obamacare, sick and injured kids cost schools funding. We all know what she means by that. If a kid is sick or injured and can't go to school, the school loses the funding that they would get. And they struggle academically, which impacts them far into the future. Tell Sue Ann that it's okay to give a $400 million tax cut to people who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense at all. So spin to your heart's content, but the fact of the matter does, your spinning does not erase the fact that this is a massive tax cut giveaway to the wealthy at the expense for the middle-class, hardworking people that we all represent. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Crowley.
Thank you, Mike, for yielding me his time. So let me get this straight. Premiums are so high and out of control that the first response and answer to that is to give a tax break to the wealthiest, some of the wealthiest people in our country. Mr. Swigert, I appreciate you sticking around because you rhetorically made some remarks before, but your colleagues on the other side are 0 for 4 in terms of striking the last word and mentioning any support for this provision. I ask you, do you support this provision?
Gentlemen yield?
I do.
Of course, because as you've and a couple of folks around you, I believe, have absolutely misrepresented. This isn't a tax on the executives. This is a tax the insurance company is paying.
I understand.
If you can conflate this magical world of, well, it's tax over here, we might pay someone more, they're already paying them at that.
Taking my time. What it does, it says, if you pay more to the executives, you can pay them more, and the company gets to deduct more taxes from. They have a lower bill. So either way you want to spin it.
The gentleman yield again.
Listen, either way you want to spin it, the reality is it gives more money to people who don't need it.
Will the gentleman yield for 20 seconds?
It takes it from people who do. I'll yield to the gentleman.
20 seconds. If you look at our bill, we're systematically trying to remove those taxes that have been woven into people's insurance premiums. This is one of them. Thank you.
I beg to...
Mr. Crowley, will you yield?
Yeah, sure.
One second. The $400 million in this bill isn't paid for. It is not paid for. So you're not giving them anything except money from our Treasury and money that would go to provide health care to the millions of people that we represent. And I yield back to Mr. Crowley.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, I listened to Mr. Reichert as well. He was complaining about premiums and costs as well. I noticed a lot of my colleagues, and Mr. Reichert, I give you credit for sticking around, make a statement, then you drop the mic and you walk out. But that's a strange statement coming from the other side, putting a bill forward that takes away cost-sharing subsidies for 5.9 million Americans, takes away funding for insurance coverage for 11 million newly covered working Americans, raising their costs, allowing insurance companies to charge older Americans up to 5 times more for the same insurance coverage. AARP notes age rating plus premium increases equals an unaffordable age tax. Does the gentleman want me to yield? Mr.
Just a quick point on this. This provision that caps employee compensations that insurance companies paid to $500,000 was something that was agreed to by the insurance companies to help pay for the Affordable Care Act, because they knew that they were going to get more paying customers that they're going to be able to cover, and they knew that the uninsured rate would go down under the bill. And so this was their contribution to making sure that everything was paid for, everything was offset, and now you're about to give them a windfall that they weren't even asking for.
Is recognized to strike the last word. Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthol, can I ask you a couple of questions? Thank you, sir. Are there any other limits on the deductibility on the upside of compensation in the tax code?
Any other provisions on deductibility?
Yeah, limits on compensation.
As we discussed a little bit earlier today, the general rule is that you can deduct all costs that are reasonable and necessary as part of running your business. There is a limitation enacted by Congress in 1993 on compensation of the chief executive officer and the high highest paid next executives of the corporation, limiting the deductible amount to $1 million in compensation.
So really what we're talking about here with these insurances, if we remove this $500,000 limit, they still won't be able to write off compensation over $1 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, and just to be completely clear on that, that is correct, but to be completely clear, it is also the case that there is an exception on that for performance-based compensation.
I got you. And are there any other industries where we have a special limit like we have on insurance companies for $500,000? Every other industry is $1 million, right? I mean, we don't have any other special limits.
The $1 million rule is the general rule for compensation.
And with this bill, I mean, we're talking about eliminating all the taxes under Obamacare, not just this one tax. We're talking about eliminating the employer mandate and the individual mandate and every tax under Obamacare. Is that right?
You have a number of different provisions that generally look at all the revenue provisions of the Affordable Care Act.
Let me ask you this. If we eliminate this limit on deductibility by insurance companies, are the executives going to pay less tax on their compensation?
this is not a tax on the executives. It is on.
So when they say that this is going to help these rich people, when they say that this is going to help these rich people, that's a lie, right? I mean, their tax is going to be.
Gentlemen, yield. Will the gentleman yield? Are you accusing us of lying? The gentleman accuses us of lying?
Mr. Crowley,
Chairman.
Mr. Rice.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect.
It's a misrepresentation.
Mr. Chairman, will the gentleman suspend?
It's a misrepresentation.
Chairman.
Crowley.
Reclaiming my time.
Seriously.
Not going to make a mountain out of mole here.
Well,
Mr.
I guess in this world where people can lie
time.
constantly with alternative facts to accuse us of lying, I think
It's a
you might want to clarify that statement.
I'm sorry, it's a
Your order,
misrepresentation. It's a misrepresentation. So if you remove this limit on compensation with insurance companies, these people that they say, these rich people, they're not going to pay any less taxes, one dime less taxes, are they? No.
The only way it would affect the tax liabilities of these individuals on their individual return is if their compensation changes.
So who would pay less taxes if we remove this limit?
It would, if you removed it, it would increase the deductible costs of the business. And
so the insurance company would pay less taxes. Now, if the insurance company paid less taxes, maybe they could charge less premiums. Is that right?
A question of incidence of how the profits affect.
I know it's speculative, but they would have more money and perhaps they could charge less premiums. So in fact, this provision that these guys are so desperate to keep in here actually increases the expenses of insurance companies and drives up their cost. Is that not right?
It makes the cost of compensation of certain individuals greater than it otherwise would be.
And I just want to take the last minute of my time to tell you that, you know, this law that folks in South Carolina have dealt with for the last several years since it was implemented has been a disaster for many folks in South Carolina. One thing people don't understand is there's only about 200,000 people in South Carolina that are actually on Obamacare. 4% of the population. 96% of the population in South Carolina is not on Obamacare. And I have statement after statement after statement from folks in South Carolina that are being horribly damaged by this law. This letter from Mrs. Pauline said, I'm writing it to you because I'm so upset with the new Obamacare premiums released this week. My husband and I are under 65, but not much. Our premiums for the same plan will increase from $1,400 to $1,700 a month in 2017. Our deductibles will increase from $3,000 to $7,000. Who can afford that? This year, after paying 20% of our income for health insurance coverage alone, the plan paid absolutely nothing. I submit to you that if you have an insurance policy that pays nothing, that the deductibles are so high that you can't use it, regardless of the fact that statistics may say you're covered, you are not covered. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. You recognize strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read in the paper maybe 3-4 months ago, 62% of Americans don't have $1,000 in the bank. I was just kind of shocked about that, but then I was thinking back, I got in business 40 years ago. In the first 15 years, we paid everybody's health care. And I think most industries did. And you look at the last, it's not just the ACA, the last 8 years, 7 years. I think back 20 years ago when I chaired our local chamber, I chaired the state chamber. The number one issue 20 years ago was available and affordable health care. Small companies couldn't get it. We had 137,000 businesses in the Florida Federation. 93% were probably 50 employees or less. Their number one issue is trying to find affordable health care. So when you look at what's happened, this middle class, the cost is over the last 20 years, the cost keeps going up. Where's it go? It gets pushed. I'm guilty of that, and a lot of business people are over the years. It gets pushed to the middle class because the premiums keep going up for the small business person. And let's say it's $1,400 a month. The small business is paying $700, and about $700 gets pushed out to the employee, the technician or whoever else job that they're in. The middle class is drowning. I had someone last week tell me that their insurance premium per month This is a couple that had their own business. They're paying for themselves and their wife a couple thousand a month. Their premium for insurance was more than their house payment. So when I look at this, and we look at this experiment of Obamacare, when that first came out, we talked about bending the curve on health care. And maybe it did for some people. And if you look at just the 11 to 20 million, maybe some definitely got support. But if you look outside that, the 100 million people that are on various programs, that's why the middle class in America, in my opinion, there's multiple reasons. But the biggest reason, in my opinion, is that they're getting killed. They're going bankrupt, a lot of them, because of the cost that's being pushed to them.
The gentleman yield on that point?
And let me just say this. And as it relates to the last 8 years, we're supposed to bend the curve. It's gone like this. Someone said that what I'm looking at, and how I look at this, I just look at it, we've got to bring the costs down. Not just for the select few, but the 100 million people plus in the country trying to get health care. They're being buried. And that's just what I've seen over the last 40 years. Yes, I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, my friend from Florida. And it was the exact point I was making earlier, and I couldn't agree with you more, that there's a lot of overlap and interest in what we ought to be talking about together in fixing what's broken with the current healthcare system. And if we can come together and stop using Obamacare as just a political punching bag and focus on the real issue, and as how do we make it more affordable for all Americans, not just those in the individual plans or in the exchange or where have you, but all Americans, there would be wide agreement here across the aisle
let me
to
take
do
my
that.
time back. My point is, what we've got, I don't care how you measure it, it works for some, but most it doesn't work. And that's why I think we've got to go down a different track. I'd love to see us work closely together on some of this stuff, but the bottom line is we've got to go down a different track because it's bankrupting the middle class, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to strike the last word?
Mr. Chairman, I move this. Thank you. I move to strike the last word. Just to follow up on this conversation, again, we're onto something here. Is that if we start putting our guard down a little bit, get in the same room and start talking to one another, you'd be surprised how much common ground there might lie when it comes to trying to fix a healthcare system that is failing too many people. I think you're going to get wide bipartisan agreement with that. But there are also some key important things that are a part of the Affordable Care Act that you all apparently are very eager to repeal that can help bend the cost curve. Delivery system reform, going to more integrated, patient-centered healthcare delivery system with accountable care organizations, medical homes, bundling payments, these alternative payment models that are moving forward now because of the existence of the Affordable Care Act to get us better outcomes at a better price. Payment reform, that was a key feature of the Affordable Care Act, so that we're paying for the value or the quality or the outcome of care instead of the fee-for-service system, which was bankrupting America because it was based on more tests, more procedures, more things, leading to worse results, and we can't afford that anymore. That's a key feature to the Affordable Care Act, too, that hasn't been discussed at all today.
Will the gentleman yield?
And just one final point, too, and I know Ms. Del Benny from Washington State was talking about what more we can do to that 93% of small business owners in Florida, because I haven't met a small business person in my district who wouldn't love to be able to provide affordable health care coverage to their employees. And yet we know that the tax credits under the Affordable Care Act going to small businesses have been inadequate. They haven't been enough, they're telling us, and they've been too complicated for them to figure out in order to pass that on to their employees so they can extend health care coverage in their small business. It's another, I think, area of potential bipartisan agreement that we should be focused on. But the fact is that per capita spending in health care today is at a 50-year low, at a 50-year low right now. So something is gaining traction. By the end of this year, 50% of Medicare payments will be value-based and no longer fee-for-service based. And the cost of Medicare is going down. In fact, again, the Congressional Budget Office, and a large part of this is Medicare savings, is showing a deficit reduction of $300 billion over the next 10 years under the Affordable Care Act. But I'm not going to be sitting here defending the Affordable Care Act as something that's a perfect answer to the complexity of the healthcare system. Clearly it isn't, but I think I'm hearing from you a lot of area of potential overlap, and I'm happy to yield to you.
Let me just say this. The ACA, 11 million people, some people have benefited in that space. Medicare, I think they have held to some extent the cost. But everybody else is getting killed. And my point is that it's not just about what's happening in the ACA, it's also about health care in general. And I can just tell you, Blue Cross Blue Shield in our state, I've talked with the executive, the CEO there multiple times. Because they're not doing well in the ACA space, it's costing them a lot more than they thought. They're having to jack everybody else's premiums up along with it.
I'm reclaiming my
That's
time.
why the cost has gone up so much.
Reclaiming my time, and I'm going to yield in a second to my friend from New York, but let's also be honest with the American people, that a lot of what has gone to increase out-of-pocket expenses for employees has resulted in a cost shift that businesses are making on their workers. They're sticking them in these high-deductible health insurance plans, which has absolutely nothing to do with the Affordable Care Act. And your response to it is try to increase health savings accounts, which is great when people have disposable income that they can put in it, but it doesn't work at all to lower-income people who don't have that disposable income. So that clearly is not going to be the answer moving forward in regards to the cost shift that employees are experiencing. And you all have been fond of trying to lay that at the doorstep of ACA when that has just been a business decision that's been going on for a number of years. I promise to yield to my friend from New York first.
I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin. I think one of the most salient points you made is this provision before us now does nothing to bend the cost curve at all. Nothing at all. This provision, and we're going to tone it down a bit, I guess, overall, and I'll do my best to do the same as a Boyk and Queens can do, but this provision incentivizes giving pay increases to corporate executives and gives the company the ability to deduct that cost. That's why Mr. Barthold has reported it costs anywhere between $400 billion and $600 billion. Mr. Barthold has said that to us. It's going to be exploited. It will be exploited. It will give the opportunity for enormous pay increases to people who don't need them, at the expense of, in some part, helping to bend the cost curve. So I appreciate the gentleman, and I yield back to him.
And whatever time I remain, Mr. Chairman, I yield to you if you want to make a last-minute point.
My only point was that we just got finished blaming the Cadillac tax for pushing costs onto hardworking men and women, and which I believe is right and agree with. And then we just absolved the Obamacare from that same action. The truth is, Affordable Care Act has driven up costs and out-of-pocket costs for all Americans. We are, as we look to complete deliberation on the first of 5 subtitles, does anyone wish to strike the last word?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I can strike the last word, can I?
No, sir.
I'll just point out that you're 2 for 7 in terms of people speaking out in support of this particular provision.
So if there are no further amendments, questions on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. I'll now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee transmit the committee print related to remuneration from certain insurers as amended to the House Committee on the Budget in response to the reconciliation instruction.
Questions on transmitting the committee print as amended. House Committee on the Budget. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and the committee print related to remuneration from certain insurers as amended or transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Nunes? Mr. Nunes, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Aye. Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, aye. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, no. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Chairman Brady?
Aye.
Chairman Brady, aye.
Clerk will report the vote.
23 yeas, 16 nays.
On this vote, the ayes are 23 and the noes are 16. The motion is agreed to. Committee print related to the remuneration from certain insurers as amended is order transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. Without objection, ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes. The members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. The next order of business is the committee print of budget reconciliation legislative recommendations relating to repeal of the tanning tax. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment of the nature substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment of the nature substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I ask members hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Bartold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You have before you 2 joint committee documents, JCX 8 and JCX 9, which describe the underlying committee print and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. Under present law, there is a 10% excise tax levied on the value paid for tanning services. The proposal before you would repeal that tax, effective for tanning services performed after December 31st of 2017. In other words, effective the beginning of next year. The Joint Committee staff has estimated that this proposal will reduce federal receipts by approximately $600 million over the fiscal years 2017 through 2026. That concludes my description. Be happy to answer any detailed questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the amendment of the nature substitute for Mr. Barthold? Yes, Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, just so I understand this completely, this particular measure will repeal what's been referred to as the tanning tax. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And this is a tax on indoor tanning beds.
On charges for the use of those beds, yes. Okay. Not for the acquisition of the equipment, but for
so that
showing up and
individuals
using
who
beds.
Go in and use the artificial tanning
That's
mechanism,
correct,
that would be factored into the cost of getting a tan,
yes.
I would assume. And how much did you say this is going to cost?
Approximately $600 million over the 10-year budget period.
So if I understand this, if this measure is passed and signed into law, it will be a $600 million tax cut or a tax expenditure of $600 million?
It would be a $600 reduction in tax receipts.
No, not $600.
I mean,
$600 million tax expenditure. So a vote for this bill is a vote to spend $600 million that we don't have. Is that correct?
That presumes something about the whole budget. It would reduce the receipts to the Treasury relative to baseline.
Well, I don't want to presume anything. I want to know, and I guess...
If you're asking does this particular provision before the committee have a revenue offset with it, the answer is no. This is a repeal of the present law tanning tax.
So it's not paid for?
That's correct.
So this
is not in this.
This is $600 million that will be shouldered by the taxpayers of this country.
$600 million reduction in.
And it will show up where? In our debt, in our deficit, both?
Absent other congressional action, it would be an increase in the deficit over that 10-year period.
Is there anything in any of these measures today that offsets this $600 million tax expenditure?
As we noted in the prior discussion, don't have the full accounting for all of the measures that are before the committee. That's awaiting some of the analysis of my colleagues at the Congressional Budget Office. For example, there is the modification and the repeal of the premium assistant credits. That would have the effect of increasing federal receipts. There are other provisions that the committee has before them that, as you have noted already, will reduce federal receipts. I do not at present have the overall net for everything that the committee is looking at this evening.
So the way it would typically work, the Congressional Budget Office would do an analysis, and we would have that analysis in hand, so we would know before voting on any of these measures how much this is going to cost the taxpayer, whether or not their health care services will be reduced, what sort of addition to the debt, our national debt, we could expect from this. And that's not here today because the CBO has not completed their work, correct?
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. I'm your host, Mike Page. Breaking news tonight. Fox News just getting this information in, and wow, this is really something. Lawmakers are probing a claim against President Obama's Department of Justice. They claim that the DOJ aided an Iraqi terror suspect just days before the November election. Let's get right into it, folks, because this is really something, and something could be going on. Federal lawmakers are investigating the possibility that senior Department of Justice officials interfered in a terrorism probe involving a refugee just prior to the November election in an effort to deny campaign momentum to Donald Trump. That's what Fox News has learned. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has launched a formal inquiry into the Texas case in which a terror suspect's pending arrest was allegedly spiked just a week before the election. Trump had run on a tough on terror platform and had been critical of President Obama's refugee policy. Now, this is when the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Texas sought to prosecute this certain refugee. The local law enforcement and prosecutors allegedly, quote, met resistance from officials within the National Security Division's counterterrorism section in Washington, D.C. That's coming from the committee chairman, Ron Johnson, a representative from Wisconsin. That's what he wrote in a March 6th letter to now U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions. The resistance allegedly occurred a few weeks before the 2016 election, and local authorities believe the lack of progress in the case was handled inadequate, Johnson wrote. The suspect, an Iraqi man who had entered the U.S. under a false name, is now at large. His real name has not been released. Think about that, everyone. A suspect, an Iraqi man who had entered the U.S. under false premises, under a false name, is now at large. Fox News has learned that the JTTF confirmed through U.S. Special Forces who encountered the suspect during operations that he had participated in attacks against American troops as an insurgent. At some point, the Iraqi entered the U.S. through the refugee program. His activities in the U.S. triggered an investigation by JTTF members who planned to charge him with visa fraud while they investigated possible further charges. Johnson said this case demonstrates the challenge of vetting people with little documented history in countries where there's no clear paper trail. Now, Fox News has independently been able to confirm the details of the investigation. Neither officials from the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Western Texas, nor the Joint Terrorism Task Force could be reached for comment on this story. U.S. officials said earlier this week that nearly a third of the FBI's 1,000 ongoing domestic terrorism investigations have involved those that have entered the U.S. as refugees. The refugees are admitted to the U.S. based on the story that they tell of persecution, and they are not required to produce identity documentation or any types of documentation. If the person seeking entry is a persecutor, he would have to specifically tell a story that matches information obtained by U.S. Customs and Immigration Services personnel from those events. So think about this, folks. We could have a large cover-up that Fox News was able to obtain. We're going to be hearing more about this story, hopefully. But this is something that is very, very shocking to some as we are continuing to learn more about this story. That person now is on the loose. What they did was they let him go just days after. Just days before, I should say, days before the election, because they did not want to draw on what would probably match Donald Trump's stance on the refugee program. Think about that, everyone. Here we go. We'll have more as this develops. You're watching Fox 10 News Now Stream.
Medical Association and the National Nurses United. I would ask that all of these be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Okay, by the way, I'm surprised that, the people who would benefit from this, it doesn't mean they started tanning the day we repealed. And I really think if we're going to go into dynamic scoring, in terms of all of these impacts on health, it's up to joint tax to look into this. This is more serious than not looking to experts, Mr. Bartow. And I deeply respect you, but I think tanning and cancer, skin cancer, are really serious issues that need to be looked into, not in terms of helping people in terms of their taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. All time has expired. Ms. Sewell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just want to understand, so the loss of revenue associated with tanning beds annually is around $600 million?
The 600, Ms. Sewell, the $600 million figure is 10-year budgetary figure.
So amortized over 10 years?
It's the total over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
So as you can see on our document, it's less than $100 million a year. The total is approximately 600.
So, but that's less
Think of it
money
as
in our,
60.
that's less money in the United States budget to do other things with, that we're giving a windfall. Is it, I mean, how do you characterize this other than a windfall?
It's less revenue to the U.S. Treasury.
It's less revenue to the U.S. Treasury, really preferential treatment given to people who tan, because not everybody needs to tan. I'm living proof of that. I would love to have a tax on, you know, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, coffee ice cream. It'd be nice to have that. But the reality is that we are making a judgment call by giving a windfall to people who tan, right?
Well, windfall's sort of a judgmental term.
It's a tax break, though.
Under present law, we tax this service. It's not the case that we tax all services, but under present law, we tax this service.
At 10%.
This proposal would repeal that tax.
Right. And so you're basically giving a tax break to everyone who uses tanning services, right?
They would be probably better off in terms of the price that they have to pay than they are absent this repeal.
And how many people, how many Americans would you say, you know, use this service?
Well,
who does this benefit?
as I explained to Mr. Thompson, I don't have an estimate of the number of people. The way we developed the estimate was by looking at gross sales figures rather than the number of individuals. I'm not sure if there's actually survey evidence on the number of individuals. I can ask some of my colleagues.
You don't really know how many people actually benefit from this?
I do not know how many people do, or the distribution, as I was saying. Some people may use a service once a month. Some may use it multiple times a month.
Mr. Chairman, I just, it's hard for me to wrap my brain around the fact that we're going to repeal a tax for those who tan and give up $600 million out of the U.S. Treasury to give these folks a tax break, when I have hospitals in rural parts of my district that are closing literally all the time. Since 2011, 8 Alabama hospitals have closed, and 5 of which are rural facilities. And over the past 16 years, the state has had 17 hospital closures. That's just my state. And we're making a judgment call to offer preferential treatment to people who tan, when clearly that is not a big portion of the American population that tans. So when you come up with the number, do you offset that number by the number of the losses of life that are associated with tanning? Is it offset, I guess is what I'm asking.
This is the point that Mr. Levin was just raising, and this is not an estimate in which we take account of any change in medical expenses that could give rise from health problems that are associated with.
So we're not offsetting the revenue that we receive from it from the actual cost associated with medical bills that may be derived from that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying this is only looking at the tax receipts side, yes.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I just want to indicate that this is the second title of this GOP repeal bill that we're now debating, and once again, it is a tax repeal, and I'm wondering when we're going to get to the actual health care underlying. The folks that I represent, this is a matter, their health insurance is a matter of life or death. It's very serious, and I am appalled that we are, you know, giving a tax break to folks who we can't even calculate, because according to Mr. Bartol, we don't even know how many people we're actually giving that benefit to. But the reality is that $600 million, which, by the way, is more money that we're not bringing into our U.S. Treasury than the insurance executives, which was $400 million.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Khan, you recognized to question Mr. Bartol?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartol, this tanning tax could be looked at as a completely discretionary tax by the user, can it not? I mean, if they choose not to tan, then they don't have to pay this 10% surcharge on tanning services. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a consumer expenditure, one of many that they might choose to make.
Yeah, and according to your estimate, given the loss of $600 million over the next 10 years, apparently a lot of people are still going into the tanning beds even with this 10% surcharge. Is that a safe assumption to make?
That's what our data and projections show, sir, yes.
Yeah. And when you were making your revenue calculations, did you take into consideration at all the latest Centers for Disease Control figures that they released, which shows that the indoor tanning is used by 7% of all high school students, 11% of high school girls, 16% of girls in the 12th grade, and 15% of all white high school girls? Does that go into your calculation at all?
The distribution of users does not go into the calculation. What's important for the calculation for us is what price is charged for the use, regardless of who uses it. If there's discount pricing for high school students compared to someone my age, then that would be reflected in some of the receipts data that we look at. So it would account for that, but
and if I heard you correctly, based on your previous testimony before us, that you don't take into consideration, again, figures from the Centers for Disease Control that shows that tanning beds used before the age of 30 has been found to increase your risk of developing melanoma by 75%. You don't take that into consideration at all when calculating?
To the extent that use of tanning beds is recognized by potential consumers as potentially harmful, and so they choose not to use them at all or as often as they were, is part of our baseline projection. Our baseline projection is what is the projection of use. So, for example, in another area that we've done a lot of work for the committee, tobacco taxes, our projections are based off declining rates of smoking. And so to the extent that the information that you're describing to the committee is known and affects people's decisions, we do account for that. In answer to Mr. Levin's question, which was there may be, in fact, there are costs, of course, associated with skin cancer. We do not, in this estimate is about the receipts from this tax, about tax receipts. It's not about outlays that may be the result of a skin cancer that was induced by use of tanning beds.
Now, based on your response to Mr. Levin, if I understood you correctly, it was because that cost would fall outside the 10-year budget window?
Well, I was suggesting that in terms of looking at this particular proposal, because this particular proposal says we have this tax on tanning services now, it would repeal it. And so you might think, oh, people might choose to tan more. Well, they would choose to tan more after the beginning of 2018. And I said since skin cancer is generally long determining, that the incremental incidence of skin cancer, and I will admit I'm getting away from my knowledge base, not a physician.
We appreciate that.
But knowing that it's longer term, that I would have intuitively thought those costs might, for the most part, fall outside.
Well, let me just ask you this final.
I was not trying to say that these were unimportant considerations.
Let me ask you a final question, since my time's about to expire. But is the $600 million revenue loss that's called for under this subtitle, is it offset in any way with any increase in revenue that we may get from with the increase of businesses that dermatologists are going to realize throughout the country because of the policy implications of repealing this tanning tax?
Well, actually, in a very general way, any analysis that we do of excise taxes reflects the fact that excise taxes change prices that consumers pay. And so that as you increase them or decrease them, you decrease or increase the amount of funds that they may have to spend on elsewhere in the economy, and that leads to increases or decreases in profits elsewhere in the economy. And so there is what economists, in economist jargon, refer to as a general equilibrium analysis that goes into this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doggett. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to limit my questions to this bill and to the scope of your expertise, but understand that's made difficult by the fact that you're the only person in the whole world who's come forward to justify any aspect of this bill. We've had no witnesses of any kind. We've had no one that has made a case for depleting the Treasury of $600 million that could go to help people with their health care. So I just want to focus on who benefits and who gets hurt. And on the who benefits side, Mr. Crowley asked you, as we were looking at Title I, about who was going to benefit from that $400 million. Looking at kind of the taxpayer end of things, the quick web research I did suggested that there were about 35 health insurance companies in the country with various subsidiaries and the like. So I'm estimating myself that there are 35 taxpayer health insurance companies that will get the $400 million, and I want to understand who will get the $600 million. Do you have any data concerning which owners of tanning salons will benefit from this measure?
Well, thank you, Mr. Doggett. Our economic analysis is generally that this tax is borne by the consumers of the services in higher prices. And as I responded to Ms. Sewell, I explained that I do not right now know the total number of users of tanning.
I'm not asking about the number of customers. In fact, there is data about that in this month's, it was September a couple of years ago, of the New England Journal of New England Journal of Medicine, a leading medical journal, that an estimated 1 million times a day someone exposes themselves to radiation from tanning. I'm asking about the fact that usually when you put a tax on something, it decreases consumption of that, and if you remove that tax, as happens here, you're going to increase the consumption. Wouldn't you? Isn't that your experience in doing analysis of these?
That was just the point that we were discussing with Mr. Kant.
Right. And so if you are the owner of a tanning salon or a series of tanning salons as a taxpayer, you're going to benefit from this. You're going to gain from the $600 million tax cut. And I'm just asking you how many taxpayers fall in that category as in the tanning salon business.
I was not trying to avoid your question. I was explaining that economically we see this as reflected in the price of the service that those people are charging. And so generally we would expect the price to fall, and so the real beneficiaries are the consumers. I can see if my colleagues who worked on our estimate for this have an estimate of the number of establishments that currently pay the tax, and that would answer your question to the extent that it benefits.
I would appreciate getting that information, because
I will follow up.
I don't think there were too many of these million high school girls and others who are going out and getting tanning that came to advocate for cutting this tax. I think there were plenty of tanning salon chain owners that were here begging for tax relief. Now, in the course of your work, did you or your staff consult with anyone within the tanning industry to try to determine the effects of this tax or eliminating it? Do you have to go to the industry to get any insight into how the tax works and what the effect of changing the tax is?
Well, Mr. Doggett, we know the tax administrative mechanism and how it's collected. We've tried to work with the Internal Revenue Service in terms of compliance, to what degree is it compliance.
My time's expiring, so you haven't had any interaction with the tanning industry?
If you're asking if the industry has come in to speak to me, the answer is no.
They have not, or to your staff?
To the best of my
And
knowledge.
Finally, you're aware but cannot consider it in terms of who is harmed, that the World Health Organization has categorized these tanning salons as a Group 1 carcinogen.
I have actually long been aware of dangers associated with tanning beds.
Well, with this bill, we're not only going to deplete the Treasury, but we're going to cause significant harm to many, particularly young women, who increase their use of tanning salons. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Roscoe. You recognize.
Mr. Chairman, could you, Mr. Chairman? Could
Oh, yes,
you
Mr.
grant me just-
Bartol.
I just have a follow-up to be a little bit more specific on response to Mr. Kind. Our baseline projections do reflect decrease in the use of tanning beds. Some of the factors, aside from information, are actually regulations by different states restricting use. And there's also, we've tried to take into account the competitive effect of the sort of growing market for tanning sprays as opposed to tanning beds, which are in themselves somewhat of a consumer response to concerns over the harm of the tanning beds.
Thank you, Mr. Bartold. Mr. Roscoe, you recognize.
Mr. Barthold, just a quick question. The point that Mr. Doggett just made a minute ago, that is to lower taxes will increase consumption, and to raise taxes on something will lower consumption. That's dynamic scoring, isn't it?
Well, I considered basic economics, which goes into all the estimates that we make. I know a number of members often like to refer to dynamic scoring as only being macroeconomic effects. We consider all our estimates dynamic in that we look at a lot of microeconomic behavior. The basic point that you just made, that Mr. Doggett made, that Mr. Kind made, is microeconomic behavior, and that's the fundamental basis of all the Joint Committee staff estimates.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Delbene. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question related to one of my constituents, Kevin from Whatcom County. He's a 50-year-old man who's self-employed, whose wife is also self-employed, and they have 2 children. Kevin's family currently purchases coverage through the Washington State Exchange and receives premium tax assistance. They're able to get a bronze plan for $500 per month, and they say that they simply cannot afford health care without the democratic reforms in the current law. Kevin wrote to me recently and said, "We are not poor, we are hardworking small business owners, and the emphasis is on small. We are struggling middle. We just make ends meet, pay estimated taxes, scrimp to save for school and activities payments, pay down our debts, try to eat well, and hope that our kids will be able to have great opportunities. We need the Affordable Care Act," end quote. I've heard from so many constituents who share Kevin's concerns. They're middle-class families who are just struggling to get by and who are absolutely terrified by what the Republican bill has been proposing. Now, here we are talking about repealing a tanning tax. Is there anything in this subtitle that would help a family like Kevin's and their access to health care?
Ms. Delbene, the provision before us is really solely just about the excise tax on tanning services.
And so both this subtitle and the previous subtitle repeal taxes and don't directly have any impact on health care for any of my constituents or frankly anyone in this country. Is that correct?
The tanning tax does not affect coverage.
I also have a constituent named Donna Joe. Donna Joe is from Lake Stevens, Washington. Donna Joe's contacted me to talk about her younger sister who didn't have health insurance before the ACA because she was always or underemployed. Thanks to the ACA, she has insurance now. And as a result, she didn't face financial ruin when she suffered 3 blood clots in the brain, which put her in the hospital and on various medications for over a year. She wrote to me and said without the ACA, she would have skipped medical care and died from her medical issues. Again, We are talking about repealing a tax, a tanning tax, that would cost us $600 million. Is that correct?
Our revenue estimate is $600 million for the 10-year budget period, yes.
Okay, so $600 million. We talked about the previous subtitle that would cost $400 million. So far we're talking about $1 billion, and nothing that we can say directly would impact someone like Donna Jo and her sister, or Kevin, the constituent I was talking about earlier. Is that correct?
I would say no effect one way or the other.
So
no directive. No, these are not coverage provisions. They're not subsidy provisions.
So we're not actually talking about health care at all, when we really should be talking about health care for all Americans and making sure all Americans have access to affordable quality health care. All we've been talking about so far has been repealing a tax on insurance companies, repealing a tax on tanning beds, creating a cost of $1 billion to the Treasury, and not having any impact. We don't have a CBO score that talks about an impact. We don't know how coverage is impacted by any of this legislation. So I'm very concerned. I think all we can do right now is highlight that we are repealing taxes on tanning, repealing taxes on insurance companies, and doing nothing to address the health care of my constituents, and that's very concerning. I yield back.
Thank you. Before we move on to striking the last word, does anyone else wish to question Mr. Bartle about the technical aspects of this bill? Mr. Pascrell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Ron Kahn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my good friend, my seatmate here on the dais. Mr. Barthel, just again, back to the tanning tax idea. Do we have any data, any evidence at all that repeal of this 10% surcharge on tanning beds, that cost savings that the establishment realizes in that repeal will be passed on to the consumers of the tanning beds, or are they just going to pocket it and laugh to the bank?
Well, as I mentioned to Mr. Doggett, our economic evidence and our basic working assumption is that the tax is reflected in the current price, and that the markets have been fairly competitive for this service as opposed to tanning sprays, as opposed to the other tanning operator down the street. So we do think that it will be reflected in price. I'm sure in certain communities more so, in other communities less so.
Yeah, but it's tough to quantify. I am
well,
from your answer.
It'll be borne out through time in the data. The data thus far does seem to be that the price moved up. Competitive services such as we mentioned, the sprays have moderated price increases, but that's just other market forces at work.
Well, again, if the tanning bed's got a pretty loyal group of customers, and it appears as if $600 million in lost revenue over 10 years indicates there are a lot of people who are still going in and using these tanning beds regardless of all the scientific evidence of how harmful this can be with the incidence of melanoma and that. I would assume a lot of the establishments are just going to be able to pocket, those savings and not pass it on to the patients. But the other point I wanted to ask you is, I was just back home a couple of weeks ago, and I was in a tavern for a Friday night fish, and I bumped into an acquaintance, a farmer not too far from our family farm, and he walked up to me and said, "Ron, I've been a lifelong Republican, you know that about me, and I was one of the fiercest critics of Obamacare. I thought it was the worst thing that ever happened in this country. But a couple of years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer." And he said, but for the ability to get into that health insurance exchange, coupled with premium tax credits, and the fact that I could not be excluded from coverage due to a pre-existing condition, Obamacare saved my life and also saved my farm. Because if I had not that coverage, when I was diagnosed with cancer, it would have wiped him and his family out financially overnight. A farm that was in the family for 130 years. And he admitted that he has a different look on all this right now. And I'm assuming but that 10% surcharge on tanning beds is revenue that is used in part to help pay for those premium tax credits that this farmer was able to qualify so he could afford a quality plan that not only saved his life but also saved his farm. Is that correct?
Mr. Kine, the excise tax on tanning was enacted as part of the Affordable Care Act. The revenues in the Affordable Care Act are not dedicated to any, with a couple exceptions, are not dedicated to any specific purpose.
Yeah, but clearly revenue was raised in order to offset and pay for the bill so we wouldn't be dealing with budget deficits by passing that legislation in the past.
That's correct, Mr. Kine.
Thank you. I yield back to my friend if he wants any more time.
Tell a story that matches information obtained by U.S. Customs and Immigration.
Are there any other members seeking recognition to make an inquiry of Mr. Bartold? Dr. Davis.
As I listen to this discussion
and
of
they are not
having
required to produce identity,
money
documentation, or
that
any
goes
types
back
of documentation.
into
If the person
the Treasury
entry is a persecutor,
that we're not
you
using,
would have to specifically
I
tell
think
a story
of
that
the
matches information
experiences
obtained by
of
US
the
Customs
Ross
and Immigration Services
Hennings
personnel.
family of Illinois. Mrs. Ross Hennings' son has lived with serious mental health issues since he was in high school. This year he turned 26. He worked for an employer with no health plan. Without Obamacare, his pre-existing mental illness would have made it impossible for him to find coverage. Without a subsidy, he could not have afforded the help he desperately needed. With the care he received, he addressed his mental health and substance abuse issues and is attending school. These skills should enable him to find a stable, good-paying job. If not for Obamacare, his problems were severe enough that he would have had potentially been homeless or very ill. Instead, he is happy, in control of his life, and preparing to become a productive member of society. If Obamacare were repealed, the Ross Hennings family say they would live in fear for our wonderful son, and that's a quote. Coverage has helped Mrs. Ross Hennings' son to overcome his challenges, and it would be catastrophic for their family if he were denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition. These are constituents of my state of Illinois, and could you tell me what the repeal replacement bill could do for this family?
Mr. Davis, the proposal before you repeals the excise tax on tanning. It reduces receipts to the Treasury. It does not directly affect any payments for health care under any of our federal programs or any outlay programs.
Thank you very much. Now yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Higgins.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, in defense of a tax of this nature, it's a tax on negative externality, which is negative activity. And it's like a tax on tobacco, cigarettes. There's a huge societal cost to tobacco use and sun tanning because it adds to healthcare costs with higher incidences of cancer, skin cancer in the case of tanning, and lung cancer in the case of cigarettes. So the taxes on externalities are intended to make consumers or producers pay the full social cost of the good, and this reduces consumption and creates a more socially efficient outcome. Without the tax, you have overconsumption because people ignore that consequence of undertaking the activity. So I think it's legitimate in that regard, in that because that activity has created a problem where there's a higher incidences of cancer, that money has been helpful in creating a healthcare system to help cover those costs. So I just want to say that to record. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartlett, I want to share a story from a constituent of mine, Miriam. Miriam was diagnosed with endometrial cancer and underwent a hysterectomy as a result of that cancer. Because of her illness, she was not able to work full-time and eventually lost her biggest client due to her absence and her illness. She watched as her income decreased, becoming anxious, and while she technically could afford her care, she would spend her entire savings and everything she had on her cancer treatment, leaving her with nothing. But thanks to the Affordable Care Act, she was able to find and keep affordable coverage, and the subsidies offered in the ACA saved her from extreme financial hardship. As her income decreased, her subsidies increased simultaneously. So she was able to keep her plan even as her income decreased and was able to stay financially solvent. Miriam wanted to share her story because so many people take their health care for granted and don't realize they could one day need access to the affordable coverage provided under the ACA. For Miriam and for 33,000 people in my district at risk of losing their health insurance, how am I supposed to know without a nonpartisan CBO analysis if this legislation will increase their cost or reduce their coverage, leaving any of them at risk?
Mr. Crowley, as I explained to the committee earlier today, my colleagues are working with their counterparts at the Congressional Budget Office, and the Congressional Budget Office said they hope to have work complete by early next week, which will provide more detailed budget information than I'm able to provide you tonight, coverage information and premium information.
Information next week won't help me in my decision-making today or tomorrow morning. Just further on, another constituent of mine, Briar Winters, she's a 32-year-old living in New York. Obamacare gave a fellow New Yorker the coverage she needed as she started a woman-owned creative business in New York City. Knowing that coverage was there would allow her to make the leap in confidence, and now Ms. Winters' business is thriving, contributing to the neighborhood and to the community. Ms. Winters writes that she would be devastated if Obamacare were eliminated because the high cost of living within my hometown of New York is very high. It is crucial for Ms. Winters to have coverage that she can afford. Ms. Winters writes that many of her self-employed and small business colleagues feel the exact same way. The ACA has allowed entrepreneurs like Ms. Winters to pursue the dream of owning a small business while knowing that they have the care they need to keep themselves and their families healthy during the startup transition and well beyond. Knowing that coverage will be available, affordable, and comprehensive has provided the peace of mind and stability to help spur entrepreneurship, which I know that both Democrats and Republicans encourage. The question I have today is, how would this bill help to ensure that individuals seeking to start out on their own and start a small business can afford health care coverage in the future?
The legislation relating to the tanning tax, sir, would not really address the questions that you have. It's very narrow piece of legislation, repeal of an excise tax.
I thank the gentleman, and with that, I yield back the balance. Oh, Mr. Chairman, would the gentleman like I would yield to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've spent a lot of time analyzing the specifics of a couple of ridiculous giveaways in this legislation. But let us step back and take stock of the whole bill again. Question one is, will it increase the number of Americans with health coverage? Nope. Despite the President's claim that he will take care of everyone, quote unquote, experts have speculated that this could result in 15 million people, maybe even 20 million, losing their insurance. Will it improve Medicaid? Nope. Cutting and capping Medicaid is being proposed, which will ration care for those who need it the most. Will it lower costs on the exchanges? Nope. reduce subsidies in segregated risk pools will force more Americans to leverage their life savings.
Mr. Pasquale, Mr. Crowley's time has expired. Since you're directing your questions to me, might I suggest, if there's no other questions, that we transition into striking the last word, and you'll be the first one we come to. If
Fine.
you've got a question
Fine.
for...
Let's do that.
Game on for that. Are there others that seek recognition or questions for Mr. Barthold?
No, not questions. Strike the last word.
Okay. We're still on questions for Mr. Barthold. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, and my question, Mr. Barthold, goes probably more away from the Affordable Care Act, but getting down to these tanning salons. I may be confused. So is it the purpose of this is if we can raise taxes and raise regulations, we can actually affect somebody's business model to the fact that it's no longer viable? There's been, the record, in one article I read, there's been 10,000 tanning salons that have been shut down. Now, my question is, maybe you can answer this. These people running these tanning salons, are they subject to the same taxes that any other business would be subject to?
Business income is generally subject to the federal income tax, yes.
And what would that be for them?
It would depend if they're organized as a C corporation or in one of the pass-through entity forms, S corporation. I would assume it would generally be the latter case, that it would be a pass-through entity, perhaps an LLC or an S corporation, in which case the maximum rate of tax is the highest rate under the individual income tax, 39.6% marginal rate, although depending on the scale and success of their business, they could be taxed at a lower rate of, one of the
Okay, so the 39.6%, what would that be?
Is the highest.
What would, okay, that would be a tax on what?
On the net income from their business.
On their profits?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, the tanning salon, the excise tax, what is that based on? Is that?
That's based on the price they charge their customers.
On the sale?
Yes, sale.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the profit, but it does drive the cost of the sale up.
Correct.
Okay, so you're going to add 10% to that. So if we're talking about the effects that it has in the economy, if we're talking about trying to rebound, if we're talking about trying to make sure that we have viable businesses, because coming from the private sector, there are years that I paid zero taxes. I think that's just the way the tax code works. It wasn't because it was smart, it's because I didn't make any money that year. So if we can get these people to the point where they can't make any money, would they probably just shut her up and go away?
If they were not making money in business of offering tanning services,
they'd shut down.
They would probably shut down and maybe try some other business venture.
Yeah, and also, so if you're running a tanning salon, you're also paying wage taxes, is that right?
Any employees you have be subject to FICA taxes.
Okay, so just so I'm sure about this, so the associate would pay 6.2% of her or his income, right?
Yep.
Matched by the owner of the shop,
6.2.
Okay,
and the 1.45% self health insurance tax also, sir.
But that's a match. That actually comes out to 2.9.
That's both. That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're talking the right way, because all of a sudden now we're up to 12.4% as part of wage tax, and we're up to another 3% for Medicare. And so we look at that and we're saying, if we can just get these people to go out of business, if we can raise their taxes to the point where they can no longer be solvent, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to do? I am completely mystified by this whole conversation tonight of where the hell it is we're going with this. If the idea is that we can put more people out of business and then we can pontificate. Actually, my doctor tells me I should go to a tanning salon because I don't get enough vitamin D, but the problem is I can't find anyone I can actually get under and close the lid on. But having said that, we're closing these people down who are a source of revenue to run this wonderful government of ours that pays for every single one of these wonderful features they have, these entitlements. I'm just trying to understand, so if you kill the goose that lays the golden egg, does it make you feel better that you no longer have that revenue to work for? And I get all the rest of this talk about who we're really helping and who we're not helping, but at some point, somebody's got to figure out where does the money come from. And when we forget, it comes from hard-working American taxpayers in profitable businesses, in wage taxes. We should be more worried about how are we going to allow people that are in business to make more money so they can
contribute more revenue, and how we can get more people back in the workforce so they can pay more in wage tax, and so the people that employ them can match those funds so that we have more money to run all these wonderful programs. I am completely confused, and maybe it's the hour. What is it that we're trying to get to tonight? If it's not about jobs and more jobs, about getting more Americans to work, about making it a more profitable business venture, about getting more revenue from working people who pay wage taxes, then we are so far off the mark. We need to go out in the fresh night air, get a breath, get your brain working again, and come back in here, and let's actually figure out how we're going to make people more profitable. I love to pay taxes because that means I've been profitable. I have never rejoiced at the end of the year to say, thank God I don't have to pay taxes this year. Hopefully I'll be out of business. I'll never pay them again the rest of my life.
Any other members want to use Mr. Bartold as a backboard to make some points? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. And Mr. Pasquale, you have no objection if we go to your ranking member as the leadoff hitter. Mr. Neal.
I do move to strike the last word. Mr. Kelly, we could think of it this way. If they lose their health care and they go to the tanning salon and they get cancer, then they'll be covered by uncompensated care and the taxpayer will pay for it that way. Just a thought. I want to share a personal story from Jennifer from Worthington, Massachusetts. For Jennifer, her family, and people in my district at risk of losing their health insurance, this is not about procedure or committee prints or which committee is considering which provision. It's about the larger question about how does this bill put their health care at risk. Jennifer received life-saving breast cancer treatment, and her children received free, high-quality health care thanks to ACA. Repeal would simply devastate her family. Shortly after a cancer diagnosis, she received word that she qualified for care through the Massachusetts Breast and Cervical Cancer Treatment Program, a Medicaid initiative designed to cover middle and low-income women through treatments. Her two children were simultaneously enrolled in Mass Health, and their care became free as well. It was this single event that saved her family from financial ruin. One of the things we're most proud of in Massachusetts, and this is just a statistic I hope everybody on the committee can identify with, 100% of the children in Massachusetts are insured. 97% of the adults in Massachusetts are insured. It was done in a bipartisan way, a Republican governor and Democratic legislature. Repeal of the life-saving provisions guaranteed by the ACA would be an absolute loss for Jennifer and her family. She is staring down the steady, complete erosion of her savings and the very real possibility that she, with extensive pre-existing condition, conceivably could become uninsurable. For Jennifer and families like hers in my district and across the nation, as they prepare to go to bed this evening, we want you to know that we have, along with you, have given voice to this debate. Yield back my time.
Mr. Holding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take a few minutes to talk about this misguided tan tax, which has in part directly contributed to the closure of more than 9,600 small businesses across the United States since the tax was implemented in July of 2010. And of those 9,600 businesses, I'd like to point out that a majority of the ones that have closed were women-owned small businesses. And of course, the closure of 9,600 businesses means the loss of thousands of jobs. Just to point out a few statistics that might be relevant or concerning some of our members, in Michigan, 424 tanning salons have closed since the implementation of this tax, loss of over 4,100 jobs. In Texas, 388 businesses, tanning salons have closed, loss of over 3,800 jobs. California, 485 salons, the loss of almost 4,800 jobs. I could go on and on. And this is exactly what happens, Mr. Chairman, when you put an un-American gross excise tax on a small business. Not only did this tax bankrupt thousands of businesses and put their owners out of work and their employees out of work, it has not even come close to the revenue that it was raising the revenue that it was predicted to raise. When this provision was originally scored, the tax expected, the revenue was expected to raise was $2.7 billion over 10 years. The tax is now almost 7 years old and has generated less than $600 million for the Treasury, so less than a third of what was projected. And according to the OMB data from February of last year, the tax collected for 2015 was $85 million, and with similar forecasts for this year, for 16 and for 17. On top of that, Mr. Chairman, I found this really ironic. An article from 2011 suggested the IRS also needed to hire an additional personnel to oversee the collection of this tax at a reported cost of $11 million, further raising the cost of the tax, lessening the net revenue to the Treasury. So, Mr. Chairman, the tax on indoor tanning, much like the other punitive taxes in Obamacare, I think need to go. And I wanted to clarify a few things, and hope that I've done so, and I'm urging my colleagues to support this provision of the bill.
Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will continue basically where I left off. Will it bolster your new bill? Will it bolster employer coverage? Nope. We forget many times that the Affordable Care Act affects not only those people that are on Affordable Care Act, but all those other people. Like Medicaid includes so many people. Medicare includes so many people that are not in the exchanges or are not on the Affordable Care Act. With no insurance requirement, employees can be dumped from their insurance and condemned to high-priced plans or quarantined in a high-risk pool. That's like a grade C horror movie. Will it strengthen Medicare? Nope. This plan will actually reduce the solvency of Medicare by 3 years. So again, what exactly are you trying to achieve with this bill? What did this bill do for Susan, a resident of my state, the state of New Jersey? Susan was forced to work part-time to take care of her ailing mother. And before the ACA, she couldn't afford insurance. But thanks to the subsidies she received in 2014, she became insured. How does this plan help Susan? We know that there are different problems to solve in health care. The costs of health care services in this country are astronomical, which is why health insurance costs so much. But this bill does nothing to tackle the cost of care. It doesn't wrestle with the rise of monopolized providers or attempt to deliver care more efficiently. It just checks a political box for Republicans. After years of sabotaging the ACA while offering no viable solution, they're now offering a half-baked plan that will leave Americans far worse. And they're going to hope that they can trumpet the fact that they, quote-unquote, repealed Obamacare. In fact, someone said the other day of prominence within the Republican Party, let's just appeal and worry about the rest later, and hope that no one notices the wreckage they're leaving behind. The American people have taken notice, and they're fighting back. The American people have taken notice that this plan will provide a windfall tax break to millionaires and corporations. How about that end of the shtick? Without telling anyone how they plan to pay for it. The American people have definitely taken notice that this plan would rip away their health care, drive up costs, and return power to the insurance companies. Mr. Chairman, what we have learned in this back and forth here and what we've gone through over 6 years, 7 years, is that this is like an erector set. You take any section of that erector set out, the whole structure will collapse. And that gets us back to the question of why the mandates, which was not a Democratic idea to begin with. Regardless, the mandates are critical. Help us pay for the service. This is not a totally government plan. The government is involved with this. There's no question about it. But it's not a total government plan. It is not socialized medicine. This is how it's been defined by some opponents. But the fact of the matter is that this is a complex issue. I'll go back to the example. I think I have enough time. If you remember when we voted in the floor of this House 12 years ago to help resolve and respond to the high prices of drug costs. Remember that. Democrat, I've campaigned against it. I told my seniors I was going to vote against it. They couldn't understand. Aren't you going to help us with prescriptions? There are reasons I did it. But after the election, after that thing was over and you won the election, you won the vote that night, the fact of the matter is we didn't stop to try to obstruct you. We did not do that at all. In fact, what we did is cooperated, and we knew, let's cooperate, let's make this plan better. And we finally made it better under the ACA when we filled in that gap, which existed between $2,300 and $5,200. That's cooperation, Mr. Chairman. That's what you call it. And you know how to spell it.
The time has expired. Mr. Renacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's 8:43, and I kind of want to get my friend Mr. Pascrell back on message here. We're talking about a tanning tax, and we're talking about the effect on jobs, and we're talking about the effect on employment. And I want to fall back on what my friend Mr. Kelly talked about. This tanning tax, when we talk about Medicare, I heard you say Medicare, and I heard you say Social Security, shoring up Medicare. We're talking about 81,000 jobs that were lost. This is based on Natural News, August 25th, 2016. 81,000 jobs that were lost because of this tax.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, not at this moment. I want to get through my 81,000 jobs. If you calculate, even at a $10 an hour wage, that's $1.6 trillion in wages, which would have benefited not only Social Security and Medicare, but it would also help the situation that we're talking about. This is about jobs. This isn't about going into discussion of all the other things at 8 o'clock at night. This is about a tax that is a job-killing tax, that is shown to be a job-killing tax, that has closed 10,000 tanning salons because of this job-killing tax, which has eliminated almost $1.6 trillion worth of wages that could help shore up Medicare and Social Security. That's what we got to stay focused on. And that's the reason why we need to repeal this tax. I'll now yield to my gentleman friend.
Thank you. I thank you for yielding. We're forgetting why that was one of the taxes that we implemented in the bill. We don't want to see anybody lose jobs. But the fact of the matter is, if something is proven to be not healthy, and something is proven to be...
Reclaiming my time. There's nothing that shows... Reclaiming my time. There is nothing that shows that it is not healthy. It says it actually could be healthy if you look at some of the studies. So I want to make sure we can say it's healthy. I'm not a doctor. You're not a doctor. Look, there are studies that say it's healthy, and there are studies that say it's not healthy. But let's talk about the jobs that we lost and the wages that we lost.
Thank you. Some of your figures are wacky. In terms of ways, but that's
yielding back my time.
But that's immaterial.
Taking back my time.
That's
since you decided
immaterial. That wasn't my point.
No, I've reclaimed my time. My figures have exactly came from a reference that I gave you.
They're wacky.
Well, I'm telling you where I got them from, and we can contest them all we want, but we're still talking about jobs. At this point, I yield back my time.
Mr. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, I have a statement or a summary of the story of Lindsay Helfman, who was my guest at the gathering that Monday. I asked that it be entered into the record.
That objection so ordered.
Look, let's spend just a few minutes, all right, all together, talking about the tanning tax. Sure, there are jobs involved, but the basic issue is health. The evidence is clear that tanning can be a source of cancer. I just want to read a statement from the president of the American Academy of Dermatology Association. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services recognizes sun lamps as a human carcinogen. Even a single indoor tanning session can increase a patient's risk of developing squamous cell carcinoma by 67%. Furthermore, minimum use of tanning beds before the age of 35 can increase a patient's risk of developing melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer, by 59%. So, to simply raise the issue of jobs without reference to the health results, I think sells all of us short, if I might say so. You know, we had the same battle over cigarette smoking, the same battle. And some of the arguments that you've raised were raised then. The number of jobs that have been lost because of the steps we took on cigarette smoking probably is in the hundreds of thousands. And many of them were small businesses. But there is a health issue. And there was a reference here to the golden egg. There's no golden eggs that come out of these tanning institutions. I mean, take it seriously. Take it seriously. And for us here to essentially provide, to lose $600 million because you act on the tanning tax, I think really raises questions about how you proceeded and kind of the recklessness. There's a kind of blind ideology. Get rid of taxes regardless. And the regardless here is the lives of lots of people. And I think we've seen a reduction in the tanning entities because of this tax. I think on balance that's a positive. And that's what the Dermatology Association is saying. So this is another indication, I close with this, why it is really unfortunate and really sad that we're taking up this bill in this way without a single hearing on this bill so that people can raise substantive issues. You're reducing taxes. In this case, unlike the vast majority, it isn't going to the very wealthy, but it is going to a pursuit that has some serious impacts in terms of cancer and the lives of human beings. I asked Mr. Bartold about dynamic scoring in this. My guess is if you consulted experts, they would say to you that it is a serious mistake to take into account this provision without looking at the health consequences, because they're not incidental. And we're dealing with results could be tragic. I yield back.
Mr. Smith of Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we're in this committee room and we're discussing taxes all the time, a lot of times, usually most of the time, we talk about who is burdened with that tax. But that hasn't really been the conversation here. And so I wanted to see who predominantly is taxed with this tanning tax. Is it men? Is it women? So I went to a little Google search while I was sitting here in the discussion, and what I found on Google is roughly 80% of who's taxed are women. So out of the $600 million that has been created by this tax, which is an interesting excise tax, $480 million has come from the backs and the pockets of women. Today's International Women's Day. It's interesting that no one is bringing that up. And I just would like for people to look at the jobs from the tax, but also whoever decided to impose this tax 7 years ago, before I was here, I'd be quite curious of why did they just randomly pick this tax to have it paid for on the backs of so many females.
Would the gentleman yield?
And so I'm not done yet, sir.
Okay.
And so I wasn't here, one of the newer members, but when you just look at the facts, roughly 80% of the individuals who are burdened with this tax are females. It looks like an interesting target, which I think is inappropriate. You know, there's a lot of taxes out there, but you could tax a lot of different items if you want to stop behavior. You know, I love ice cream. Ice cream is probably not the most healthy thing to eat. Why is there not a tax on that? You know what? If you look at the #1 cause of skin cancer, it's not tanning beds. Do a Google search. It's the sun. So I noticed the people over here haven't found too many taxes that they dislike. So why have they not proposed a tax on the sun instead of tanning beds? With that, Mr. Speaker, I leave those thoughts and I yield the balance of my time.
You.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've had a long and ongoing discussion. I just want to take a moment to speak about a family in my home state of Georgia, headed by a woman, Ms. Cox. She's married, but she's really the head of the household. She's grateful for the Affordable Care Act. Her husband had a pre-existing condition. As a result, they could not get insurance coverage without buying a company plan. Both are self-employed. Before Obamacare, they paid over $2,600 per month for travel coverage. The high-cost plan did not cover doctor visits or medicine, and their hospital coverage was a nightmare. After the ACA, Ms. Cox and her husband were able to purchase individual insurance at a significant cost saving. In 2017, they signed up for Obamacare. Today, they are happy to get reasonable, affordable coverage. But every single day, they live in fear of losing the Affordable Care Act. We cannot and we must not turn back the clock for Ms. Cox and her family. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield for me?
I yield.
Mr. Levin.
I just want to say to the gentleman from Nebraska, it wasn't, the tanning provision wasn't picked randomly. It wasn't. There's scientific evidence. And ice cream is not the same. And for you to refer to ice cream compared to the impact that scientists have indicated from tanning is
Does the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I referred to ice cream because ice cream is not the best thing whenever you're looking at watching your health and healthy eating, which leads to congestive heart failure, heart disease, and I was using that illustration. And I'm from Missouri, not Nebraska.
I'm sorry, Missouri.
Smith from,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Let me just suggest, excuse me for picking the wrong state, but I picked the right statement. To relate ice cream to tanning is a serious mistake. There's a major difference in the impact. And
Does the gentleman yield?
It wasn't picked randomly.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
What's the difference? You picked, I wasn't here. I've only been here a much shorter time than you have. Why did you not look at a sun tax? Because that's the #1 cause of skin cancer.
I'll tell you why, because it's a little hard to tax the sun. It's much, it's much.
Spain taxes the sun.
No, well.
Spain taxes the sun, so I'm just curious.
I'm not sure how they tax the sun.
I'll send you an article.
But,
I take my time back.
Mr. Lewis.
And yield to Mr. Crowley.
I would ask the gentleman, how do they do this all on Mars? I would ask the gentleman. But the reality is, to make this so jocular, I had an aunt who died of melanoma. She suffered, died in her late 40s, suffered. Now, she didn't go to a tanning salon. That was the sun that caused that. Boy, could we tax the sun? I'd be interested in finding out how they do it in Spain. It's a serious subject matter. To suggest that here we are on a day celebrating the value of women, and to somehow impugn this tax because the predominance of the people who use tanning salons are women. You know, maybe we're trying to change that behavior. Maybe we're trying to send a message to women and men who use tanning salons. We tried to send it to Mr.
All right, everybody, here's a beautiful look at the White House. Mary Kate is coming up next. She'll be with you for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Have a great evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. Let me update this lower third. So you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live right now. I have a couple events I want to take you to all night, though. We've been streaming for you this this committee meeting on Obamacare and the repeal and replacement of Obamacare. How can we do it? How can we manage the budget on this? And of course, President Trump's new healthcare plan as well. So we're hearing more about that. There have been some debates during this committee meeting. I've clipped some of those moments. I want to pull up a few for you here. I also have a lot of shocking videos of the day from all of our sister stations at Fox News here that I want to bring you guys to. So just give me one moment here. Let me give you guys a live shot of New York City while I pull everything up. Thanks for joining me. All right, everybody, thanks for your patience while I get set up here on Fox News Now. Have a couple events I want to take you to tonight. First up, I want to take you to this interview I had legal expert James Goodnow in the studio with me a little bit earlier this morning to talk about President Trump's new travel ban. As you guys know, it was released on Monday that President Trump has a new executive order that he signed. He made a couple changes, including taking Iraq off of that list of the 7 Muslim majority countries that he wants to ban. So he took Iraq out. He also said, okay, no more permanent Syrian refugee ban. They can come in, but they have to be on a 120-day freeze and review. So a lot of changes to this travel ban. So I had this legal expert come in and actually break it down the right way. So let me take you guys to this little short interview that I had with him this morning, and here's what he told me about it. So let me get this lower third up and ready. Okay, and here we go. All right, everybody. Well, President Trump just released his second immigration order, and here with me is legal expert James Goodnow to break it down for us again. James, thanks for being here.
Great to be here, Mary Kate.
So what's new?
A lot is new here. Really, if you look at the biggest points, though, you see, one, the express preference for certain religions, really functionally Christians, is now gone. That's significant, of course, because the Ninth Circuit said that was effectively establishing a state religion, which is a no-no under the First Amendment. That now is removed entirely. Two, green card holders and current visa holders are taken out of this. They're exempted. So that was really the source of the chaos, the confusion, the pandemonium we saw at the airports unfolding. Can we get in? Can we not? That now is taken out. And we have a much more tailored law in the sense that Iraq has been removed from this executive order entirely. So now that allows the White House, through the DOJ, to go to the courts and say, this isn't just an arbitrary ban. We've looked at every single country and we've concluded that some are in, some are out. That's what's good for the White House. But there's still some issues that I think will have to be played out in the courts over the coming months.
There's always going to be some issues, I think. And will this withstand the judicial scrutiny this time?
It's going to be a nail biter. So even though you have some big changes, you still have some big problems. The fundamental reason is you can't just erase what happened with that 1st January executive order. It still exists. You also can't erase what Donald Trump said on the campaign trail, and we know that the judges on the Ninth Circuit did not like it. Donald Trump called for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims coming into this country. If you go to donaldjtrump.com today, that's still the case. Very difficult as a lawyer to walk into court and say, forget what was said on the website, forget what was said on the campaign trail, forget what my surrogate said, just look in the 4 corners of the documents. Judges don't like that. They're in the business of looking at pretext. Is this really a ruse? Is there really some sort of discrimination going on? That's going to be tough to get around. Second big problem is this connection to safety. Now, the executive order is improved in that it actually lists, for the 6 targeted countries now, with Iraq being gone, it identifies reasons why there is a terror connection there. But there's a challenge for the White House, and that's leaked reports from Homeland Security suggest that the accuracy of that evidence may be in question. So the White House, the DOJ, is going to have some explaining to do there. Where the judges fall on this, I think, is anyone's guess.
Now, I want to ask you this question. If you were President Trump's lawyer, what would you tell him personally about this? What to do?
Well, right now, I don't think President Trump has any choice but to continue moving forward with this. This was a huge promise that he made on the campaign trail, and if you just step aside from the legal nuances of this, politically, the White House needs a win. We know that the new Trump Care health care bill has dropped. We know that there is a lot of fighting about this, not just from Democrats who are criticizing it, but from Republicans. So the White House has to think, okay, if this actually gains traction, that's going to take time. If we have a policy win, it will be on this travel ban, because that's what we promised. So I think the Trump administration is going to push forward on this. I think they're going to take it to the United States Supreme Court if they lose, because they have to. Even if the White House loses at the U.S. Supreme Court, he can come back to his base, his supporters, and say, gosh darn it, I tried for you. And I think that really is what's motivating this. And to get there, this time, he clearly has had a team of lawyers go through this new travel ban, which I think may not have been the case the first go-round. And the Trump administration has also vetted this and discussed it with the various cabinets and departments within the government. And we even saw in this rollout, although Donald Trump himself was absent, we did have Secretary of State Rex Tillerson there. We did have Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis there. We did have Attorney General Jeff Sessions there. And that was really to be an optical display that we are unified behind this. So that's a score for them. So I think my advice as a lawyer would be, at this point, you don't have any choice but to move forward with it.
Right, and that's what you would tell him. What do you think is really going to happen next based on what he decides, and when will it go into effect, if it does go into effect?
We know that the start date for this is March 16th. So that's coming up here very soon, and there was a delay. There was a 10-day buffer, and that's to give people time to absorb it and to understand it, so you don't have those horrible displays on television that we saw before of everyone being confused.
Yes.
So it's coming into effect if the courts don't stop it. As of yesterday, the state of Hawaii filed a lawsuit saying this is a violation of the First Amendment Establishment Clause. This is hurting our tourism industry, and we want it stopped. So we're going to have the same process that happened before play out again. You're going to have a judge look at this in Hawaii and say, should we hit the pause button until we can determine if this is discriminatory or not?
Okay, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see again. And then, of course, you'll come back and talk more with us, right?
Anytime.
All right, James, thank you for joining me. And if you guys want more information on this story, just head to fox10phoenix.com. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for watching that short interview. Sorry about the audio issue, but I did have him in the studio earlier today, and it was a great chat just about the updates to this immigration order. And I'm assuming there's going to be even more updates, or it's going to be taken to court. So we'll have to wait and see, you guys. But thanks for watching that. Let's take you to the next top story now. I've got a couple things I want to show you, and then we can take you back live inside the budget discussion on healthcare. So we can take you back live inside that event, but right now I want to show you some of the biggest stories of the day. Now these are all pretty short videos, but they're all shocking and funny and all different emotions you'll be feeling, you guys, throughout these videos. Let me start with the first one here. Let me pull this up. I mean, I think a lot of you might have seen this already. This has gone viral. You guys know about the giraffe that everyone has been patiently waiting to be born. We've been streaming it live here for the past few weeks. The baby giraffe watch. Basically, this woman here, let me pull this up, and I know some of you might have already seen this, so I just want to clarify if you've already seen it. Okay, so basically, the giraffe watch has gone viral, but this one lady, this pregnant woman, she went viral after mocking the pregnant giraffe. And she's now in the hospital. Basically, she has a giraffe mask on, and she's pretending to be that giraffe that we've all been watching. Anyway, I've explained it enough. Let me take you this video. Let me know what you think. Yeah, so that's her basically pretending to be a giraffe, but I get it, and people are saying, hey, that's what's going viral right now because she's pregnant herself, and that giraffe is pregnant, still hasn't had the baby yet, and she thought this would be kind of a funny way to put two and two together about being pregnant and waiting her baby as well, which I get. I don't know how. I guess she must have had someone go out and get a giraffe mask for her. Pretty clever, and I like that it has gone viral online, so I want to take you to that first video, bringing up the next one now. Again, these are all pretty short, but this is what's been going viral online today, what's been trending throughout all of our sister stations. So this one, a little bit of a different vibe now. So 10-second video, but it's here, let me make sure the volume is actually down on this one. So let's take you to this. I just want to show you guys here. Wow, take a look at that. Biggest gun bust in Brooklyn history. 217 firearms recovered and 24 people indicted. That's all thanks to the NYPD. Let's show you that footage again. Look at that. 24 people indicted for gun trafficking in Brooklyn. Again, this is the biggest gun bust in Brooklyn history, and the NYPD sent that out. They just wanted everyone to know they got all those weapons. So pretty crazy
video there. Pulling up to the next one here for you. Let me get this up and going. We're doing top stories here live on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Thank you for joining me tonight. This video I wanted to take you guys to. This is from the News Shopper at our sister station in Chicago. Take a look at this, you guys. Lots of alligators, dozens, sometimes hundreds of alligators gather at a mysterious Florida sinkhole, and the scene is awesome or terrifying. Yeah, it's pretty scary if you look at it. I mean, would you really want to be swimming in those waters? Again, Chicago posted this, but this is coming out of Florida in a mysterious Florida sinkhole. Some saying it's awesome, others saying it's pretty terrifying, depending on where you're standing. That's probably not somewhere you want to be hanging out, laying out, trying to get your tan on, because all of those alligators are hanging out there. And let me tell you guys, they're pretty dangerous animals. All right, taking you to the next video here in the show. This is a heartwarming one. Let me pull this up for you guys. Told you you'd be feeling all different kinds of emotions during this part of the show. So heartwarming video here. Let me break this down for you a little bit. Jerry and Susan have been married for 51 years, and last month they were both diagnosed with the same rare form of cancer. Their medical conditions forced them to live apart, and doctors weren't sure if they were ever going to see each other again. But recently they were reunited at their home, and there was not a dry eye in the house. So they're asking people to please keep this couple in your prayers. This one, again, coming from Fox 32 in Chicago. Let's take you to this video as they reunite.
There's Susan. There she is. You did it. There's Susan. There she is. You did it.
Pretty moving video there that I wanted to take you guys to. Again, they're asking people to keep this couple in their prayers. That video coming out of Fox 32 Chicago. Taking you to the next video here. I'm breaking down all of the top trending videos from all of our sister stations here at Fox News today. This totally different topic here. Police pulled over a man. They suspected him of drunk driving. Now they suspect he's a really good juggler, okay? I'm breaking this down for you guys here. This is a video that was posted by the University of Central Arkansas Police. So let's take you this video. Again, they pulled him over for drunk driving, and then he started juggling, I guess. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a step back. What's that thing you're talking about right there? If you don't mind me asking? Yeah.
It's going to sound really weird. I'm a magician, and it's a magic rod.
Can I see? Would you be okay to do? You don't have to. I don't want you to feel pressure.
I'll do some magic if you insist.
Yes.
This is.
Is that juggler? Is that what?
I'm also a juggler. That's
Dude,
true. Yeah.
Let's see it. Come on. That's awesome. No pressure though. I want you to know you don't have to.
Actually, guys.
This is gonna be awesome.
They just made your night.
You just made my night, man. I gotta tell you.
I've actually got some juggling props if you'd rather see that.
Let's see it, man.
But
Whatever you feel comfortable
But
with.
the only requirement is you have to get a video of me juggling while I've been pulled over.
All right, you got it.
So you hang on to that. Don't drop it. There's no case.
Okay. All right.
But you have to get a picture of me juggling.
You going? It's going, man.
Oh my goodness. This is the new sobriety test in Conway.
Made it. Oh! That was awesome. I missed the finale though. I kind of got off. Oh no! That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, enjoy your night, okay?
Thanks, guys.
And I'll be honest with you. Another reason I stopped you. You're going off to slow down Donaghy. And
okay.
A lot of times, someone going below the speed limit is indication someone's been drinking.
Oh, really?
You got close to the curb once or twice, but you're obviously fine. So
Gotcha.
nobody can be that intoxicated. Anyway.
That's true.
Okay, man. Hey, have a good
Thanks,
night. Okay?
guys.
Yes, sir.
You have a good one. Be safe.
So the moral of the story is, when in doubt, just start juggling, right? Again, they pulled him over because they thought he was drunk driving, and then he proved to officers that he wasn't by showing them that he's an expert juggler. So that's pretty cool. All right, you guys, taking you to the next video here. This actually is a pretty terrifying video. This happened 3 years ago today. So they reposted this video. This is coming out of Tampa Bay, where a skydiver and a pilot collide. The video is shocking, but luckily they both survived. But let me take you this video and let me know what you think.
It's just hard to say what happened.
In a matter of seconds, Sharon Tremblay's world turned upside down.
If I hadn't have thought fast enough myself, he would have been dead. And you can see that by the pictures.
These are the photographs Tremblay is talking about. A witness captured on film the moment a skydiver and a plane collided just above the ground in Mulberry. The 87-year-old Tremblay was piloting the small aircraft.
I pulled back on the stick to make the airplane go up and not hit him.
Instead, the wing of the plane clipped the parachute, tossing the skydiver into the air. They both came crashing down to the ground. The plane hit nose first.
Just amazing.
Tremblay's wife, Dorothy, heard what happened and rushed to the scene.
Yeah, my heart was beating. The adrenaline was going.
This is what she saw. Her husband's plane partially crushed.
And then once I saw my husband and saw the airplane, and I thought, oh my gosh, how in the heck did you come out of it like this?
So that's a pretty crazy story, and again, that happened 3 years ago today. Luckily, they both survived. I want to take you to this video now. Let me pull this up for you guys. Let me actually make sure the volume is down, because this is a surveillance video. You can't hear anything that's going on, but they're calling this a very disturbing video. A daycare worker is under arrest. Let me pull this up while I tell you guys this story here. So this is the security camera footage. A daycare worker is under arrest after she was caught on surveillance camera pushing a 4-year-old down a set of stairs. Let me remove that lower third so you guys can see this disturbing video where the daycare woman, again, under arrest now after she was caught on camera. Take a look. Pushes that 4-year-old down a set of stairs. No word yet on why this all happened, but we're going to learn more on that story coming up. But I just wanted to show you guys that video because we're breaking down all of the top videos of the day, some of the most shocking, some of the most funny, all kinds of videos here today on the show. Pulling up the next video for you guys here. This is a dangerous stunt I want to show you guys. Again, these are coming from all of our sister stations. All the Fox stations from all across the U.S. Now, this is a dangerous stunt. Police are looking, actually, right now for the person who performed this daring stunt over the 60 freeway in Riverside County. The stunt might have been seen as a success, but the biker could be in for some legal trouble. Oh, darn it. Don't you hate it? It's a success, but I don't think he was really allowed to do it. Let's take you to this stunt. Take a look at that. He's pretty skilled, you guys. But again, police are looking for this guy because it was pretty dangerous. This happened over the 60 freeway in Riverside County. Yes, the stunt might have been a success, they say, but the biker could be in for some legal trouble because, hey, you're going over the freeway there. That's pretty dangerous, but probably the most dangerous towards himself, right? I mean, look at that. Looks like he had a camera set up on both sides. And yeah, he went over the freeway. Let me remove that lower third so you guys can see. He's going over cars right now. Could you imagine seeing that if you were driving down the road? That's not something that would make anybody comfortable when they're driving. If someone just dropped down with their motorcycle, yes, it can be very dangerous. So I can see why they are trying to look for this guy. But pretty crazy video I wanted to take you guys to. I want to show you guys this next one here. Let me pull this up. It is International Women's Day. Let me pause this really quickly here, make sure the volume is good to go. So schools were closed. This is coming out of Fox, D.C. They did speak with the County Public Schools Chief Executive Officer, and they asked him, how are this many people allowed to be off school at the same time? And they said that the school closures were prompted by a high number of staff members who requested time off to observe hashtag a day without a woman. Now, you guys know that's the hashtag that's trending right now for International Women's Day. It's hashtag a day without a woman, kind of saying, here's what your day would be like if a woman wasn't there. So all of these staff members at these schools took time off, so then they had to close school for the day because there weren't enough people to teach classes and help out with school. So they have this interview. This is out of DC, so let's hear what the Chief Executive Officer for the public school system there has to say about this.
But I think the question a lot of people had, Dr. Maxwell, is how are this many people allowed to be off at the same time? Is this something that you will revisit the next contract negotiations to say perhaps we need to put a cap on this so we're not opening up this slippery slope of a lot of people just kind of coming together and saying we're going to all take this certain day off for a certain reason?
Well, we've been having those conversations about leave with our unions, and again, there's a number of different unions. We haven't seen this as a big issue with our teachers, although, we do have those cycles where we tend to see more people out because the flu is going through or whatever. But we talk about it. The teachers union, Teachers Association certainly did not endorse this. I don't want anybody to misunderstand or believe that this had anything to do with a job action by our Teachers Association, because it absolutely did not. Several of us were in communication with the teachers union leadership yesterday. This had to do with people's personal convictions, their personal, thoughts. But we always talk about the leave and how we can minimize and make sure that we have enough subs to cover buildings, and we've been talking about recruiting some even more qualified substitute teachers.
So pretty interesting that they actually had to close schools down today because some of the staff members called off and they just couldn't, they couldn't staff enough people there to have a regular school day. All right, taking you to the next story here. This one's pretty interesting, okay, you guys. So this coming out of Fox DC again, an arrest, but not just any arrest. You guys remember Tim Kaine, U.S. Senator. He was Hillary Clinton's right-hand man. He was her vice presidential nominee, okay? His son was arrested over the weekend. His name is Linwood Michael Kaine. He was arrested for protesting a rally he was protesting a rally in support of President Donald J. Trump at the Minnesota State Capitol when he was arrested. So pretty interesting that he was protesting a rally in support of President Donald J. Trump. So let's hear what Tim Kaine has to say. Now, you guys have to remember, yes, he's a senator. Yes, he was Hillary Clinton's right-hand man. But he's also a dad. And how do dads react when their sons get arrested? Well, let's see what he says.
So first and foremost, if we do any online searches for Tim Kaine this morning and news searches, unfortunately it comes up your son being arrested. What happened?
Well, I love all my kids. I have 3 and they're all very engaged. But they understand that if they express their views, they have to do it peacefully. I had a son who was at a rally of Trump and anti-Trump folks in St. Paul, was arrested over the weekend, but he hasn't been charged with anything. And I'm confident he understands that you can certainly express your views, but you have to do it peacefully.
All right, there was word that he was held but not charged. Has he been released at this point?
Yes. Yeah, he's home.
All right, Senator.
Home in Minneapolis. That's where he lives.
Gotcha. All right, Senator, thanks much.
That's got to be tough for Tim Kaine, just because he's always being interviewed. He's always at these political events. And I think that was probably tough for him to have to be asked about that, because he's a parent at the end of the day. And I'm sure he talked to his son and expressed his feelings about being caught and being arrested at a protest, and then you have to go on and explain it. So I feel for the guy that he has to go on and explain that. You could see in his face when they said, "Has he been released yet?" And he just, yes. It's that typical parent look of, you can't control all our kids, right? Okay, pulling up the next top story for you guys. This is a pretty crazy video. Apprehended. This guy was arrested, okay? Police, this is the description. It says, police have safely taken a suspect into custody after he attempted to hide himself in the ceiling of a movie theater in Maryland. Pretty crazy stuff. Let's see what happens here. Again, this guy was wanted for theft, and he tried to hide inside the ceiling of a movie theater, and that's him being apprehended now, being put into the police car. That video trending on Facebook today. Taking you to the next top video here. This one was pretty interesting, and I saw this trending, and I wanted to bring this up to you guys. This one coming out of Fox 5 Atlanta. A fight broke out at a wrestling match. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's a wrestling match. Aren't they fighting all day? Well, this is a serious fight. This wasn't a trained sport fight. This was an actual fight between two people there. In the info section, it says a fight broke out at the Georgia State Wrestling Tournament between two competitors from Osborne High School and Pope High School. Cobb County officials and the GHSA have met to determine how they should be punished and how they should deal with this. But let's take you to when this fight broke out. Let's see what happens. You know, in my opinion, you're at a wrestling match. Just take it to the sport. Just start wrestling, right? I mean, isn't that what you're there for? Take the aggression out while you're wrestling. Am I wrong? All right, they're going to figure out how to discipline those kids, but that was trending online earlier today. And I know a lot of you guys are watching from all over the United States, not just in Phoenix here, so I want to give you guys a little bit of a weather update. This one coming out of Philadelphia. So any of you Philly people here watching on the show, here's your weather update.
Hey everyone, this is Kathy Orr in the Weather Center. We're talking about rain, and you know we're talking about snow. Can you believe it? It's been so warm, but here we go. You can see on Ultimate Doppler, here is the rain, and there is a secondary line of it coming through, and there's some thunderstorms near Pittsburgh, and this is what we will be seeing. So some of us hearing a few rumbles of thunder by the time we make it into the overnight, about 4 a.m. Now, as we look at the temperatures, Cleveland, 48, Chicago, 45, Rapid City, 30. So you have all this colder air that is going to make its way into the region by the end of the weekend. So let's go hour by hour. We're starting off Thursday at 9 o'clock, and I'm not going to keep you waiting. Here comes rain, because temperatures are in the 40s. It's 41 in Doylestown, Allentown, 40, Easton, 39. The Poconos, snow, but wet snow. And then the colder air moves in, and then you see snow. So 7 a.m. Friday morning, it should be snowing, at least lightly, everywhere. Philadelphia, 35 degrees, so that's a wet, sloppy snow. Could accumulate mainly on the grassy surfaces because the past couple days will have been so warm. This is Friday morning. And then look, pretty much moves out. There's a few lingering squalls behind it, but other than that, most of the snow is out of here. But then it turns rapidly cooler. So Friday night, Saturday morning, we're talking about low temperatures in the teens. Sunday, perhaps a southern storm that could give us some trouble. We'll look at that. But as we look at the snow probabilities and really preliminary estimates, this is what we would be talking about. Maybe around an inch, a little more along the I-95 corridor, but higher accumulations, maybe a sloppy 2 inches, up to 3 inches in some spots far to the north and west as you head toward the Lehigh Valley and the upper part of Berks County. So just something to keep in mind, a lesser accumulation, if anything, down the shore. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about the weekend. Remember, daylight saving time begins Sunday or Saturday night. Before you go to sleep, you spring that clock ahead 1 hour. You lose sleep, but we gain an hour of daylight. I do want to show you some of these computer models that I've been looking at. This is an animation of the forecast. Now we're going to go through the period. This is actually next week, believe it or not. So now let's start. Here's the rain that's coming through tonight. We'll go through Thursday. Here's the rain to snow Friday. That's Friday. We dry it out Saturday, and then look what happens. A southern storm, the blue is snow, comes very close, and then it sweeps to the south. So right now, it looks like the storm that could be bringing us snow, that's actually later in the week, over the weekend, will stay to the south. Let me take a look at this, and I can actually stop the movie. This is Friday. And then here comes the Sunday storm. See how that blue? It stays mainly to the south. It dips into Delaware and then retreats southward. That would mean that the bullseye of this storm for Sunday would be over North Carolina, Virginia, and D.C. It still could creep a little bit farther north into the Philadelphia area, but right now it looks like we have a chance of snow Sunday. But it's a better chance as you head towards South Jersey and Delaware. We'll see what the new computer models bring come tomorrow, and of course Susario will have the latest on that on Good Day Philadelphia. Do we have any questions about the next couple days?
Sure. Philip wants to know if there's any wins with these systems.
Well, you know what, Philip, there are some winds with the system. As a matter of fact, tonight, let me take a look at some of our wind gusts. These are the current wind gusts. Winds are starting to pick up. You may not see much yet. You have a 29-mile-an-hour gust in the Poconos, but winds will be gusting to about 30 miles an hour tonight and even during the day tomorrow. So here's some wind gusts. You can see in Harrisburg already gusting to 31 and Williamsport gusting to 20. So yes, there will definitely be some gusty winds with this coming on in. Any other questions?
All right, I think someone mentioned if there was anything coming to Lehigh Valley. I heard you mention that.
Yes, the Lehigh Valley, you are going to see some snow, and the snow will be moving in Thursday night. So here it is, Allentown into Easton by about 9, 10 o'clock. This is Thursday night. If you have any plans, rain changing to sleet and changing to snow, and then it's pretty much all snow Friday morning, and then it's gone. By Friday, 9, 10 o'clock, the consistent snow is gone. You may have a few more snow showers during the day.
All right. Some people are saying yay snow. Others are like no, please no.
Now remember, the temperatures are going to be warm, so it's going to go from rain to snow. So bless you.
Thank you.
That's
sorry.
Alyssa, our producer.
Sorry, folks.
So it's not going to have a great opportunity to accumulate. It will be more like a rainy, wet, sloppy snow. So it's not going to be that nice, fluffy snow that we all like. So just keep that in mind.
All right, and Vito's saying thank you. You're his favorite weather lady, and almost every time on his birthday it snows.
Oh, wow, Vito. Is it your birthday? It's Friday. Actually, Friday's my mom's birthday. How lucky is that? March 10th. Any other questions?
There are no other questions, no.
So what we have is we have an update coming up in a few minutes. A new computer model will be coming in. So we'll take a look at that, see if anything changes with the storm for Sunday, if it gets closer. We don't want any surprises, and it will update us on this Friday and see what's going on. In the meantime, some big temperature swings that we'll talk about, and I'm going to get Alyssa a glass of water.
I'm so sorry.
So that's it for the Weather Center. We'll see you on Fox 29 News tonight at 10 and 11.
All right, everybody. Well, I was just giving you that weather update if you're from Philly. Taking you to the next top story here. Did you guys catch this video? We had it a little bit earlier on the show. Pretty crazy video. This was police were responding, and this was about just when I was getting into work. Police were responding to a deputy-involved shooting. So I want to pull this up for you guys, and this was near an elementary school too. No deputies have been injured in the shooting. That's what we know so far. But pretty crazy video that we had earlier today on the stream. I just want to pull up a part of it for you guys. Let me get this up and going. Take you to the actual part where all of the police officers were outside of the house waiting for him to come out. So I want to take you guys to the part where he does finally come out of his house, the suspect. And you guys can see what happens here. So let's pull this up. We streamed this a little bit earlier today on the show. So here we go. So there he is. And there is law enforcement. Okay, and you can see even one of the dogs going crazy right now. I shouldn't say right now, you guys. This was earlier today. We streamed this. Police were responding to a deputy-involved shooting. This was near Frank Elementary School here in Arizona, Guadalupe to be exact. He comes out of his house. They waited for a long time, you guys, so that's why I wanted to fast forward to this part. Thousands of you were watching this earlier this morning. We had no idea what was going to happen here. Let me turn up the volume and see if my co-host was speaking earlier, giving us some information. Not at the moment. She was not speaking at this moment, but later on in the stream, she gives an update. Again, this is a replay that my co-host streamed live for us on Fox News Now. A deputy-involved shooting. She hosted this entire breaking news event for over an hour today. Take a look at this. And there goes the dog. Wow. Viewer discretion is advised. This was a pretty graphic scene that we streamed for you earlier today on the show. These dogs are trained to handle situations like this. They have apprehended the suspect. Again, this is something we streamed earlier today out of Guadalupe, Arizona. Police responded to a deputy-involved shooting. They waited for this man to come out of the house for quite some time, and they set the dogs on the suspect. We do know that no deputies were injured in this shooting. We always have to warn you guys, viewer discretion. This video was pretty graphic today. All right, taking you to the next top story for you guys here in the show. And if you guys want to catch that, just head to Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. We have that full live stream on there from earlier today. You can always head to the video section on our YouTube page as well. We always clip the highlights of our show. Let me pull up for you guys a few highlights that we clipped today. And thank you for all your comments in the chat and your tweets to me, Mary Kate Fox 10. Love to pull up some of your tweets and your opinions during the show here. Let me pull this up. So this pretty short video. It's 40 seconds, but I wanted to play this for you guys. Sean Spicer, the White House press secretary, explains to a reporter how those with health insurance really feel. So let's see what Sean Spicer has to say. Let me make sure the volume is good to go. All right, let's take you there.
I mean, I think that just because somebody has health care doesn't mean that they can't empathize with somebody who doesn't. You know, we all have family and friends that are suffering. I mean, that's like saying because I have a job, I can't be empathetic to somebody who doesn't have a job. I mean, we all have family or friends. It's the same thing when we watch a friend or a family member suffer through a terminal disease. Because we haven't suffered through it doesn't mean that we can't have compassion towards that person or be concerned on how much that bill is costing them. I mean, that's actually, in some ways, you know, it's depending on, you know, the relationship you have with that person, you can even feel worse. You can feel guilty about how much you have and how you're not able to help that person. I think in many cases that's what drives us, is to know that there are options available to some Americans and not others. Thank you.
So that's what the White House press secretary Sean Spicer had to say about health insurance earlier today. Pulling up the next top story for you guys here. This was my co-host Mike Page a little bit earlier in the show, giving his analysis on the story that came out. Title of this video, and you can find it on the video section of our YouTube page, is Breaking: Possible Obama DOJ Cover-Up Regarding Terror Suspect Days Before Elections. So let's see what Mike had to say.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. I'm your host, Mike Page. Breaking news tonight. Fox News just getting this information in, and wow, this is really something. Lawmakers are probing a claim against President Obama's Department of Justice. They claim that the DOJ aided an Iraqi terror suspect just days before the November election. Let's get right into it, folks, because this is really something, and something could be going on. Federal lawmakers are investigating the possibility that senior Department of Justice officials interfered in a terrorism probe involving a refugee just prior to the November election in an effort to deny campaign momentum to Donald Trump. That's what Fox News has learned. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has launched a formal inquiry into the Texas case in which a terror suspect's pending arrest was allegedly spiked just a week before the election. Trump had run on a tough on terror platform and had been critical of President Obama's refugee policy. And this is when the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Texas sought to prosecute this certain refugee. The local law enforcement and prosecutors allegedly, quote, met resistance from officials within the National Security Division's counterterrorism section in Washington, D.C. That's coming from the committee chairman, Ron Johnson, a representative from Wisconsin. That's what he wrote in a March 6th letter to now U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions. The resistance allegedly occurred a few weeks before the 2016 election, and local authorities believe the lack of progress in the case was handled inadequate, Johnson wrote. The suspect, an Iraqi man who had entered the U.S. under a false name, is now at large. His real name has not been released. Think about that, everyone. A suspect, an Iraqi man who had entered the U.S. under false premises, under a false name, is now at large. Fox News has learned that the JTTF confirmed through U.S. Special Forces who encountered the suspect during operations that he had participated in attacks against American troops as an insurgent. At some point, the Iraqi entered the U.S. through the refugee program. His activities in the U.S. triggered an investigation by JTTF members who planned to charge him with visa fraud while they investigated possible further charges. Johnson said this case demonstrates the challenge of vetting people with little documented history in countries where there's no clear paper trail. Now, Fox News has independently been able to confirm the details of the investigation. Neither officials from the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Western Texas, nor the Joint Terrorism Task Force could be reached for comment on this story. U.S. officials said earlier this week that nearly a third of the FBI's 1,000 ongoing domestic terrorism investigations have involved those that have entered the U.S. as refugees. The refugees are admitted to the U.S. based on the story that they tell of persecution, and they are not required to produce identity documentation or any types of documentation. If the person seeking entry is a persecutor, he would have to specifically tell a story that matches information obtained by U.S. Customs and Immigration Services personnel.
All right, you guys, I just wanted to cut out of that because the volume is a little bit low. But that's my co-host, Mike Page, and he was talking about that story a little bit earlier in his show. I want to take you to this next story. Let me pull this up for you guys. I thought this was pretty interesting. Okay, let me get this up and going. All right, everybody. You guys know how much I love to do tech talk, so I want to give you guys the latest on what we know on a new study on video games. Now, this has been trending today if you are a video game fan. Violent video games may not desensitize video game players. In a study, they have found that frequent players had empathetic responses similar to those who don't play much. So that's pretty interesting, right? Because I think the point they were trying to make for a very long time is that violent video games can make people become violent, which is still something they study and still something they say. But this is a study that came out that says it doesn't affect empathy. So that's pretty interesting. I want to bring up a little bit more on this article here. So let me keep reading. So it says, young men who play violent video games the most, at least 2 hours a day, don't appear to become desensitized to violence or to lose the ability to feel empathy. That's what a study says that just came out today. This is a German study, you guys. A quote that came in from one of the researchers says, "This doesn't mean everyone has to buy Grand Theft Auto 5 for their toddler, but it's part of an increasing flood of studies of various sorts that indicate that previous fears of violent video games were unfounded." Scientists have spent years debating whether or not violent video games make people more aggressive and less affected by violence, but it has been difficult to isolate the specific effect of playing the games since so many other things affect how people see the world. Still, quote, "Over the last 10 years, we've seen a wave of behavioral studies indicating that violent video games are not associated with behavioral problems in players." That's a professor of psychology from Stetson University in Florida saying that. Now, in this new study, German researchers recruited 15 young men, average age 23, who've played video games such as Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Battlefield, to name a few, for at least 2 hours a day for 4 years or more. So again, they found these 15 young guys in their 20s who all played the popular, violent video games, Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Battlefield. On average, the gamers played 4 hours a day. They began playing video games at an average age of 13 years old, and the researchers compared them to another group of similarly aged young men who didn't play video games daily, and they said they hadn't played violent video games. So they compared them to this group of men who didn't play violent video games, and the study volunteers underwent functional brain scans as they looked at drawings depicting neutral scenes or violent scenes. This technology allows researchers to see which parts of the brain become active during a task. So the violent scenes the study volunteers looked at included drawings of a woman setting herself on fire and a man being waterboarded. The volunteers were told to imagine how they'd feel in the situation depicted in the drawings. And based on their responses to the questionnaires, the video game players appeared to be more antisocial. But they didn't appear to have any less empathy or more aggression than any other young men. So that's pretty interesting. So when they were shown a picture of violence, the video game players, they appeared to be more antisocial, but they didn't appear to have less empathy or more aggression. So that's pretty interesting. Again, this is a small study. They do still say that video games can cause people to feel less, what's the word? You're not as shocked by violence if you're playing violent video games all the time. But I think, honestly, when you're playing a violent video games, you're looking at graphics, you're looking at motion pictures, you're looking at animation. So I don't think when you're playing Call of Duty, you're thinking the same thing you would think if you saw a violent crime in front of you in real life. I think that could be a little different. And that's what the study is saying today. And they said that, it doesn't affect empathy. And then another quote coming in here, it says, "The brains of violent video game users and normal control subjects seem to process the material in the same way." So I thought that was pretty interesting information coming out of this study. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know in the chat or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10. Just want to give you guys a little bit of a tech update there on that story. So let me know what you guys think, because I grew up with a brother who played all kinds of video games. He played the non-violent ones and the ones that were considered violent at our age, which would be, GoldenEye on Nintendo. And I didn't really, I was almost his age, but I didn't see any difference in behavior. But they do say that, you know, when you're at a young age and, you know, you're a teen and you're playing these violent video games, it could make you more hyperactive, it could make you more aggressive, but this study today saying that it doesn't affect empathy. So that's pretty interesting. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Yuki saying movies are way more real than video games. Study that, please. I will study that. Thank you. Temporary Channel saying, is this a serious study? They tried. Oh, chat's moving pretty fast. Yeah, it was a serious study. There's a lot of articles on this. You can Google it, Temporary Channel. They're saying that it doesn't affect empathy. But I don't think that they're trying to say that it doesn't make... It's not about the behavior of a kid when they play video games. They're just saying that if you grew up playing video games, it doesn't really affect how you respond to violent scenes. So let's say, you know, you play Call of Duty all the time, but when you see an actual shooting in front of your face, you're still going to feel things. You're still going to be scared of that you're not going to be completely desensitized just because you play Call of Duty all day. So I thought that was kind of interesting. American Rebel in the chat saying it's a mix of parenting and values instilled. Some parents let their kids play all day without giving them attention. That's not good. Yeah, that's another point to bring up too, is maybe their aggression is coming from they just want attention and they've been playing all day. Ohio saying not everyone affected, but video games can become like the real world. Yes, very true. Think virtual reality that is becoming more and more close to the real world every day. Zach in the chat saying violence in a game is not the same as the reality. Yeah, absolutely. And that's, I think, what they were trying to prove in this study was that, yeah, you might play a violent video game all day, but you would still be sensitive to an actual violent act. And that's what this study was trying to prove. Let me pull up a little bit more for you guys here. Yeah, Deborah saying we're getting pretty deep into this topic. Well, I just wanted to pull up the study because that was what came out today. And this was a German study, you guys. And it was a small study, but I thought it was pretty interesting. And it was posted everywhere online today. Jared Tim in the chat saying, I don't think video games change a person's emotions. I think it depends on the person. Too much can make you antisocial. And that's interesting that you brought that up. That's what they said in the study was that when they showed these video game players violent pictures of violent scenes, they were antisocial, but they weren't any less desensitized. They weren't desensitized, and they weren't feeling any less empathy, and they weren't more aggressive. So that's pretty interesting that you guys brought that up, or that you brought that up, Jared. That's an interesting comment coming in. It says, games do increase aggression during play, but doesn't have long-lasting effects on gamers. So you're saying you probably feel aggressive while you're playing, but it doesn't last into the day if you're not playing anymore. Okay, so that makes sense. Mick Fail in the chat saying, then just play a social game. Saying that playing video games makes you more antisocial, so why not play a social game? Probably the best comment of the evening. Thank you, Mick Fail. Yeah, you're probably right. But at the same time, a lot of these video games are already social. I mean, think about, you know, Call of Duty. That game can be played on the computer. You can play with a bunch of friends. You know, World of Warcraft, Minecraft, Fallout, any of these games, and you can play them with friends or you can play them online with friends. So technically you're being social, but maybe it's the antisocial behavior if you don't want to leave your house and you're more used to just talking online with people. So then when you're faced with a face-to-face interaction, you feel awkward and you feel antisocial. So I think that's what they meant in this study. All right, you guys, well, we'll move on to the next topic here, but thank you for sharing your comments and your concerns about that study. Pulling up the next top story for you guys here. Let me get this up and going. So we do still have this budget meeting going on. You guys have been going all night. This is the budget reconciliation recommendations to repeal and replace Obamacare. So this is the committee considering the budget for Obamacare, how to repeal and replace it, and also the recommendations that will become a part of the American Health Care Act. That's President Trump's new health care plan. So let's take you to this, and let's see what they've been saying. They've been holding this meeting since about 3 o'clock today, you guys. So got to give them credit. Let's take you there. Let's see what they're saying. This is live.
In 2019, and this fee is allocated among manufacturers based upon their share of total market sales. The proposal before you would eliminate this fee for calendar years after 2017, so effective in 2018. And my colleagues have estimated this proposal will lose $24.8 billion over the budget period. The second provision that's part of this, budget reconciliation recommendation relates to the annual fee on health insurance providers. It is currently in a one-year moratorium for calendar year 2017, but it is an annual fee on the health insurance industry of $14.3 billion for calendar year 2018. Again, like the pharmaceutical fee, it's allocated based on total market share. The proposal before you would repeal the annual fee prospectively, so effectively the annual fee would not apply for any period after 2016. And the Joint Committee staff has estimated that this provision would lose $144.7 billion over the budget period. That concludes my brief description of these two provisions. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bartol. Are there any questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Levin, you're recognized.
Okay. Let's have it right. Great. Mr. Bartol, do you have information on the profitability of the pharmaceutical industry?
Not at my fingertips, Mr. Levin. I mean, in general, pharmaceutical industry has been profitable over the recent past.
Does anyone? I have a chart here that shows its profitability going back, I think, to 2012. Does anybody on your staff have the material on that, do you know?
We have a lot of detailed information across all industries. I could prepare some information on pharmaceuticals if you'd like. I did not know that the committee would want that information. I do not have that at the table here with me currently.
And the estimate of 24.8 is based on what? You began to describe it.
Well, the estimate for the pharmaceutical industry, remember this is, I would say, a somewhat unusual tax structure. It's an aggregate fee that's collected industry-wide. So for, as I stated, the fee is $4.1 billion to be collected from the industry for calendar year 2018, $2.8 billion per year for 2019, and it's actually $2.8 billion for every year after 2019. The proposal would repeal the collection of those fees. So in its simplest terms, it sum up $4.1 billion plus $2.8 for all the remaining years. That's repealed. Now, in our economic analysis, since repealing taxes in one industry affects profitability of that industry, consumer demand across different industries, there's some secondary, as I said in the economics jargon, what economists refer to as general equilibrium effects, so that there are some other tax effects that we take into account in terms of reporting to the committee the total effect on governmental receipts. But that's the basis of the estimate of this proposal. It's a similar analysis for the second proposal related to the fee on the health insurance industry.
So you don't have handy the information about profitability?
I don't have with me information on income earned by the industry. Again, to distinguish, this is essentially an excise.
All right, you guys, looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with that feed there. So let me pull up the next top story for you guys. While we wait for that to get fixed, let me just make sure that this is in the right. Okay. Sometimes that happens. It was happening a little bit earlier today, so I apologize, and thanks for your patience, you guys. Let me pull up the next top story for you here. Appreciate you watching with me live on the Fox News Now stream. It's about 8:09 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Feel free to tweet me during the show, Mary Kate Fox 10. If you have any opinions, comments, questions, concerns during the show, I'd love to pull up your tweet here on the air. Let me pull this up, though. I want to take you guys to this event. Give me 1 second here. Actually, let me get this going here. Earlier, we did have British Parliament. Let's see what they had to say earlier today. Let me make sure, actually. Volume is good to go. It gets pretty heated during the British Parliament, you guys. Let's hear what they had to say a little bit earlier today, and then I'll take you guys to the next top story.
The female conservative. Now, if he's asked me about the issue in relation to Surrey County Council, and the substance of what he's asking is has there been a particular deal with Surrey County Council that is not available to other councils? And the answer to that is no. As I've said before, the ability to raise a social care precept of 3% is available to every council. The issue of the retention of 100% of business rates is going to be available to a number of councils in April. Now let's just look at them. Liverpool, Manchester, London. What do we know about those? They're all under Labour control. So what he's actually asking me is why should a Conservative council have access to an arrangement that's predominantly currently available to Labour councils?
Jeremy Corbyn! Mr. Speaker, my question was about the arrangements between the government and Surrey County Council. A recording has now emerged saying that the leader of Surrey County Council, David Hodge, said there was a gentleman's agreement between him and the government which meant they would not have to go ahead with the referendum. My question is, what deal was done with Surrey County Council? Because there is an acute social care crisis that affects every council. 4.6 billion of cuts made to social care since 2010. Can the Prime Minister tell every other council in England what gentleman's agreement is available for them?
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, on today of all days, I think if he could just be a little patient and wait half an hour for the budget, you can actually find out what social care funding is available to all councils. But I come back to it. If he's asking me if there was a special deal for Surrey that was not available to other councils, the answer is no. If he's looking to uncover a conspiracy, I suggest he just looks behind him.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if all the arrangements are so clear and above board, will the Prime Minister place in the library of the House a record of all one-to-one meetings that have been held between the Community Secretary and the Chancellor with any council leader or chair of social services anywhere in England? And can she explain, if there's no special deal, why Surrey is the only county council to be allowed into the business rates retention pilot when it's been denied to others?
The business rate retention pilot will be coming into force for a number of councils this April. That includes, as I've already said in answer to his earlier question, Liverpool, Greater Manchester, Greater London, and some others. In 2019-20, it's going to be available to 100% of councils. For 2018-19, councils are able to apply to be part of a further pilot. That goes for all councils across the country.
Corbyn! The text, Mr. Speaker, said there was a memorandum of understanding. The Prime Minister said there was no deal. She now is unclear about this. Did she actually know what arrangement was made with Surrey County Council? She's unkeen on answering questions on that. There is another area of deep concern over the whole country. Could the Prime Minister tell us how many new school places will be needed by 2020?
Can I just say to the right honourable gentleman that really he should listen to the answers I give before he asks the next question. He said I didn't answer the question about a special deal for Surrey. I think I've answered it now 3 times, but I'll do it a 4th time. There was no special deal for Surrey that was not available to other councils.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was also asked a question just a moment ago about the number of new school places needed by 2020. Perhaps she could explain why we have a crisis in school places and class sizes soaring thanks to her government. So what is the answer on the number of new school places needed, Prime Minister?
Well, this government has a policy which is about increasing the number of school places, but doing more than that. I want to increase the number of good school places so that every child has an opportunity to go to a good school. That's what the money we're putting into education is about. It includes money for new free schools. Those will be faith schools, university schools, comprehensives, grammar schools, university schools, I've said, maths schools. There'll be a diversity, because what I want is a good school place for every child and parents to have a choice. What the right honourable gentleman wants is parents to take what they're given, good or bad.
Speaker, the National Audit Office tell us that a very large number of new school places are needed, 420,000. Nothing she said gets anywhere near to that. Instead, she proposes a flagship scheme to build the wrong schools in the wrong place, spending millions on vanity projects of grammar schools and free schools, whilst at the same time per pupil funding is falling in real terms. Isn't it time that this colossal waste of money was addressed? It's doing nothing to help the vast majority of children, nothing to solve the crisis of school places and soaring class sizes. That is what every parent in this country wants, not vanity projects from her government.
It's no vanity project to want every child to have a good school place. The majority of free schools that have been opened in areas where there's a need for school places, and the majority have been opened actually in areas of disadvantage where they're helping the very children we want to see get the opportunity to get on in life. But I have to say to the right honourable gentleman, this is about a fairer society. And on this budget day, what we see is we are securing the economy, Labour want to weaken it. We're working for a fairer society. Labour oppose every single reform. We're fighting for the best deal for Britain. Labour are fighting among themselves. That's Labour, weak, divided and unfit to govern this great country.
Maggie through.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week in Erewash, it is likely that, sadly, 4 people will suffer a stroke. With this in mind, and given that the current highly successful stroke strategy expires later this year, will my right honourable friend now commit her government to publish an updated strategy that also includes advances in stroke treatment such as mechanical thrombectomy, which dramatically improves outcomes for 1 in 10 patients.
My honourable friend has raised a very important issue, and I want to assure her that the NHS does want to continue to build on the successes of the current stroke strategy. There have been huge improvements. I think we all recognise there have been huge improvements over the last decade in stroke care, and we want to deliver our ambition for truly world-leading care. On the particular treatment that she refers to, I understand the NHS has already approved the use of mechanical clot retrieval in specific cases. It does rigorously audit the quality of stroke care across the country so that we can make sure that we are delivering on our commitments. And we have some of the fastest improvements in hospital recovery rate for stroke and heart attacks in Europe.
Angus Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On International Women's Day, we wish all campaigners for equality well, including the WASPy campaigners. Mr. Speaker, the Cross-Party Parliamentary Brexit Committee has recommended that the UK must guarantee the status of EU nationals living in the UK and act unilaterally if necessary. The committee then went on to say that the current process for consideration of permanent residency applications is not fit for purpose, and in the absence of any concrete resolution to relieve the anxiety felt by the estimated 3 million EU citizens resident in the UK, it is untenable to continue with the system as it stands. Given the massive positive contribution that European nationals make to this country, what concrete plans does the Prime Minister have to deal with this?
As the right honourable gentleman knows, we do want to have an early agreement which will enable us to guarantee the status of EU citizens living in the UK, but also we need to guarantee the status of UK citizens living in the European Union. As regards the process of application that he's referred to, the Home Office is looking at this. They are looking at how they, as they always do, regularly looking at how they can improve the systems and simplify them.
Angus Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, since 2010, the Home Office has seen its full-time staff equivalent cut by 10%. So at current rates of processing applications for permanent residency, it would take the Home Office more than 50 years, 50 years to deal with 3.2 million European nationals in the UK. This is clearly, totally and utterly unacceptable. So will the Prime Minister tell us how quickly she hopes to be able to guarantee all European nationals permanent residency?
I'd say to the right honourable gentleman, he can't just stand up and say, because actually the Home Office is getting more efficient, it's going to be longer for answers to be given to these errors. Yes, the Home Office is getting more efficient at how it's dealing with these things. I don't know if he's ever heard about technology, but these days actually people apply online and they're dealt with online.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the recent findings of the study of terror convictions in Britain, it is clear that there are serious problems of how communities integrate into society and the danger that this lack of integration leading to acts of terror. Will the Prime Minister update the House on the government's counter-extremism strategy and response to these findings?
Well, again, this is a very serious issue that my honourable friend has raised, and the government is taking a comprehensive approach to tackling terrorism, violent extremism at source, but also, obviously, through our counter-extremism strategy, looking at extremism more widely. And we want to defeat not just terrorism and violent extremism, but extremism wherever it occurs. We will be publishing shortly a new counter-terrorism strategy, and in the coming months we will be responding to Dame Louise Case's report on integration. But this is backed up by additional investment in our security and intelligence agencies, £2.5 billion over 5 years. And I'm clear that the government is doing everything it can to tackle issues around integration, extremism and terrorism.
Tracy Brabin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come from a Westminster Hall debate on behalf of my young constituent Sam, who's 11 years old, who developed narcolepsy as a result of receiving the Pandemrix vaccine to protect him from swine flu. Sam's mum is actually in the gallery today. But in these rare and devastating cases, the link between Pandemrix and narcolepsy is proven. And yet families like Di's face long legal battles with the government. Will the Prime Minister today promise that no more of these disabled children will be hounded through the courts, apologise to the families concerned, and also to oversee payments to support the children's long-term care needs.
Can I first of all congratulate the Honourable Lady on securing a Westminster Hall debate on this important topic. She refers to, at the end of her question, to the issue of payments. Of course, I'm sure she realises that the vaccine damage payment scheme isn't a compensation scheme, but it's a one-off tax-free lump sum that is paid to help ease the burden of those who are disabled as a result of vaccination, and it's part of a range of support that is provided. She's raised a very specific case. Can I suggest to her that obviously she's had that Westminster Hall debate. We want to ensure the process is open and fair at every stage. DWP does look at every claim based on its own facts, and if she wants to write with the details, I'm sure my honourable friend the Minister for Disabled People, Health and Work will look into the specific case that she's raised.
Closed question, Mr Michael Fabricant.
Question 4, sir.
Thank you. While I won't speculate on the statement that my right honourable friend the Chancellor is going to be making very shortly, I can assure my honourable friend that the fundamentals of our economy are strong. Since 2010, employment in the West Midlands has risen by 215,000, and private sector employment alone grew by 80,000 over the last year. We've also seen schools and police budgets being protected and more doctors and nurses in his local hospitals.
Michael Fabricant.
And, of course, we've also witnessed the post-Brexit vote of confidence from Nissan, Boeing and Dyson investing in other parts of the country. Could my right honourable friend speak a little bit more about firms like Jaguar Land Rover in the West Midlands?
I'm happy to say to my honourable friend that, of course, in the wider sense, our plans for the Midland Engine, I think, show that we want an economy that works for everyone. We've already confirmed over $330 million in the growth deal funding, money going into the Midlands Engine Investment Fund, the Birmingham Rail Hub. But it is important to recognise the investment that is being made in the UK by companies like Jaguar Land Rover, who will be building their new Range Rover model in Solihull. That's very good news for the West Midlands. It's also very good news for the British economy, and it's a sign of the confidence Jaguar Land Rover has in the UK for the future.
Gordon Marsden.
Mr Speaker, my Blackpool casework is now full of the anxieties DWP and Home Office are imposing on vulnerable constituents, including officials' attempts to overturn tribunal decisions protecting benefits and residents. They include a family settled here for 8 years and a man with a severe brain injury. Can I ask the Prime Minister, if she wants people to respect Brexit means Brexit, shouldn't she respect that tribunals mean tribunals and not try and block them with grubby regulations affecting 164,000 disabled people?
If the honourable gentleman is referring to the decision that has been taken in relation to the courts and the personal independence payments, as I explained in this House last week, as has been explained by the Secretary of State, this is about restoring the system to the state that it was intended to be when Parliament agreed it. It was agreed by the coalition government, agreed by this Parliament, and after extensive consultation.
Mark Menzies.
Mr Speaker, in National Apprenticeship Week, it's important to recognise this government's commitment to investment and commitment to apprenticeships and skills. Would the Prime Minister look at encouraging a greater commitment to degree apprenticeships as part of this government's strategy, as championed by businesses in my constituency like BAE Systems, who have been at the forefront in developing these new programmes through its engineering degree apprenticeship scheme?
My honourable friend has raised a very important issue. As we look ahead to the future, we do want to ensure that people here in the UK have the skills that they need for the economy of the future. Degree apprenticeships will be an important part of this, and as he refers to specifically, there are companies like BAE Systems which have been right at the forefront of developing those new programmes. And I'm pleased to say that overall, if we look at apprenticeships, of course the apprenticeship levy will take the total investment in England to £2.45 billion. That's double what was spent in 2010. That means that it's more opportunities for young people to gain the skills they need for their future.
Dan Jarvis.
Tomorrow, a memorial will be unveiled to those men and women who served our country in Afghanistan and Iraq. Does the Prime Minister agree that we should all pay tribute to their service and commemorate their sacrifice, not just with a memorial, but through a commitment to learn from the past and do better in the future.
The honourable gentleman raises a very important point. This will be a very significant ceremony when this memorial is unveiled, and we should all, I think, across this House, pay tribute to those whom that memorial will be recognising for the sacrifice that they made, those in our armed forces, but also all those civilians who also worked to deliver aid and to deliver healthcare and education. It is important that we recognise the sacrifices made by our armed forces and also by their families, and that will be a significant moment tomorrow. We're very clear that we do need to learn the lessons from the past, and that's exactly what we will do.
Johnny Mercer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was delighted with the Prime Minister's intervention in mental health in January, which I still feel has not had the attention it deserves. In Plymouth, we are completely reconfiguring our mental health services because we understand that parity of esteem means nothing without parity of provision. Will the Prime Minister come and visit us in Plymouth, come and see some of the pioneering work we are doing, perhaps in National Mental Health Week in May, where I'm hoping Plymouth will take a national lead?
I thank my honourable friend because I know this is an issue that he has championed and it's very close to his areas of concern. He's done a lot of work on mental health, and it is important as he talks about the parity of esteem which the government has introduced, and more money is going into mental health provision than ever before, and I'd certainly be delighted to see the work being done in Plymouth, provided my diary allows it.
Julie Cooper.
Thank you. In my constituency of Burnley, primary and secondary schools are severely underfunded. Maintained nursery schools are struggling to survive. Why then, at this time, when we cannot adequately fund the schools we already have, is the Prime Minister suggesting spending millions of pounds creating new grammar schools that will help only a minority of children? This is as unfair as the new funding formula and will do nothing to help social mobility.
Let's be clear about what the government has done. There are record amounts of funding going into education in this country. It was a Conservative-led government that introduced the pupil premium. It's a Conservative government that has protected the core schools budget. When it comes to new money that will be going into schools as a result of today's announcements, that money is not about a return to a binary system of grammar schools and secondary moderns. That's not what we are going to do. What we are doing is ensuring that we see a diversity of provision. So yes, some grammar schools, but comprehensives, faith schools, university schools, maths schools. What I want is a good school place for every child. What more than that, the right school place for every child.
Amanda Milling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this International Women's Day, it's absolutely fantastic. We have the highest female employment rate on record. We have the highest percentage of women on FTSE 100 boards on record. The gender pay gap is at the lowest on record. And we have an amazing female Prime Minister. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Prime Minister will agree there's still much more to do. In particular, supporting women back to work after a career break. Can my right honourable friend outline what more the government are going to do to level the playing field?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. When I stood on the steps of Downing Street back in last July and talked about a country that works for everyone, I meant that. And that's why we're taking a number of measures. Including on International Women's Day today. And we are setting up a new fund to help mothers returning to work after a long career break. Now, returnships are important. They're open to both men and women, but I think we should all recognise that the majority of those who actually take time out of a career are women who are devoting themselves to motherhood for a period. Often getting back into employment is very difficult for them. They find it closed off. That's why it makes economic sense, but it's also right and fair for those women that we provide for these returnships to enable them to get back in the workplace.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. everyone agrees that early years education is crucial for the welfare and future of our children. However, nurses in my constituency tell me that the funding for 30 hours for free childcare is not sufficient and not enough, and many of them will be forced to close. What steps will the Prime Minister take to ensure that those nurses do not close?
Yes. Can I say to the Honourable Lady, I mean, she talks about the 30 hours that is being introduced. If you just look at what we're doing on childcare, we've introduced 15 hours free childcare a week for all 3- and 4-year-olds already, 15 hours free childcare a week for disadvantaged 2-year-olds already, and help with up to 70% of childcare costs for people on low incomes, and shared parental leave. And we'll spend a record £6 billion on childcare support by the end of this Parliament. This is this Conservative government, it's Conservatives in government that have the record of actually supporting parents in relation to childcare needs.
Shelbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's indefensible for the Labour Police and Crime Commissioner in West Yorkshire to be raising the council tax precept when he's got £120 million in reserves and underspent this year's budget by £4 million?
Can I say to my honourable friend, of course, as he knows, the decision on what to do about the police precept on council tax is a matter for the directly elected Police and Crime Commissioner for West Yorkshire, as it is in every area that has a Police and Crime Commissioner. But I would always encourage those commissioners to look at ways of introducing efficiencies into their forces before looking to increase local taxes. I think what we've seen over the last 6 years is that police forces can find sensible savings and can reduce crime at the same time.
Geraint Davis.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, you'll know that the Royal College of Physicians have found that 40,000 people die prematurely each year from diesel pollution at a cost of £20 billion to the economy, and that YouGov have found that 45% of diesel drivers are willing to switch given the right scrappage or tax incentive schemes. So will she today commit to a fiscal strategy and a new Clean Air Act to put us on a new, cleaner, healthier trajectory rather than to take global leadership rather than be dragged into the courts to fulfil basic EU air quality standards?
As the honourable gentleman will know, we are looking at the measures that we need to introduce to improve air quality. There have been improvements in recent years, but we do need to go further, and that's what the government is looking at across departments, obviously with the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs actually paying most attention to that, because that's within their remit. We will be bringing forward proposals on air quality in due course.
Victoria Atkins.
International Women's Day is a chance to reflect on how governments and democracies across the world serve women. Will my right honourable friend confirm that when it comes to female prime ministers, it's 2-0 to the Conservatives?
Well, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for having. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for having pointed that out, which I refrained from doing earlier in response to questions. But I think it is very telling that the Labour Party spend a lot of time talking about rights for women and giving support to women and getting women on, whereas it's the Conservative Party that is the party in this House that has provided 2 female Prime Ministers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister give an undertaking that any new Scotland Act will only be drafted after full consultation with the people of Scotland and with the consent of the Scottish Parliament?
I just say to the honourable lady, I'm not sure whether she's referring to discussions that are currently taking place about the powers that might be available to the devolved administrations once we've left the European Union, but she knows full well that we undertake full discussions with the Scottish Government